Hey, Joseph. Good morning. And Anne Liang. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
How are you?
Good.
Doing okay.
I got my camera turned off because I'm still eating my breakfast.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a while. I usually eat later.
Mm-hmm.
Think,
Well, I need a coffee, but it's way earlier for you. It's 9:30 for me.
oh, right. Yeah, it is early. I was up actually 6:04 to 5, 6:04 to 3. Did a little smudge and a little prayer and a little song.
That's good. I'm going to say a
Yeah.
little prayer. Bruce, there's the man.
Hey.
There's a story.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hey. Thank you. Hi, Anne. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Just setting everything up here.
Okay, great. And I just wanted to talk to you for a second, but you can just call me on my phone, and I'll in a little while, if you don't mind.
What did you need?
Oh, I just wanted to go over the just some simple instructions that I should have wrote down about Spotify and stuff like that.
I can write it in the chat. That way you can refer to it during the day.
Okay, thank you. That's cool. And thank you again. And there's some early risers here, as you can see. This is Anne, everybody. She's the one that's responsible for getting up at dawn here and setting us up. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And so do the rest of us.
Yeah, masi cho.
Yeah, I must say, it would make a really good Escapios, the apprentice, for elders.
Yeah.
The one that gets everything ready.
So are you guys going to show me your pretty faces? I'm the only one that's live, I think.
I think so. Yeah, you are.
There he
Bob.
is.
Hi, Bob. Hi, Bob.
Hi, good morning, good morning, good morning.
There's Joseph.
I think I'm going to keep a candle light going here today. I think it would be good for people to have a candle of some kind to symbolize, Skuteo, the fire across the land. Kutawan.
Yeah. And we also have Kristen, who's joined us. She's a Saskatoon gal, but she lives in New York City now. So also, good morning, Kristen. And we have coming in at sunrise, Lonnie, an artist in Winnipeg. So you guys can say hi if you want. There she is. All right.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
So I lit a candle, Joseph.
Awesome. That's
but it's in a birch container.
Oh, beautiful.
So at nighttime you could see through the birch.
Well, this is a great way to start the day. You guys in the East have a couple hours advantage on us. Yeah. Anyways, and there's Kristen and her baby, the first time a baby.
Sweet.
What's your baby's name?
His name is Raymond.
Hi, Raymond.
That's right. How could I forget that? Kristen named her child after her drama teacher, who is also my drama teacher, and who's living in South Korea right now. Anyways, well, I guess we're 1 minute away from officially starting off. Thank you, Anne, for everything. Well, Kristen and Lonnie, if you want to say hello. I know all of these characters that are up here right now, so whatever you want to say, that's okay.
Hello, nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I met Joseph many years ago through you, Bruce.
That's right. Yeah, that's
like
right.
after a show at GTNT, which is now called. Yeah.
And we went up to your place and I don't know, had tea or a smudge or something. I can't remember. It wasn't a long visit, but thanks for remembering, Kristen.
It was very nice. Thank you for including me.
Yeah. Thank you. And Lonnie is an artist I met in Winnipeg. So she's here and she's going to be listening, absolutely, and because we do need listeners. And I just wanted to, since everybody here is the first arrivals, we'll say, for Stories Forever, we have 50 storytellers that have registered, probably another 25 that are unregistered. You sound familiar? and so the day is going to be a kind of part talk show and a lot of stories. So the schedule isn't going to be what can I say? It may vary and shift, because I certainly don't want to cut people off, because in the communique I said 5 minutes, but of course people can go longer. All right, so I'm going to turn. I see some smudge happening over there with Joseph, so I'll just turn this over to Joseph. I'm going to turn my screen off only because I'm eating some cornflakes and you guys don't want to watch me doing that. So I'll turn it over to you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Sagawi, no, as we call you, the man of the forest. And yeah, I am the one who is guided by the spirit of the day. That is my name. That's what I'll sometimes introduce myself with. And thank you for activating kakike acimowina forever stories. Ota, Miskanak, Ministik, Turtle Island, and in our territory, like in everybody else's, for example, Louise, you have your own name, and we call it Kikawi no Aski, our mother, the earth. So I've lit up a candle here, so this candle will go on. I think what I'll do is I'll leave it outside so I don't start a fire in my apartment here. I'll leave it closed up outside in a container and just let it burn here while I drive down south, and it'll just burn while I'm traveling, and just keep it on. Candles will go out eventually. So this is a sunrise song and a little prayer to kick this off. And we have sunrise songs, and this is a short story of the song. This old man who used to get up in Little Pine First Nation, according to Rose Atimoyo, who's an elder here, she's in her 90s. And she was always in that place of giving teachings, stories, songs, when I'd go visit her. I haven't seen her for a while due to COVID. And she gave me this little story. She gave me a lot of little stories. And this one was about an old man who would get up and get on his horse and ride into the community and sing to the people to wake up, because sun has risen. The birds are already singing and the land is looking beautiful. And that's what he'd sing every morning. That was the morning alarm back in the day, back in the early, probably early 1900s. And so it's called One Ska. It means wake up, wake up. And there's all kinds of songs, but I'll use this one today because this song has been gifted to the world, I would say, by an old man named Simon Hat, and I don't know what the last name means, but he's from Loon Lake. We have to remember that we don't put our ancestors in the future, or I mean, we don't put them in the past, we put them in the present. So we always say, he's still here. They're still around. She's still around, our elders. So this old man would get up and sing all the way around this village in the mornings. And then when his job was done, there's a certain way that you leave. And one day he was up, got on his horse, but instead of riding it facing forward, he faced backwards. So he was riding, and he didn't sing. He just rode the horse, and the horse, of course, knew where to go exactly. And the horse took him all the way around the community, and everybody was really puzzled. And the next day, the old man, the singer, passed away, crossed over to the spirit world. Yeah, and that was his way of telling everybody, right, that his job was done. And this is an old song that I learned from Lawrence Tobacco from Kawakatus, or poor man's, as they call it. It actually means bent over from hunger. So there's a song. And it's recorded, so if you want to learn it, this is the way Simon taught me. Yeah, Sing along. panoma sa sebe si sagnekamua pe meo na kwan getafino heyo heyo mamo tamak simanto Ichugawe ma Neo Akota Pig Ateo Kanak Pewita Nano Motakaki Achimona Ministik Biskanak Ministik Egomena Gawino Ski Ota Sagawino Aka Gawe Stato Mota Zoom Kaisekatik Sagamio Takawino Ski Huyateo Hikanuska Gisiga Kapigisik and Egomeni Skoka Stipska. Wichena, kami asigaat mona. Kapin tohtamagi oga sino, some tipagation to tamagis to magian. Kakioga miupeg, hi dayton. Okay, Bruce, I'll pass it back to you and to the next storyteller. And thank you for asking me to open it up. It's an honor to do it for the world and for the people here all listening in. On CREE from my territory.
Yeah, we have a kind of impromptu radio style talk show possibilities here, but we have a pretty good lineup already first thing in the morning, so it's really good to see everybody all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And when you get a chance, I'd just like to introduce people. So Dee and Marlene, if you guys don't mind just saying hello so we could see you whenever you're ready. And I'll ask and Scott as well. Nice to see you, Scott. Scott's coming from PEI, and he's a Saskatchewan boy, but I'll just let him say hi in your own way, however.
Hi, everyone. Scott Duffy, Nishkashon, Anmachifnia. My name is Scott Duffy. I'm a Métis from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, with ancestors from the Red River Settlement. And it's an honor to be here, and I really appreciate this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott. And Dee and Marlene, whenever you're ready, just once we see your face, then we know that you're going to say something. And also, anybody, of course, can use the chat if you're used to that, or just give me a call or a text. Well, probably a text when I'm talking. Anyways, well, here we are, and I'm really happy. And I'm sitting here, and I was looking at the time. And I'm thinking, I'm going to be sitting here for probably 13 hours. I'm hoping that, I know I've talked my friends into helping me out with respect, but I got lots of energy. So, and, we've got, I don't know, I would say in the neighborhood of 75 stories coming. And anyways, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Louise to to share a story as well. And Joseph, of course, thank you so much for the opening. There's nothing more beautiful than a song and a prayer to start our day. And of course, Joseph has a few stories, so I will be waiting for him to share, because I know he's going on a long road trip down into the grasslands in southern Saskatchewan today. So, and of course, I imagine he'll be tuning into the stories en route, but we want your stories echoed before you go. So I'm sure he's going to share some stories before we go. So I'll just turn it over to you, Louise. And this is for everybody. I don't know who's listening on live stream because it's, kind of impossible to know. But the stories could be 5 minutes and they could be longer, and that's fine. So people will perhaps have their time moved back, but what a good way, while you're waiting, you're listening to stories. So exe, and I'll turn it over to my good friend Louise, from way up in the Yukon, who I met in Ottawa in 2002. So it's been 21 years.
Uh-huh.
Time flies when you're having fun, eh? Over to you, Mona and me.
Okay, masi cho Indian dohoti, everybody. So than, you're good. The greeting that I shared with you in the Northern Shoshone language of the Nachho Nayaktan peoples from northeastern Yukon. It says, how's the world treating you? And as we know, the world always treats us good. It's just the people that we sometimes have a little bit of difficulty with. But the earth itself, the world itself is a good place. And so I want to also just share a little prayer before I start. I didn't realize that when I was a young woman, even though I think my grandmother probably had some inkling of the potential, because she realized when I was hanging out with her and her friends, they would tell stories and then I would talk about them after. So it wasn't until I was in my early 20s, which seems like a century ago, that I recognized the preciousness of story for historical reasons, for sure, but also for the spiritual power of story. And so I really want to thank my friend for starting this. It's a marathon, we're just going to go all day long, and the beauty of Zoom again. And I want to bring another name into this platform here. And I would like to test people all the time, who brought this Zoom platform. Because during the pandemic, people did all kinds of things on the Zoom to stay connected, because that's what stories are about. It helps you to stay connected, not just with your friends, but with your dear ancestors that you might not even have known are your ancestors. So story to me is very important. So before I tell any stories, I just want to say this little prayer in Northern Shoshone to remove any difficulties, especially for the students. You might be nervous. Don't be nervous. It's your story and we love you. We love to hear your story. Ayara cho taringi, aju sohothan, gonzothan. Engya yohotzi, janak neo taringi. Oya slanigi, agika. Dawanigi du. Othanali, sothan. Sothan means make it good. And thank you too, my dear friend. When I first met you, Joseph, you came to the Yukon, and I was so happy to meet you and to offer you my bicycle so you could get around. Yeah. So one of the things that I have learned over the last probably 45, 46 years or so about story is that story has their way with you. Story is not a performance. A story is allowing the energy of the lessons or the teachings to come out orally. And that's one of the issues that I always had when I was working in a government agency, which will remain nameless, is that they had a literature program there to access, but they didn't have an orature program. And I think that wherever you travel on Turtle Island, and you mentioned that, Joseph, we're all living here on this beautiful Turtle Island, and all the stories are in the earth, in the air, in the water. Everywhere you look, there's a story. How did snow come? How did seasons come? So probably anything we touch, anything that touches us, is relative to another human story. And I do recall when my grandmother, and I think about her often, she would tell me stories about animals. And I was just very young, and I said, Grandma, how come these animals, they talk and they don't talk now? She said, they got their own language. She said, but at one time they did talk. And but now us too, we're like them in many ways, but we're more human. She said, so that's what we have to try and be in our lives. Be more human, she said. Be more loving. Be more kind. Be more compassionate with people. Be honest. She told me all these things. Be respectful. She said, honor everybody that comes your way. She said, animals, they run away from people. That's our difference. She said, people go towards people. So that's just one of the little teachings that she shared with me. And as I grew older, I started to understand just a little bit what she meant. So this story I want to share this morning. As I said, stories have their way with people. Last night, I was thinking, what can I share in 5 minutes? So that's why I phoned my friend Bruce this morning. I said, that's just the opening of the story, 5 minutes. Where is it situated? Who shared the story with you? Who do you want to honor? So the story that I was thinking about yesterday is long gone now. It's somewhere out there to be captured sometime for the future. So I think, Joseph, you met this beautiful elder in the Yukon. Her name, everybody knows her by Auntie Angela. Mrs. Sydney, Auntie. And she's the one that actually initiated the Yukon International Storytelling Festival. She went down to Toronto to another storytelling festival. She got home. Yeah, we raise our hand to her. She came back home and she was so tired. She said, boy, I don't want to go all the way back down there. And I'm so tired. She said, let's have one right here. We got lots of storytellers here in this country, she said, and we invite all other people to come up and join us. So she instigated that. So we named one of the tents at the festival after her. Tunadima, let's call her Auntie. Yeah. A long time ago, this young man, he always had his eye on one woman in the village. So, in those days, a man had to prove himself that he could support somebody. So he went to this uncle. He became a good hunter before he approached this woman and her parents. And they got married. Well, it wasn't too long before he found out that this woman that he married, that he loved very much, she was very jealous. She's so jealous, she even say, yeah, I know you want to marry Sun Chief daughter. And he used to laugh at her. How could he marry the Sun Chief's daughter? He's thinking. But despite that, he just thought, I'll still stick with her because She's the woman I love. So this went on. She even accused him of his own sister, things like that, you know. Finally, it just broke his heart. He couldn't stand it anymore. He is just so hurt because she doesn't trust him. He realized that even though his love was only for her, she had no trust for him. So one day he packed his little sack and he ran away. He ran out to a meadow, and as he was running, he was crying. His heart was broken. And he ran. And as you know, as people know around here on this screen, when you cry, when you're grieving, when you're sad, you get weak. Your legs get weak. Your arms, even your back get weak. You slump over. And when he was running, he fell to the ground. He fell in the meadow. He laid there and he just cried. Why is it, he's thinking, I love this woman so much and she don't trust me? And as he's crying there, hear a little voice. Hey, grandson. And he thought he was like imagining things. Grandson, come visit. And he looked on the ground. He saw a little hole there. And he looked in there. Cookum, elder in there. She's got a little kerchief on. She's smoking pipe. Come visit, she said. And just like that, he just got small and he went in there. I hear you crying. What's wrong with you? What you crying about? And he told her his sad story. Ah, poor thing. He can't go shul, she told him. Listen here, she said, now. You see my bed, go sleep there for a while. I'm going to make us something to eat. Sleep is really good when you're sad. You should try to sleep. So he laid down there, he just conked right out. When he woke up, oh boy, he smelled fish cooking. He smelled berries. Oh, he had appetite. But he was thinking, oh, how she's going to fill me, you know, like he's still thinking as a large man with a little basket is about big as a thimble full of dry fish, and she boiled that fish. And she's got another little basket of berries, and he's thinking, I don't know if I'm going to get full, but anyways, he sat down there with her and enjoyed that fish. After they finished eating, he felt good. She loaded up her pipe again. She smoked her pipe. You know, grandson, she said, you deserve to marry the Sun Chief daughter. You deserve it. All your patience, all your kindness. Yes, and I'm going to help you, she said. You see this stick here? This willow? This willow can stretch. And she showed him it was a willow, and she pushed it up like a telescope. And he said, you know, like them spyglass they used to use. She said, I like that. She pushed it. She said, take this willow, you can push it right up to the sky world. I'm going to give you some other things too for when you get there. She brought him out 2 little jackets. One was made with hummingbird feather. Oh, so pretty. And the other one was like a camp robber, you know, a little blue jay. 2 little jackets. She said, you're going to need this. And then she dug around in her stuff and she brought out a little pouch. And in that pouch is flint. You're going to use this one too, she said. So she put it around his neck, flint. Last one I'm going to give you here, she said. This is a precious one. She gave him little birch bark container, like a little small basket. And in there was moss. And in that moss was a piece of ice. She said, when you get up there, you're going to hear girls laughing. You know that Sun Chief, he got 2 girls. And he's very fussy. He don't like any men coming around there. You're going to see. And you're going to hear them girls. And they're going to be on a big swing in the sky. Sure enough, when he went up there, he pushed that willow. He climbed. I don't know how long it took to climb, but he finally climbed up there to the sun world through the sky. And just as his elder, as his old grandma tell him, he heard girls laughing. And he walked over there. 2 sisters on a big swing in the sky, laughing away, having a good time. So he put on a first jacket. That's a little camp robber jacket. And he flew by that swing. They said, get out of our way. Get out of the way. We don't want to hit you. So he realized they weren't so attracted to that jacket, to that bird. So he put on a little hummingbird jacket. You know how fast a hummingbird like this. Oh boy, those girls, they never saw a hummingbird. They grab it. The older sister, she's really quick. She grabbed that hummingbird. She pet it like that. Well, that guy likes that, eh? How he's being petted. Now, when that big swing would swing like that in the sky, it would make a sound. And he said it'd make a sound like a bell. Goes wong as it comes back and forth, wong. Why? Because that's how their guard, this man, he's a chief's guard for his daughters. That's how he knows where those girls are. And he could hear that sound. Well, the swing had stopped because they're playing with that little bird. And the younger sister told the older sister, gee, why don't you give me that bird? She said. And her older sister said, well, what you got to trade? She said, I got silver bracelet. She said, me too. I'm the Sun Chief's daughter after all. You know, teasing her like this. And she tried copper bracelet. No. How about dentalium? She said, I got dentalium. Okay. So they trade. She gave her that little bird, and her sister gave her that dentalium bracelet. Pretty soon that guard, he come and said, what's going on here, you girls? They said, oh, we're just playing around here with this little bird. He said, well, you better come for supper because your mom cook and your dad's going to wonder where you are. So you come down and eat. They said, okay. So they went down. They sit around there, eat their food, and they were restless. You know, they want to go play with that bird over in their sleeping quarters where they sleep. They went in there, they play with that little bird all night, laughing. That little bird is having a good time. So you got to remember that little bird is that man, like he's just in heaven, you know, 2 beautiful girls paying attention to him. Finally, I guess they went to sleep. That Sun Chief, he's not happy. He was kept awake all night, so he told his guard there, you go get those girls up. He said, they kept me awake all night. I don't know what they're doing over there, laughing, yelling around there. You go tell them to come here. So that guard went down there where those girls have their sleeping area. He looked in there. Oh my goodness. There's a man laying there between those two girls, sleeping away. Because in the middle of the night, that guy got too warm. He has that little jacket on. And he took his jacket off, and of course he turned back to a man. And the guard said, "Whoa, you guys are in trouble." And those girls said, "What? Where'd this guy come from?" They had no idea. So anyways, the guard ran over, he told the Sun Chief, and Sun Chief is mad. He said, "You tell him come and have some good breakfast before he dies." This guy's caught in this situation. So he goes over there. And two girls are just, fearful for his life because, their dad is very serious about this. He don't want any man fooling around with his daughters without his full permission. And so he says, well, you have yourself a good breakfast before you die. That guy is just really shocked. And those daughters, they're just crying. "Oh, no, don't do that. He didn't have anything to do with us." And they're making all these excuses. And the father is thinking to himself, So he said, "Well, I tell you what," he said, "I want you to go down to the little creek over here and get me some water." And so the man is thinking, well, this guy might be my future father-in-law, so I better listen to him. And so he goes down, he gets a bucket, he's going down. Two giant eagles just attack him, just ferociously, just start biting him and everything. And he has that little flint. He pulled that flint out. He killed them. 2 eagles, they were the guardians of the water. And he came back with that water well. That Sun Chief was pretty impressed. Hey, he said, "You got good power. You got quite a bit of power there," he said. Ha, ha, ha. And he said, "Put that water in a pot, big copper pot. Make fire," he said. "I want you to boil that water." So that young man is thinking, well, I better listen to this chief because he might be my father-in-law. So he started a fire, and that Sun Chief said, "Put the lid on so it boils fast." "Okay," he said. So pretty soon it's steaming on the side. And that chief said to that guy, "Check, see if it's boiling." So he got stick and he took off the lid. And just as he was taking off the lid, here that Sun Chief pushed him right inside that boiling water. Ooh. Boiling water. Now he's got that little birch bark there with a little ice. And he's got that little jacket, that little hummingbird jacket. He put it on really quick. And inside the lid is a little indentation like this. Could just fit a little hummingbird in there, I guess. That small. And he took the ice and he put that little piece of ice over himself. And he just stick there till that water stopped boiling, start cooling off. He waited. Then he took that little jacket off and he jumped out of that pot. Well, that was it. That chief tested him enough, so he said, "Ho, ho, ho. Yeah," he said, "you got the power. Which one of my girls do you marry?" And of course, the older one said, "It wasn't me. That I made a trade with my little sister here. It's her." He said, "Okay," he said. "All right. I give you my daughter for Mary, to marry her." So some time went by, but he took his daughter aside when they first got together. He said, "I tell you, my girl, them people, earth people, They always worry about their old parents, their grandparents, but their parents too. You know, your parents take care of you when you're helpless, when you're a little kid. So on the earth, the same thing. When your parents get old, they can't take care of themselves very good. Yeah, that's you. You got to take care of them. That's how they believe. So you watch. Pretty soon your husband is going to tell you, I got to go back down. I got to take care of my old parents. My mom and dad are getting old. You watch. Now, because that man had already told him what happened with his jealous wife and how he got up to Sky World and all that. You know, he told stories to his father-in-law. And he told his daughter, I don't want him to go back down there and get tangled up again with his jealous wife. I want him to be true to you. He said, oh, okay. He said, you see this feather? He gave her a nice feather. When you go back down, you're going to check the water. If that feather comes out wet, that means that he talked to his former wife, that jealous lady. Okay, father, she said, okay, my dad, I'll listen to you. So she never shared that with her husband. Yep, the day came and her husband said to his wife, listen, my girl, he said, I got to go back down. Got to take you with me too, I guess. He said, let's talk to your father. Of course, his father-in-law is ready for this story. He said, okay, son-in-law. He said, I understand. You got to take care of your parents. That's good. He said, I'll help you. And he gave him back that willow that he came up with so he can stretch the willow and go back down to earth. And he said, and I got something else for you too. He reached in his pocket and he brought out a little carved canoe, wooden little canoe. And he gave it to him. He said, you're going to use this when you get down there. So down they went on that stretchy willow there from the sky world, went back down to earth. Here they land right by the river that leads to where his people were camped. He dig that little boat out of his pocket. He threw it in the water. It grew big. And they put all their stuff in there. Oh, his wife is so surprised. She look around. She see everything on earth. She never see that before. But she trusts him. So they jump on a boat, travel down near where his people were camped. Now it's our tradition. When you have a new partner or even a new friend, you always warn your people that these people are coming with you so that they can put on their good clothes, you know, because we have working clothes, you know, you're cutting fish or you're drying meat and all that. So you have your working clothes on. But when you're meeting a new person into the community, like this man married this woman, that you have to put your good clothes on. So he landed the boat and he told his wife that. He said, I have to go ahead and prepare the people for your coming. They want to put on their best clothes to meet you. So you wait here, he said. Okay, she said. She sat there in the canoe. The canoe was dragged up on the shore, but she sat there. And off he went and he told his parents. He said, yeah, he said, I married Sun Chief daughter. And so everybody got their best clothes on and they're going to have big feast and all of this. So he told his brothers, you know, he told his brothers, go down there and bring my wife. They went down there and look around and they don't see her. They see all their stuff beside the boat. So they went back and they told her brother, we don't see nobody. We just see daylight in the boat. That's her, he said. That's my wife. that Sun Chief daughter, just light. So he brought her back to the community. Eventually, she started to take on a human form. Everybody's happy. Wow, we got such a special woman in our community. Of course, old jealous, eh? I told you want to marry Sun Chief daughter, still jealous, still carrying that burden. Anyway, she watched the man, his habits, every day go down, get fresh water for his wife, bring it back. And his wife checked that water every day too, without him knowing. And one day, here that jealous lady, she sabotaged him, eh? She jumped out of the bush. He said, I told you want to marry Sun Chief daughter. Get away from me, he said. He's not supposed to talk to her, right? So when he brought that water back, his wife checked it. A feather come out wet. Oh my goodness, that wife felt so bad. She said, did you talk to your former wife? He said, well, not really. I just pushed her away. Boom, she went back to Sun World. That man feels so bad. And the chief is very angry. He asked his daughter, when is the hottest time of the day on earth where that man lives? She said, around middle of the day. And that chief just poured down his vengeance. Fire. He started fire, forest fire everywhere. Oh boy, big fire down there. And that man ran around. He gathered up the best hunters, the best fishermen, people who make things. And in the Yukon, that riverbank come over like this. And under there, beside the river, is still ice, sometime all summer. It's cold under there. And he gathered all those people and he pushed them in there. And he put the storytellers in there too. Musicians, people who sing. He pushed them all under there. And he still had that little ice. And he plugged it. They waited out that fire. They survived. Many years went by, a couple of years, I guess. He carried around that burden in his heart, that his father-in-law don't like him, I guess. He thought, I want to go and tell the truth, what really happened to my father-in-law. Finally, he had that little willow. He carried that with him too. He went up there again after the fire all burned out, took care of the people. And he called out, father-in-law, what are you doing up here? He said, well, I want to clear my reputation. I want to clear something up with you. What? So he told him the truth. He told him what happened. He said, I never brought that onto myself. Oh, Sun Chief feel pity for him. He said, okay, you can take my girl again, my daughter. And they went back down to earth again. So now they say, when you look out into a crowd, anywhere you go, you look into that crowd and you're going to see descendants of this couple. Those people, they got light around them. That's a story. Masi.
Oh, now that's a story and a half. Thank you, Louise. I always get a kick out of all your expressions. Speaking of expressions, you can see we have a lot more guests, and that's fantastic. So I'd like to welcome Nimis, my big sister, Marlene Miller, who Louise knows. Hi.
Hi.
And for the rest of you, as long as you don't mind us seeing your morning face, you can just turn your camera on and just wave your hand. You don't have to go through introductions. Some of the names I don't recognize. I have a running list of the people that's registered, and thank you. And just so you know, you're certainly welcome to tell a story, even if you just appeared. There are some people scheduled, so you'll just have to hang in and listen to stories. So just let us see you, give us a wave. Otherwise, we live in this age now where people literally for years have been talking to black voids for words. But we're still fortunate that through technology, we're able to bring everybody together in this cyber world. So we'll do our best to be family. And I think even through these waves, this cyber world, we can feel it. And you know what I'm talking about? We have something going on. And I kind of describe it as this word miote. I have an artistic entity called Miote Performance, and nobody really knows about it because I don't, make a big profile. But miote means out of the goodness of your heart, and that's what we're seeing here is everybody's here out of the goodness of their hearts. Hi, Zoe. And so thank you so much for that. It's so important to recognize that because we all have it. And we have people from faraway places. Diana has tuned in with her children from Belize. And I'm sure, we're going to find people from all over the place. Regina, and artists, students. So I'll just quickly tell you what the schedule is. Scott's going to be on in 8 minutes. Scott, 8:30. Then Kathy, if you're around, you're at 8:40. Robert at 8:45. Desiree at 8:50. Marie-Louise at 8:55. And just so you know, I'll follow the list, but we will absolutely get you in there. So if you're ready to tell a story, and keep in mind that every story is valid. Doesn't have to be a long story. And we can also have a conversation, a running conversation as we're cruising along. Today, April 1st, no fooling. This is real. It's not a joke. And just acknowledge that your scheduled time may be moved back X amount of time as we make way for elders and perhaps people who need to leave. Anyways, don't want to babble on. Just pass this on, and keep in mind, if you're ready to do a story, just send me a message, 306-850-4000, or you can also do it in the chat. Okay, so we'll accommodate everybody because we got all day. So Scott, are you ready to rock and roll? Where are you?
I'm right here. I was just setting up my sash. I was going to weave a roll of my sash while I talked, but I'm kind of leery to do that because I don't want to be rude. I don't want to look at my sash while I'm talking to everyone else. But the reason why I was going to do that was because woven sash, you can see it has these little lines in it, eh? Like it's got the lightnings and it's got these little lines. Every little line is one row of weaving. And it takes, like for this sash here, this is a smaller sash, it takes me about 10 minutes to weave one row. So I thought that would be good if I weaved a row, and then when I'm done, I know I have to stop talking. But I'm kind of scared to do that now because I don't want to be rude. So I'll just try to share this little story without weaving. But I'm going to talk a little bit about the sash as well with the story.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? I'm sure it's okay with everybody if you do the weaving thing. We've had a number of meetings, you know, with fire in our eyes, and we had artists doing their thing and talking. So it's perfectly fine if you want to go for it. And keep in mind that you can also come back at any time and tell your story a different way. And this goes for everybody, okay? We'll try to accommodate everybody. Okay, anyways, just keep on rocking. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna weave then while I talk. If I sound mumbly or something, let me know and I'll clarify what I said. So thanks for bearing with me on this. So the story I want to tell is about, well, it's about a lot of my ancestors, ancestors who came from the Red River. Those were French-speaking Métis, and often they would speak French, and they would also speak Cree because they were really part of the culture of the territory, the buffalo hunting culture. And the Cree language was very much the language of the fur trade, from what I understand. So, like my third great grandpa, he spoke French and Cree, and I got a chance to talk to the oldest matriarch of our family. She's 99 years old, and I got a chance to visit her and get stories from her a couple of years ago. And so she said that they spoke French at home, but they also spoke French and Cree. And who these people were, a couple hundred years ago, there was a man who, he was a voyager. So he'd travel in the canoe and he'd travel from Quebec, he'd go to the prairie region to hunt buffalo and, you know, and really became part of the life out there. So he went out there and he married a woman, and he had some children with that woman, and he was what they would call a free trader and or a freeman. And so these men didn't really work so much for one or the other fur trade company, but just kind of worked on their own as fur traders, and they would often marry into a community. And those were like the ancestors of the Métis Nation. But so this he was my fifth great grandpa. He did that, but then he went back to Quebec to try to increase his fur trade business. And while he was there, he met another woman. And so he married her as well. And he probably thought, well, I can have a wife on the prairies and I can have a wife in Quebec and maybe go back and forth. But the woman he married, she was a little bit older. Like she wasn't, like back then, if you were in your mid-20s, you were getting past marrying age. And she was just getting past her mid-20s. So she was quite mature for a young lady of that era. And anyways, so they got married, and he said, well, I'm going to go back to the prairies now and work and, you know, do my job as a fur trader to earn a living. And she said, you're not going anywhere without me. I don't want to stay in this small town all alone here. I didn't get married so I could keep living in this small town all alone. I'm going with you. Well, holy smokes, you can imagine the stress and angst that he would have felt. But he said, okay. So him and 3 other men and like business partners, they bought their canoe, they bought their fur trade goods, and they traveled in the canoe all the way to the Red River region. And it was a volatile situation. As soon as he got there, his first wife heard of them, and it was volatile. They had to break camp and go off on their own. And anyways, that was one of the kind of a unique family back then. That was one of the ancestors of the Métis people. He was, and so his wife was known as the first white lady to live in the West. And so her descendants, like they really settled in that Red River colony. And so one of her children, well, she had 2 children on the buffalo hunt. They lived that buffalo hunting lifestyle, and 2 of her children were born on the buffalo hunt. And so one of her daughters, her name was La Cypress, because she was born under a cypress tree in Cypress Hills. And so that would be my 4th great grandma. And her sister married Louis Riel Sr. So her sister, La Cypress's sister, whose name was Julie Riel. So anyways, and La Cypress married another French voyageur. So they were Métis, but they were actually also French. They were French people who indigenized and acculturated into the Métis culture. So time went on from, the 1820s to the 1860s was kind of a golden era for Métis people. And then we get to my 3rd great grandma. Her name was Melanie Nolt. She married a man named Larivière, and that was my 3rd great grandpa. But her cousin, that would be Julie Riel's son, and he was a very famous leader. So that was her first cousin, and they would have been very close because their mums were sisters. So that was almost like a sibling connection. So that was her first cousin. So we had this golden era of the Métis Nation, and then we had the Reign of Terror happened when the Métis asserted themselves and that they had a right to be on the land and to maintain their homes and not be run out of town by incoming settlers. And so there was the resistance, and what they call the Reign of Terror happened after, where a bunch of atrocities happened in the Red River at the hands of the Canadian Army. So one of the stories is about how Julie Riel's son was always being chased because he was the main leader of the Métis at that time. And he went to visit his cousin Melanie, and he would have premonitions when he went to visit. He would have a premonition when the army was on their way to get him, and they would be visiting, and all of a sudden he would stop. I gotta go. I think they're coming. Sure enough, he would leave, and 10 minutes later, the army would show up, ransack the house, harass the family. So he had that ability to that spiritual connectedness to kind of have that intuition. And so time went on, the resistance happened, the Métis unfortunately became dispersed, and La Cypress ended up living with Melanie in her final days, and she had a little bit of dementia, and this lady, this older lady who told me these stories, she's 99 years old now, she would tell me it was her mom's job to look after La Cypress. Lassie Press was her mom's grandma. And she would, Lassie Press would often start to wander off and wander towards the river, and she would say, I have to go get buffalo chips, because that was the main fuel source back then, was buffalo chips. So she would, it was this lady, that told me that story. And also, so going on now into the new generations, you had, like, this lady would have been my great grandma's first cousin. So it would have been Lassie Press, Melanie Lariviere, and then Melanie's daughter was my second great grandma. She moved from Red River to Jackfish, Saskatchewan, which is north of North Battleford. And so they went underground with Métis identity because they kind of had to survive. And but my great grandma, Eliza was her name. She had met Louis Riel when she was a child, and she had these stories of him, and she knew what happened to them in the Reign of Terror. She knew what happened to her family, and they kind of lived with that, but never talked about it. But when she got very old in the 1960s, she would talk about it more and share the stories that she knew about that time. And so getting into the late 1960s now, my great grandma, my great grandma, and my grandma's sister decided to all make a pilgrimage to kind of honor their heritage, honor their family, to honor their leader. And their leader would have been Julie Riel's son, and would have been Lassie Press's nephew, would have been Melanie's cousin. He was a father, he was an uncle, he was a brother, he was a husband. They wanted to honor him because those family connections were strong. These were loved ones. Those families were so interconnected, just like a sash. The threads, they were like threads in a sash. They were just so interconnected, and so they wanted to honor him, honor their heritage, and so they were going to make a pilgrimage to Regina, to the place where he was executed, unfortunately. And apparently there was a statue of him being unveiled in Regina at around this spot, and so they decided to make this pilgrimage. It would have been around 1969. And so they drove all the way down there. You know, and you got to think 1969, people weren't, this wasn't a popular thing. Like, they were really stepping out of a comfort zone to make this pilgrimage. But so they did. They drove to Regina and they went to this unveiling of this statue. This statue was unveiled. Oh man, they were not impressed. Apparently it was a statue of a naked man in a tortured state, kind of. And, you know, I could see the artist was connecting to something when he made that statue, but it just didn't resonate with the family, because to the family, the statue of that person, it's not about just that time of pain that he went through. That person had a whole life as a father, a brother, a cousin, an uncle, a husband, a son, a grandson. And so that was a very painful experience. They came home from the pilgrimage and they were just very, very, very upset, especially my great grandma, who had actually met him. And she passed away shortly after that. And then another similar statue was unveiled in Manitoba, which was similar, a naked figure who was kind of distorted and tortured figure. And again, that a lot of controversy. But now there are statues of him that kind of honor him, look at him in a very statesman-like way. But it just made me think, how it's good. Statues are good, like they let you in, they help you reflect on a certain time and a certain culture or place. But there's another side to it. It's just to make sure not to have a relationship to the statue, but a relationship to what you're connecting to. And that's more of a spiritual thing. It's connecting to ancestors and culture and heritage and everything, because it's who you are. But the statue is just to help you think about that. But we got to be careful with those things. That was what I took from that story. And it's very similar, I find, with the sash. You have a modern sash here, and they're great. Like they're easy to get, and you wear them, and it's a way to honor your heritage and to it's a doorway into it. It's just also good to remember that sashes were originally handmade, and they took hours and hours and hours to make. Yeah, and they're beautiful, and they represent a lot, and you can put your own meaning into it. And yeah, so it just made me think, and especially what Louise was saying about putting on your nice clothes before you go somewhere. That's what the sash was for. The fur traders would put on their sash before they went to the communities to do fur trading. And yeah, so that's my story. I don't know what lesson there is in there, but that's my story, and thanks for letting me share all my relations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Wow. And so the sash weaving got done, eh?
One row got done, but I was distracted, so I messed up my threads, and now I gotta go and undo what I just did and redo it. So it didn't work out, but that's okay.
You gave it a shot. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're just gonna go to Kathy. Are you ready? Are you ready, Kathy? Okay, just go on in.
Okay, well,
And just start. And
all right. Good morning, everybody. My name's Kathy. I'm one of the librarians at the University Library. I have what I hope you will find to be a humorous story. This is something that happened to me and my family 15 years ago. Both of my parents live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And Santa Fe is a beautiful, beautiful area of the world. I often think it's a magical place. Yeah, my parents live in this 100-year-old adobe house, and you can see handprints in the walls from the people who made the house. It's extraordinary. And so 15 years ago, I decided to take my two daughters, who were 6 and 9 at the time, and fly down to Santa Fe to go visit my parents. And when we got there, we discovered that my mother was not doing very well. She was quite ill and had become bedridden. And so we spent quite a bit of time with her, combing her hair and taking care of her. And at one point, my dad said, "Why don't you take the girls and go for a drive, go see the countryside, you've done really well with your mother, but you need to get out of the house a little bit." And just the day prior, my youngest sister arrived. So the four of us rented a vehicle, and we got into the car, and I thought, let's go on a little adventure. So if you don't know the New Mexico area, not only is it an extraordinary place to be, so if you haven't been, you really need to go see it. It's lovely. But just about, I'd say about an hour and a half northwest of Santa Fe, there's a very historic site, and it's called Los Alamos. And if you know about the history of that area, it's where they developed the first nuclear bomb. And so I wanted to show my children that space, not out of any perverseness or anything like that, but I thought they needed to see where this massive event took place so that they understood the significance of how terrible what happened because of what happened there. And so we drove up to Los Alamos. It's a weird town. They have a weird celebration of the atomic bomb. And so I was trying to show my children that, this is not the way to think about atomic bombs. We don't celebrate it. And so my kids were, although they were 6 and 9, I think they understood the significance of where we were. And then I don't know what I was thinking. I think I kind of went a little bit out of my brain because as we were driving around Los Alamos, I said to my kids and my sister, I said, how about we see how close we can get to the nuclear research facility? And so we started driving, and the way the military base is that, there's a whole bunch of roads that go towards the base, and then they sort of funnel you into a checkpoint. And I'm driving, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if this is really a smart idea. I can tell you it wasn't a smart idea, but it was not a smart idea. But as they funneled you towards the checkpoint, there was no way to get off that road. So I thought, okay, well, we'll get to the checkpoint and they're going to turn us around. We get to the checkpoint and there's nobody at the gate. And there's cars behind me and there's no way for me to turn around. So I thought, well, keep driving, Kathy. So I kept driving, and we're driving around and we're looking around, and there's like military people all over the place. There's scientists, and we're tooting around on this nuclear research facility that they do top secret research in. And then all of a sudden I look in the rear view mirror of the car that we're driving, and I see a whole bunch of military police driving super fast behind me, and we're surrounded. And my eldest daughter, Rachel, starts crying, we're going to jail, we're going to jail. And I'm like, shut up, like, be quiet, like, stop it. And my youngest daughter is like, this is so cool, oh my God. And my sister sitting next to me, she's like, oh, F Kathy, this is ridiculous. What have you gotten us into? The military MPs get out of their vehicle, they walk to the car, I roll down the window. Meanwhile, the eldest back there still crying, we're going to jail. And I look over at the young man and I say, hi. And he goes, show me your badge. And my youngest daughter pipes up from the back seat of the car, we don't need no stinking badges. And I looked at the gentleman, I said, sir, I don't have a badge. And he goes, you need to get off this facility right now. I said, I understand. You're right. I need to get out of here right now. And he goes, I want you to go to the end of this road here. Do you see the end of the road? I said, yes. And he goes, and I want you to turn left. I said, I understand. And he goes, and that will take you off the facility. Don't ever come back. And I said, no, I understand completely. Rolled up the window. My sister next to me is just looking out the other window. She won't look at me. She's livid. So I get in the car. I tell everybody to be quiet in the back. Start the car up, and I'm driving to the end of the road. And I am left-right challenged. So if someone says turn left, I actually have to look at my hand to see which hand makes an L. And I'm so nervous, my hands are sweating. I don't check my hand and I turn right. And we're driving further into the research facility, closer and closer to these secret buildings. And sure enough, the MPs surround us again. And I roll down the window and he goes, I told you to turn left. I said, I know, I'm left-right challenged. And he's looking at me like I am a crazy woman. He goes, you are going to turn this car around right now, and we are going to follow you and escort you off this facility. And I said, that sounds good. And he goes, you have no choice, ma'am. I said, okay, I understand. And I rolled up the window again. And again, the kids in the back were just now quiet, not saying a word. And we're driving off the facility and we get escorted off, and we drive down the road a little bit on the highway, and I pull over and I get out of the car, and my sister was mad. She goes, what were you thinking? Like, clearly nothing. I clearly was not thinking of anything. I wanted to see how close we could get. And she goes, And that's the problem, Kathy. You wanted to see how close you could get. We got really close. We got too close. And I said, I know, but now we know. And I was trying to say, well, it's their fault. They didn't have anybody at the gate. And she goes, Kathy, it's not their fault. And I said, well, it kind of is. And she goes, just get us back to Mom and Dad's house. So we had a very quiet hour-and-a-half long drive home to Santa Fe. We pull into the driveway. We get out of the car, and my dad goes, and my mother was awake. So she was actually, she had rallied, and she was sitting at the table. And we walk in, my mother goes, oh, I hear you girls went on a ride. And I said, we did. And Janet goes, tell them. So I said to, my mom and dad are sitting there at the kitchen table, and I said, well, we drove to Santa Fe, and my mom goes, or we drove to Los Alamos. And my mother goes, oh, how was that? And I said, well, it was interesting. And my sister Janet goes, tell them everything, Kathy. And so I said, well, I wanted to see how close we could get to the nuclear research facility. And my dad's jaw just dropped. And he goes, you did what? I said, well, we actually drove onto the nuclear research facility, and we were driving around, and the MP surrounded us. And my mother, who had a potty mouth like nobody, yells at me and says, what the F is wrong with you? Have you shit for brains? This is like the worst thing anybody could possibly do. And I'm like, yes, I have shit for brains. I don't know what I was thinking. And then my kids were like, Mommy almost got us arrested. And I'm like, guys, go play outside, do something. Anyways, it is one of my favorite stories to tell. As an unintentional consequence, or you could consider it coincidence, for the last 15 years, every time I pass through airport security, or every time I cross the border to get into the United States, I always get special treatment. I am always randomly selected for an extra pat down. So if I ever ask you to travel with me, just be aware, we're going to be a little while at security. And I have just gotten totally used to it now. I just stand there, it's like, yeah, pat me down, get in there, like there's nothing there. One of these days, I'm hopeful that I will be able to go through airport security without extra special treatment. But the moral of the story is, one, don't travel with me because I might take you somewhere we shouldn't be. Two, if someone says, let's get close to a secret nuclear research facility, say no. And three, I actually think it was a good thing to do. It was fun. It was an adventure. I don't regret it at all. And that is my story.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, it was absolutely great. I'm realizing that, well, we're going to have a whole bunch of stories of every imaginable way. And I was, for the people who've put their glamorous puss on the screen, we can see lots of smiles and stuff. So that's really important. I'm going to ask Robert to just go on hold for a second. We're going to insert a storyteller from New York City. The Saskatchewan gal, Kristen, is going to share something with us. And we'll be doing a little bit of jockeying around as time goes on. So, like I said, the default is listening to another story while waiting your turn. And we also have people parachuting in. So we're all getting inspired, so that's the thing. I'm hoping that more people will get inspired. I have people getting hold of me and asking me that they're ready and all of this. So make sure that you text me or put it on the chat if you simply, that story has to explode out of you or something to that effect, and we'll take care of you. So anyways, let's go over to Kristen. And for you people that are in the black, it's okay to show us your face from time to time. You don't have to stay lit, but just let us see you. Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Kristen.
Hey, thanks for fitting me in, Bruce. Can everyone hear me? I'm okay? All right. So I thought what I would do was actually read from an email that I sent a friend 2 years ago, when a lot of things had changed in my life. And I sent this to my friend Yvette, who's a great writer. And so when I'm writing to her, I always feel the pressure to be really expressive and also edited while I send things. So I wrote to her that I've been meaning to write for the longest time to let you know that last month I gave birth to a baby who some of you met, who's now 2 years old. We named him Raymond after Montalbetti, but he was also born on the same day as his great-grandfather, Raymond Spica, so it seemed fated. The pregnancy was challenging, and so I hunkered down and really fell into myself. We were still in full COVID here in New York City when that happened. And then Matt and I had COVID in February, and those were mild cases, but it was still incredibly scary. And at about that time, I was diagnosed with gestational diabetes, which is extremely difficult, and managing blood sugar became a full-time job. So while I had no control kind of over what my blood was doing, I also lost my sense of smell from COVID, and the loss and gradual return of smell sort of bookended the pregnancy and the birth of the child. And so at first there was nothing. Well, that's not completely true. At that time, eating was really strange. I would bite a strawberry and taste the memory of it. Slowly, then the sense returned, as if they were coming from a great distance away. They were very faint, like the sound of a person calling to you from the other side of a hill. I still don't have the complete return of that sense. And what has returned is off kilter, like blood and body odors smell like yeast, and Coca-Cola like metal, and yogurt is so sour, and it has almost no flavor, and on and on. And then I wrote to her, I should have said that the baby is healthy. He is incredibly strong, and I've never met a baby newborn who could hold up his head. He should be fairly COVID resistant, having been exposed in utero and also having been vaccinated just before he was born. And so I had those kind of intense experiences, and the kind of like loss of the sense of smell. And when COVID happened in New York City and everything shut down, there was also a total shift in the sound, that everything got really, really quiet. There was no traffic. You would hear sometimes sirens coming from a long way away. And we would go up to the roof of our building and we would just not see any, but we would hear sirens of ambulances and fire trucks moving all over the city as they're finding people and bringing them to the hospital. So it was a strange experience of not being super tactile with the world, but hearing it differently and sort of losing a sense of it this way. And then as the baby was born, people were getting vaccinated and we started to re-enter the world again. And slowly I started to taste things again, and slowly the sound of the world shifted again. And it was just a really, and also when you have a child, I mean, it's so, they're on you all the time. They're like warm or hot. It's wet. It's really a sensual experience. And so it was strange to almost like pass through this like cave of like altered sensation and then come out the end of it where sensation is so intense and still is, that really shifts everything. So that's maybe an inelegant story, but that's a bit of a story. And maybe just to finish that, I'm a theater maker, and that's how I met Bruce. And the first play I saw when we could finally go see plays was called By Heart. And it was a man who came on stage and he invited 12 people on stage with him. And then he told us that the play would be over when everyone on stage learned to speak a Shakespearean sonnet by heart. Then he taught the sonnet to them by telling a story of his grandmother who was losing her sight, and she loved to read. And so she asked him to teach her one book by heart so she could continue to read as she was blind, and she would have that story within her. So she learned the sonnets, and he taught them to her, reading one line at a time. And he did that with the audience. And it was pretty incredible, and a real lesson in the value of just having those stories so deeply within you so that you can carry them throughout your life. And it was really, again, powerful, sensorial experience.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll go over to Robert, and we'll ask Marie Louise is coming up pretty quick, but we'll ask Marlene to come in just before, and yeah, and so we'll just be doing a little adjusting along the way. So Robert, go for it, and also keep in mind, I guess he left. Okay. He'll come back. So Marlene, are you ready?
I am. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Absolutely. Okay, and then after Marlene, we'll go with Desiree's around. I haven't seen you. And then we'll go to Marie Louise. So we're not too far behind schedule. I hope you're okay with that, Marie Louise.
Sure. No problem.
Thank you. Go ahead, Marlene.
Thank you, Bruce. I am trying to decide which story to tell, but as usual, I'm drawn to the story that is, to some people, about death. And I realized as the story is pulling me, that I've always been drawn to death. I've made ceremonial like coffin clothes for people who have died. I've designed an envelope for preemie babies who passed away. And just recently I finished an end of life doula course. So this story about dancing in the Northern Lights is somewhat about death, but for me, I don't have a fear of death. I'm drawn to it. And the Northern, to some people, and I say some people because I don't know, but I've always heard that when you see the Northern Lights, and I do believe that it's the spirits dancing and hoping someday, that's my dream, that you'll see me dancing there. But this story is about me and dancing in the Northern Lights. And I'm curious if anyone has ever done that before, and also what is your interpretation of the Northern Lights? So here goes. My sister, Dr. Laurie Gilchrist, came and visited me on the farm one day. She was living in Edmonton at the time. And we went to town, and I think we went and seen a show. The memories of what we were doing are kind of vague because we were on our way home, and Laurie looked in the mirror, and she was driving a Jeep at the time, and kind of we were on country roads, and it was kind of like a rough little ride, but not too bad. And we were almost home. We were within a quarter mile of home, and she said, "Marlene, what's going on?" And I said, "What?" She said, "Look in your mirror." And the Northern Lights were right across the sky. And like many others, I was just like really in love with them and watching them. And I'm colorblind. So that's part of the story too. But anyway, I looked in the mirror on my side and I could see a row of lights behind us coming down the road. And they were like a line of fire. And she was driving faster and faster. And finally we went scooting into the yard. And these lights followed us in all the way in. And I could just feel every hair on my head. I was so excited. And she screeched up in front of the door and jumped out and went screaming into the house saying, "Hurry up, Marlene, hurry up." And I jumped out of the passenger side of the vehicle, and these northern lights came circling around the drive, and they stopped right in front of to the side and right in front of the vehicle. And I was just fascinated, and I could just feel myself being drawn to them. In the meantime, I could hear just like whispers starting to surround me. And I started walking towards the lights, and I could hear Lori screaming, "No, Marlene, don't go with them. Please, sister, come back." And I couldn't. And I was so fascinated, and I went walking into the middle of these lights, and they were red. I'm colorblind, but I could see red, and they surrounded me, and there I could hear all of the sounds surrounding me, and I could feel every pore on my body. And I started dancing in the lights, and hey, I could hear these sounds surrounding me and whispers of women talking to me, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. But I could still vaguely hear Laurie screaming in the background, "Marlene, don't leave me." And I thought, what is she talking about? And anyway, I was dancing, and I could hear these women talking, and there were so many of them talking to me, and I was dancing, and I felt like I was being uplifted, and it's just like I could see a different world. And then all of a sudden, these lights, just like they set me down, and I was standing there, and I listened to Laurie, and I walked into the house. "What were you doing? What's going on?" I asked, what was going on? And she said, "No, they were trying to take you." I said, "No, they weren't. They were just telling me stories, but I didn't listen. I couldn't make out what they were hearing." So that was the first time, I think, that my sister told me that the Northern Lights is where, when you go into the spirit world, that traditionally is where you go and you dance in the lights. So every time I see the Northern Lights in the sky, I think of the time that I danced with them, and I think of of the stories. For me, that doesn't mean that they were coming to get me, that they were coming there to tell me something. And I think the other thing too is, another friend made me aware of this, even though I'm colorblind, is that when I am in the spiritual world, when I am in a world that is not of this earth, I'm legally blind as well. But when I'm in that world, I can see colors so bright, so beautiful, and I can see detail. My school friends love me because the way they looked when they were 20, 30 years old, they look the same to me, because I see in silhouette, I guess. I see their face, the shape of their face. I hear their voice. And that's how I identify with them. They don't have wrinkles. They don't have any scars on their face, and they never age. So that's my story, Bruce. I decided on that one. So thank you very much for listening. I appreciate this. And I'm so happy because this is the first time that I actually was able to put Zoom on here myself. Thanks, brother.
Oh, can I ask to Marcy? I love you, my big sister. So you can see how I grew up and who I was taken care of by. So that's my big sister, and I love her, and she will be coming back to share something later on. So let's shift over to Ottawa. I think that's where you are, Marie Louise. And she's got some well, she can of course tell us, but it's so nice to see you again. And I'm so looking forward to your stories. Anyways, I'll just let you do your thing. Go for it.
Miigwech, Bruce. I was just chatting with Tony Belcourt and twisting his arm to see if he wants to parachute in. So cross your fingers, because if he does, we're in for a good one. Tanchikiwao, Nito Temak. For those who don't know me, my name is Marie-Louise Perron. I'm the daughter of Gérard Perron from North Dakota, Virginie Schnei of Saskatchewan, granddaughter of Selina Ladirut from Manitoba, from grandfather Irénée Pierre Perron from Quebec, and great-granddaughter of Jean-Baptiste Ladirut from Red River, Manitoba, and Marguerite Saint-Arnaud of the Northwest Territories. So, you know that song that goes, "I'm from everywhere, man." That's sort of the case of our family. I'm, as Bruce said, I'm joining you from Ottawa, where I live now. And the story I'm going to tell you is a story that could be filed under stories from the time before I knew we were Métis, because I didn't always know we were Métis. And I'm thinking of Scott when he was talking about the clandestine people. So that was us. But first I want to show you my family sash. It dates from the time of Riel. It's made of wool. And all of those pins that you see on it are my genealogy of where my people come from. And I have that sash because I am now the keeper of the artifacts and the knowledge and the stories about the family since my Auntie Josephine passed away. I was actually growing up before I found out that we were Métis, and it was my godmother who set me on the path to find that out. I was living in Quebec City at the time, and I was doing a master's thesis in ethnology, and my thesis subject was traditional French folk songs and how they got to Saskatchewan and whatever happened to them on the road to going there. I had gone to visit my godmother because in the first round of interviews I had done for my fieldwork, the pickings had been rather scarce. And so when I went to on the second round, I took my mother with me because my father had passed away that year. And I took her with me to visit with the relatives, and also to keep her mind off all the things that had to follow with the estate and everything. The result, as I said, the results had been sparse for my first round of interviews, except when I went to visit one of my father's cousins, and they sang me a song that my thesis director insisted was the only kind that the voyageurs sang while they were paddling. And it had a form that's called une chanson en laisse, which means that it has a particular form and structure and a particular rhythm too. And those two people, my father's cousin and her son, sang that song to me. And it was so beautiful. And I remembered when they started singing that it was I was going to say a legend, but it was a story that the people on that side of the family were very, very good singers. So I'm just going to tell you, I'm just going to sing a little piece of that song for you. And you can see, perhaps as I can see when I sing it, the rhythm of the paddles and it sets the scene for a paddling period when the weather is fine, the water is smooth, and it's probably coming to the end of the day. People are tired, and they want to keep their spirits up because they have to make camp and do all this other stuff yet. So the song is called Le Premier Jour de Mai, and it goes like this. Le premier jour de mai, je donnerai à ma mie. Le premier jour de mai, je donnerai à ma mie. Une pédriole qui va, qui vient, qui vole. Une pédriole volant dans ses bois. Now, you've probably heard these counting songs, and it goes on to tell about all of the small game that this man is going to bring to his sweetheart. And he goes through them all. And of course, you have to remember them in descending order as you go through the song. So, and I thought, in that first round, I didn't know very much about those people, and they weren't talking. They weren't talking very much. They were being very circumspect about what they were saying. And as I said, the pickings were kind of scarce, but that song twigged my interest because it's sung in a minor mode. And all of the songs that I had heard previously about the Voyageurs, they were sung in a major mode. So I sort of tucked that away into my computer. And I said, I think I'm going to come back and I'm going to keep track of that song. So when I went to see my godmother with my mother, it was at a time when the whole country was talking about pardoning Riel. And some people were all for it, and some people were against it. And some people would say he has no business being considered a father of Confederation or the father of Manitoba. And others, people were saying, yes, he should be recognized as one of the nation builders. And it was a big, there were fights going on about whether this was a good idea or not. So as we were talking about that, of course, my mother and I and my godmother and her sister, we women were talking about that too. And suddenly my godmother said, very angrily, she said, well, it's all very well to want to pardon him now that they've killed him. And she sort of went like this, and I thought, ooh. And then I thought to myself, she sounds like those people actually knew Riel. And so I asked her, and she said, of course we knew him. We knew all of them. And then she said, quand Gabriel venait nous voir, c'était la grande visite. When Gabriel came to see us, it was a big event. Well, I thought, Gabriel came to visit our relatives? And you know what it's like when the legends get built up and they get exaggerated and stuff like that. And so I took all that with a grain of salt because there's many legends in families, and some more fantastic than others. And in the case of Riel, everybody talks about Uncle Louis and Uncle Gabriel. And so anyway, this sounded like one of the kind of far-fetched ones. So I thought another one I tucked away. And I said, I'm going to come back to some of the other relatives. So I went back to see my father's cousin who had sung that beautiful Voyageur song with her son. And I asked her about that. Was it true that our relatives knew Riel and Gabriel Dumont and all those people? And she said it was perfectly true. And she said, I should know. Great-grandfather, your great-grandfather, my grandfather, Jean-Baptiste Ladiroute, he participated in events in 1869-70 in Manitoba. And not only that, he wrote an account, a memoir of what happened there. And then she went to an adjoining room. She was living in a seniors residence at the time, and she went into her trunk. You know what these big trunks are like. She went into her trunk and she brought back a copy of that memoir to show me. So I looked at it. It was typed. And it was in English. And I thought, well, that's kind of weird. But anyway, I didn't think anything more of it. I took it home and I started to read it. And as I was reading it, the language and syntax and the vocabulary said, this is a translation. There's a French language original version somewhere. So that one too, I tucked away. So we went on to talk about some other issues, like what it was like going to school. And she said, I asked her what it was like going to school as a French-speaking person, because I didn't talk about Métis at the time. I said a French speaker in an Anglophone community, and in a community that wasn't far from Batoche. So she said to me, I'll tell you a story. She said, when I was in grade 8, and it was June, and it was just before school ended, and we were talking about Riel, of course, the Riel rebellion and how they had hanged Riel, and what a good idea that was too, because he was such a crook. She, of course, and all her siblings and her cousins knew there was another side to the story. So they got together in the schoolyard and they said, you know, we got to tell that teacher that there's another side to this story. So they got together and they drew straws to see who would be elected to go and tell that story to the teacher. Now, this father's cousin that I was talking to, she drew the short straw. So she marched up to the teacher and she said she wanted to talk to her. And then she told her all about how there was another side to the story, and that the Métis were fighting to save their land and their culture and the way of life. And she went through the whole thing. And she said, that teacher never said a thing while I was talking. And when I was done, the teacher looked at me and said, do you know I could have you expelled for that? And my father's cousin said, you can be sure that we kept very, very, very quiet about our history after that. And I thought, okay, there's one reason why my father didn't talk about us as Métis people. And then I was thinking about that account again, and I said, well, great grandpa could have been a sympathizer with the Métis. He wasn't necessarily Métis. He was just one of the allies. So I started doing genealogy to see who he was, and that's when I drew the genealogy that I just told you at the beginning. He married Marguerite Lariut, who was a Saint Arnaud from Northwest Territories, and she was Métis. And his father had married into the Métis people as well, so he was Métis. And at the time, it was just when Library and Archives Canada, where I was working, were putting online all of the digitized documents. And one of the set of documents that they had decided to digitize in a priority fashion was the Métis script. So, well, you can tell I was in there like a dirty shirt, right? So I went in there and I found, sure enough, because it was amazing to get script. You had to do your genealogy to prove that you're Métis, and it was like climbing the family tree. You just go up the tree, and everybody's there. Everybody who's related to everybody. So I thought, okay, all right, so we're Métis. Well, puts a different picture on who I am. We're outlaws. Not only were we sort of the lowest cog on the totem pole, but we were outlaws, and because we had tried to break up the country twice. So I was sort of like my father's cousin. I kept really quiet for a while, and then I thought, oh, the heck with that. Heck with that. These people were my people. These people, my people, were working to bring the work that all of them had done to save their land and culture. And, well, darn if I'm going to keep that quiet. So I kept talking about it. So I went back to my father's cousin. She was not getting tired of seeing me. She loved to have the visit. And that time when I went to see her, she went back into that trunk and she brought out another version of that account that my great grandfather had written about the events in 1869 and 70 in Manitoba. And by the time that 1885 came around, my great grandfather, who had 12 kids, he had gone across the line into North Dakota, and he stayed there. And my father was born there. So she went back into the trunk and got out the second document, and that one was handwritten. And it was handwritten by my father's cousins that I was talking to, her mother. So I looked at it, and right at the end, there was an extra page. And in the extra page, there was a postscriptum, and it said, and I'm going to read this to you. I think one very important fact that was not mentioned, Gabriel Dumont was visiting great-grandpa. He asked Mr. Dumont if Louis Riel had changed any in his regards to warfare and ways of doing things. And Dumont had said, not at all. He was much worried. He was trying in every way to make the people understand the evil of war and bloodshed, but none listened. Because Riel was all about negotiation, right? And only in the extreme measures was he willing to take up arms. None listened. And then Dumont continues, the railroad was done, but the bridge across the river in a few days that would be finished, and the army would be shooting at us. And Louis was frantic. And I said to him, this is Dumont talking, I said to him, I can put an end to all your worries, all alone too. I'll unscrew the rails under the bridge. When the train reaches the middle of the river, it will go through with the whole army. And he says, Riel was horrified. Oh no, he said, I'll die first. And my great aunt says, and he did. And she signed her name, Alexina Marion. It makes me think of that song that I just sang you earlier, because it has a very sad tone. Le premier jour de mai, je donnerai sa main mire. Le premier jour de mai, je donnerai sa main mire. Une pèlerine qui va, qui vient, qui vole. Une pèlerine volante dans ses bois. Chimiguch, Kinaskomatin.
Oh, merci, Marie-Louise, and of course, if you're hanging around, I thought of a new title for this experience: Everything Under the Sun, from dawn to dusk. So, absolutely, you're welcome to come back. I'm going to ask Joseph to come back and say a story. And then after that, we're going to go with Dallas, and Devin has already tuned in. So some people are well, just come in out of the blue. So we'll take care of that. And then after that, at 9:50, we have Jamie T and Jamie M at 10 o'clock, and Lu Ping. So just some idea if you're listening. There's a number of people that are listening. I'm not quite sure who you are. And if you want to tell me who you are, you can put it in the chat, because and it doesn't show who you are. I can't see your face until you smile and turn your camera on, but that's fine. It actually reminds me of a lot of telephone conversations we've all had, and we don't see the people. So Zoom is, sometimes you can see them and sometimes you don't. And thank you for all your patience, all of you, and a real welcome to all the new faces. And again, I'll repeat myself. If you feel inspired and out there, then we probably have room for you. Okay. All right.
Tony Belcard is here. Sorry, Tony Belcard is here.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, Tony, welcome. Okay, Joseph, take her away. You're about to hit the road down to go head for the grasslands. So thank you for coming back. He opened for us, for those people who just tuned in, with a smudge and a song. So thank you, Joseph. Over to you, Nitotamnistis, my big brother.
Thank you, Bruce. Can you hear me okay out there?
Yep, we're okay.
Great. I'm zooming around Saskatoon here. Just some errands, I become a taskmaster. My partner, Diana, is a taskmaster, so must have rubbed off on me. Multitasking. So there's all this conversation about identity, pretendians, tap, which means also the same thing in Cree language, or entoping, going here into some other world. I'd like to prefer to say that, we all kind of take on different identities throughout our lives, especially in Halloween. But in life, in reality, and I was invited to a conference of all academics in Regina just recently. I was thinking about what could I share? How could I impress upon people to just think about the issue of why people take on another identity? Why do they want to become something other than what they were brought into the world with? So I thought, well, we have stories, that just kind of are cautionary, or maybe just truth telling that this happens. Now, from our trickster, Stephen, our elder brother, who is a master of shape-shifting, he shows through his experiences as he's traveling around one day. What happens when you admire something? You admire another part of this world. And one day he was wandering about, why? But Squam was so, the buffalo was so strong, just so beautiful. He must go see Papa Matihut, he's all over the place traveling. They tapped and Jesus, wouldn't it be nice to have a life like that? Just wander about and just be strong, majestic. And so off he goes, looking for a buffalo herd. But almost this, and of all the various kinds of bison and buffalo, water buffalo, he wanted to be a plains buffalo from the prairies, the great prairies and the grasslands of Canada and Saskatchewan in the United States of America. So wandered off, and sure enough, there was a big herd, but it's almost like a big herd of buffalo, a big family. Hey, there they are. No acimowina. There's my relatives. Well, wow, I'm not going to talk with him. I'm going to go and ask him if I can be one of them. I'm going to be today, maybe forever. So he traveled and went closer and closer. And they saw him coming and they said, hey, he said, oh, his elder brother, what's he up to now? He's coming towards us. You got to be wary of this character. And so he came over closer, closer. And then the young buffaloes there said, hey, go get the chief. Go get the chief. We have to have a council here. We have an intruder. We have a Cicero elder brother here. He's going to try and do something. I don't know what, but we know him. He goes all over and all kinds of things, all kinds of calamity happens. And sure enough, he was waiting there. Pokemon came along. Pokemon is the chief buff. You going to eat the Stace. What do you want, elder brother? Oh, him up to Nate, the man. I was thinking, and he's watching you, and I've been seeing how strong and beautiful you are, and how majestic and how free you are. The open plains, you just wander all over. I just wondered if that would be a good idea, if I could be part of your family, just for a few days. I don't know, maybe forever. And Okamaw Buffalo, man, we're going to have a band council meeting here. So off he gathered, his people, the chief and council. Oh, that's it. What do you think? They all deliberated for hours. Finally, they came up with an answer. They said, we're not out the grass, so it's you. I guess it'll be all right just for a little while. It's up to him. And if he wants to go back to his own people, to himself, well, yeah, that's his choice. But for today, got them stormed. We'll greet him into our community, our family. So they went back to Stisno. Steve. Oh, wait, someone you come and tell me some good news. Oh, yeah. We thought about it. We deliberated. We decided it'd be okay if you want to be part of our community, part of our family, your brother. Okay, what do I do? What do I do? He was all excited, Couldn't wait. Well, wow. You roll over 4 times. And if you just change your mind, you can stop on number 3 and you'll remain at the 2 late. Hey, how? Oh, I'm so thankful. So thankful. One. So he rolled over one Piagual. And then he rolled over Niswal. And then he rolled over Stow. And without hesitation, he rolled over Newau. And all of a sudden, the horns, the tail, the hoofs, the fur, everything. And of all the buffalo that were around him, he decided to be Wape Pasquamos, white buffalo, a regal, majestic, sacred buffalo. And so there he was standing. He looked a little bit rough, his fur wasn't quite pure white, a little bit fadey, like himself. And so there he was. How? I am now a buffalo. I'm one of you. How do I survive now? Hey, Ogamal Pasquamos says, please, Nanakatoki. Watch, observe, and then do what we do. Oh, that's easy. So he looked around and the buffalo wallows, they're eating grass, they're jumping around. They were sticking together. Oh, this is good life. He's thinking of that point in that one. I'm so thankful, so grateful. So he started being a buffalo. And the buffalo spirit. Hey, kita estoy. One day he decided, Tita, pues me una con anything. Sure looks nice on the other side of that hill. And he remembered because the chief says, don't go too far. You see, as we're all gathered in herds, there's a reason for that. No, but our elder brother is not always a very good listener. So, what does he do? He goes over the rise, and on the course, the grass seems to be all greener on that side. So they started running around and eating fresh grass, and nobody was just all by himself. His name was really obvious for a long distance. You could see that white speck out in the plain, and there were some hunters out there. Maybe Blackfoot, maybe Dakota, Anishinaabe, who knows? Maybe Bunyao, maybe Europeans. But they saw this white speck and they headed towards it. And sure enough, almost just one of their mainstays, main staples in the diet. That's a beautiful buffalo. Look, it's even got white fur. Well, man, that would look so good on in my teepee. Wow, that buffalo hide would just be so beautiful, be so special. So they started running towards the Sagitak. These our elder brother, and then looked up, elder brother looked up. Hey, there's my people. Well, they're kind of like my people, not for now though. I'm a buffalo now. But they're really running fast. They're coming towards me. And they're carrying weapons. I recognize those. A bow and arrow, a spear. Oh, Mokaman, a knife. What are they up to? And they were coming close, and they were really coming fast. What? Hey, Tim Chigomnia Pasquamo says, they think I'm a buffalo. Well, of course, they must think that I am a buffalo. And he started running, and he's zigzagging just to stay ahead of them. And they were chasing him all over, and he just barely made it back to the herd, and the riders went off, wow. And he collapsed, and his tongue was sticking out, sticking out, and he lay there on the ground, musquisty on the grass. And Ogama Buffalo, Dan Sum Great Dan, what did I tell you? And you're supposed to stay near the herd. Look what happened to you. I'm Mankipmatsun. Wow, life is really kind of hard for you, isn't it? I'm not we're tough though. We can handle it. Too late. Oh, I'm Sofiamu got to go in. Hey, Papa, I'm Sofiamu got to go in. 4 hours, I'm just being chased all over the place. 4 hours, I'm being all over. I'll try to stay close. So he stayed close for a few days, but after a few days, he started wandering off to the place where it's got greener grass, open air, all by himself. Swimming again. There was riders, Nihio, 3 people. Or they could have been Tostoni, who knows? Could have been Nishnabri, could be Malisi, Migamau, Luthrop, anybody. My God. Because they came running towards him. Oh, I say me, and he looked, we saw me that they're holding weapons. They're carrying weapons. They got arrows and bows. Hey, I better head home to my herd, to my family. He started running and zigzagging all the way back. They up the street. He was being chased. And then he just was about to get to the herd, and this arrow came flying and just missed his throat, and he just went right into that little beard that hangs on there. Oh, he got some fight going. Oh, they almost killed me. And he went running over to the herd and he collapsed again. And Ogamao came along with his wife, you know. Wakwa went to the streets, you know, to put the mice. So look at our pitiful brother here, constantly yes, and just doesn't listen. He just wanders off. And there he is again. He's got an arrow now in his little beard there. Antes de Camille Tinche Pascal Mustafin. How are you, elder brother? Do you like being a buffalo? Freak it out. Oh, I'm Matt Sodo. Oh, your life is very difficult. Oh, Mascots I seen you, and I think I go back to being a human. And so that's get out the band. What should I do? What should I do? And Gogama and his wife. Yeah, one the same thing, except you roll backwards, the opposite direction that you came 4 times. That's one of our special numbers. Everything all works in 4s. A complete cycle. Like they stepped snow. Steve snow, we suck it. He rolled over one. Yeah, Paul. Niswao. Niswao. He wasn't hesitant. 4. He just flipped over one more time and back to himself. So he suck Steve snow. He looked a little rough, you know, a little worn out, you know, and beaten. Oh, Capuina come on, now I'm so thankful. I see now at the Manasuman I'm being a healing again. Oh man, it's so difficult. Your life is very hard. But you know, he says, take the magimig, you're kind to me. You had pity on me that I was just wanting to be someone else. I wasn't sure about because I saw beauty, I saw strength, I saw all this. And you taught me something. It's not so easy to be all that, you know. You think it's going to be easy and have a good life and be free, but it's not that easy. You don't ask something now. Oti in the future. No, I'll make a place for you where you will be safe. Where you will be safe. If you get into a situation when there's difficulty, you will penamati. You will go down into the earth and come back another day. And so that's what he gifted to the Buffalo people, protection, beautiful landscape, where they would be protected for some time. And that's one story that my sister Yvonne Damatis from City Lake, you know, gifted me one time, and I play around with the story, and so I shared that with the community here on Zoom in the world here, wherever you're chiming in from. And thank Bruce for inviting me, and I thank the previous storytellers. I'm really enjoying it this morning here, waking up sunrise. I've got a candle out there, so you know, for today. Yeah, no, it's we are all one from one fire, all human beings. And that story, everybody will take something from it, whatever they want. And a little thing about Indians, you know, they're humans as well. They may have made a mistake, who knows, misjudgment. We can't be judged. We still, yeah, they're also determined, you know, persevering in this, on this land, you know, that this happens. This has happened many, many times over the centuries of people taking on other people's identity. It's a tough lesson. It's one of the hardest lessons I know, you know, because I became a Canadian. I thought I was a Canadian. I realized, no, you're not a Canadian. You are half. You're just a percentage of Canadian, but you're also nihil. You're a nihil. The people of the 4, number 4. So I'll leave you with that, my friends. Relatives, sisters, brothers, But I'm Scott now. Got you have a great day, and I'll just continue to listen as I'm traveling down to Valmo Region and Sleep Park, Diana. Muistas, thank you, Bruce. Careful, this got feet thing.
This my big brother. You have a good trail, and I hope you tune in to us on the ride, okay?
I will.
Yeah. I see a number of people, storytellers and elders and adventurers, but I also see, I also want to say to my students, these storytellers we have heard so far this morning, that's really their life. And all of our stories of what I'm saying is don't feel that you have to match these stories. We're us older people are looking forward to hearing from younger people, because you are the future. This is your world, and we're just doing our best to share stories and help you along the way. So, and it's absolutely great. We have a real beautiful family here today. It's going to keep going. And so let's go with Dallas. And then after that, it'll be Devin. I'm looking for Desiree and Robert. And I see Jamie T has tuned in. And then Looping and Jamie M will be coming in. Oh, and also we have Tony's in Florida, a Métis man who of course we want to hear your stories. You can absolutely. So we're going to intimidate. We're going to integrate everybody. You know, so for me, it's just like I'm here in my, well, it is true. I'm in my apartment and I've got these lists here and it's all just working out just fine. And we're only a couple hours into it. Got people listening from California and Belize and New York City and on. So that's cool. So anyways, I'll stop talking. Dallas, take it away. And Devin, you're next after Dallas. You're all right, Dallas? Ready to go? Oh, can't hear you for some reason. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Absolutely. Take her away, buddy.
Okay. Danse, Dallas Sutherland, Nitikashun, Kepe Aquaskanamachinia. My name is Dallas Sutherland. I'm from Monero First Nation. I was struggling really hard on finding out something to talk about, but I decided that I'm going to talk about something that happened to me very recently. And it was one of the times that when it was happening, it just brought back a lot of memories from my childhood, and that was like a big thing for me. And I want to talk about, in 2001, my family and I, we went on a family trip with my fiance's family to Banff, the mountains, and it was one of the best trips that I've had in a long time. And I guess I'll start at the beginning. When I was a kid, this was like, I can't really remember when it was. It was before I was 10, I know that. And my family used to go on like big trips, not like, it was the one trip in particular that I want to talk about. It was a fasting trip because we used to go to like ceremonies. My family would, and I'm talking about my mom's family, they would go on like ceremony trips, and this one to the mountains was one that really stuck into my head because like my dad was there, which he never really came to I guess trips with us like that, like with my mom's family and that. And it was like, to this day, the mountains is one of my favorite places to go to. And just recently we went there and I thought it was amazing. But like, just being there when I was a kid, like I couldn't like appreciate the beauty when I was a kid of where I was, the magnitude of where we were. Like, but it's almost like I could remember it vividly in my head. Like I'm actually there. And I'll talk about the space that we were in when we got there. It was just this big clearing right in the middle of, like, we were just surrounded by mountains, and I thought it was just amazing. It was one of the first times like where I felt like almost, I want to say whole, you know, like I felt very connected to where I was. And you know, I was a kid, like I was doing kid stuff with my cousins and everything, running around, getting lost. And it was just amazing. Like I can almost remember every place that we went to there. Like I remember this, there's this like playground, or like it was like a gift shop or something. And right beside it was like this big playground, and it was shaped like a spaceship, and it had a really big slide and like a little mini golf course. And I remember me and my brother and my sister going to play mini golf there. And it was one of the times where, you know, we weren't fighting, we weren't arguing, we were actually doing stuff like a family. So it was one of the good times, that I should say, in my life. And then again, like fast forward to 2001, a couple of years ago, I was 35 years old with my new family. And I should point out that back in those days, like it was extended family too. My mom was there, my uncles, my aunties, my cousins, along with my family. And that was one thing that I loved about it, because all of my family were together. Not that we weren't together like after that or before that. It was just, you know, my uncles would take me for walks and tell me stories and everything. And that was like really what I can remember, was walking with my uncles. They taught me a lot, and seeing the mountains, and they were trying to tell me stories, and it was just amazing. And then this past time, going there with my new family, my fiance, her mom, her dad, her brothers, her sisters, their family, and with my I want to say like new kids, my stepson and my stepdaughter, who like I take them as my own kids. I love them wholeheartedly. And I remember getting to the mountains and just like seeing them in the distance, getting closer, and them getting larger. And it was just, I can't even describe my excitement of what I was seeing. I was like in awe. And then being in the mountains, right when we got there, it was just, you know how like people say it was like a slap in the face or something. I don't even want to say that. It was like, it just hit me like, wow, this is amazing. Like, and then all those memories came back, the feeling of being a kid and almost feeling like this is where I belong. Remember we got to Lake Louise, and I remember just sitting there with my family, and I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to say anything. I just wanted to take in where we were. And when I was standing there, it really, I don't want to say made me feel small, like in a bad way, but like how you feel so small in a place like that. And then in turn, it like kind of puts into perspective like your stresses, your worries, like everything that felt big, in your stresses, your worries, the stuff that made you scared just feels so small and kind of like fades away. And then you just feel like you know, I don't want to say a whole nother person or a different person. It just makes you feel like almost like you just fade away into like the magnitude of where you are. And I just felt like I could stay there forever. I like, none of my worries didn't matter to me. My stresses didn't matter at the time. You know, I just loved being there with my family and, you know, my kids, and just enjoying where I was. And I can honestly say that at that point in time, was the first time in a very long time where I actually felt peace in my heart, peace in my soul. And, you know, just looking off to the side and seeing my babies run around with their older brothers and playing with them, and how everyone was just having a great time and happy and just happy to be there. And in the moment, it just really made me happy. And we're going to be going back there in the next couple months, and I can't wait for it. And yeah, that's my story. Hi. Thank you all for listening. Oh, hi, Bruce. I finished.
I heard you. Sorry, I'm in demand. Everybody's ready for stories, and thank you so much for that, Dallas. And your for all the people in your class, we can also do it live, right? So this whole art of storytelling is a lifetime, but everybody's got stories. Everybody. And I'm really interested in hearing everybody's stories, but listening, just repeat this, is so important. Okay, Devin, are you ready to go? Okay, and I see...
yeah, I think so. I just have a question, like
okay.
I'll tie into an explanation for this before I play it, but mine's more of a musical piece. I think I brought it up. I just want to see if you guys can hear it. Like,
okay, give us let us hear.
Can you hear that at all?
Yeah, we can. I noticed there's something that happened with some sound when Joseph was singing. Just you want to just play it for a little while so we can see if it...
My Weisenborn style lap slide.
Oh, okay. For some reason, it doesn't seem to be coming through properly.
Okay, well, I have a story, a backup.
Okay.
That's why I wasn't, when we were speaking in class, I wasn't too sure if I was going to be able to play that, but that's all right.
Oh, I'm asking other people to like play fiddle and play guitar.
I'm just looking at this chat here.
Yeah.
There's audio settings. Where do I find the audio settings?
Is it me who has to do that? Okay, let me just check. Audio settings. I just don't see it here. Optimize for video. No. Share sound. No, that's not it. Okay. Well, in the meantime, let us figure that out, Devin, and you can come back once we get that so that you can play your song if you have time for that.
Well, I'm kind of I'm in a little bit of a crunch for time just because my kids got like tryouts and stuff. My son that you met last night there at the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I got I got a lot, like I could try to get on later, but there's just no guarantee.
It's no problem. It's your settings, I guess. I've got some support, and it's saying it's your audio settings optimized for music. That's you. So that's on Zoom. So if you go down to the bottom, you can check.
Oh yeah, I think so. I think I got where it says I can't see it as optimizing for. Oh wait, just hold on here.
Yeah, I'm looking for it too.
Can you still hear me at all?
Yeah.
I tried. But oh wait, original sound for musicians.
So is your guitar an acoustic?
Can you hear that better at all?
Keep going. It just doesn't seem to be going over. Have you hooked it up to an electronic thing, your guitar?
I can, but I would have to set it all up.
Yeah. Okay.
But I can just go with my story, and I'm totally
okay,
fine.
that's great. And I see, I'm just going to say something. Harris, where did you go to? Harris, I'd like you to tell your story next, okay? All right, go ahead, Devin.
All right. So, you know, I'm a relatively urbanized Indigenous man, Niheo. Uh, I come from two pretty, like I'm a Drever on my mom's side. Mom's Audrey Drever from Mississaugas. My dad's Harvey Thunderchild from Thunderchild. But, you know, from when I was young, we weren't raised with my father. My mother married another man who was not native, not indigenous. So she didn't really practice any of the culture. We didn't grow up with any of the cultural, like, you know, traditional lessons or raisings. We just kind of lived like everybody else, you know, in whatever, in like just regular neighborhoods, went to regular schools. I was usually one of the token native people in any class, any school I went to, any group that I hung out with, any hockey team or sports team that I was on. Came with complications, of course, but at the same time, I had a really multicultural family, so it was never really an issue. Like, just kind of learned how to brush all that stuff off. But I started working in kitchens when I was 12. The father who raised me, that's why I go by the name Kyle. He adopted me when I was 5, me and my sister. But I was raised pretty much in a kitchen because he was a chef. And I think the older I got, like I did some hunting when I was younger, but not a lot. And then by the time I was 22, 23, I had worked my way up to being a sous chef in some of the higher end restaurants in the city. This one in particular that I'm talking about, I don't expect anybody to know it, but it was called Tarragon's. Back in the day in the 90s, it was originally at the Senator Hotel, and then we moved it to 3rd Avenue, further up 3rd Avenue. But my chef, I was like apprenticing to as well at the same time, and my chef was a big talker, big drinker. Talked about how he was the best hunter in the world. Used to tease me about being native, how I don't hunt and stuff, and would tell me quite a bit about how he's this great hunter. So I said, well, take me out hunting. Let's see how great of a hunter you are. And yeah, so we went to this just outside of Dundurn. There's some PFRA land, kind of like crown land, kind of beside a Hutterite community and stuff that we had permission to be on their lands because we dealt with a lot of Hutterites. And we went hunting, and I didn't have a gun. I was more or less just a bush pusher. You know, would go and walk through a shrub to try to scare any deer out. And you know, I wasn't really, I didn't have too much, you know, knowledge about respecting spirits and animals and all that stuff at the time. Like I said, I wasn't raised with that knowledge per se. I was aware of it, but I wasn't truly familiar with the protocols and whatnot. But you know, my main thing was just trying to get this guy to put his money where his mouth is. You know, like I said, he was a big talker. And at one point in time, we came across this hill, and about, I want to say maybe 250, 300 yards out, there was a big buck deer. And you know, I pointed it out to him and said, well, you know, there's your shot. And then he aimed at it, and just as he was aiming it, this female cow deer walks out, and kind of obscures, in essence, gets in between him and the buck. So then he aims at the cow and he's going to kill a cow. And I'm like, oh, don't do it. Don't do it. And then all of a sudden we could hear this trampling coming, and about 15, 20 feet away was this little Bambi, this little baby deer just come running right in front of us. And I was just whispering under my breath, I'm like, don't do it, don't do it. And he like aimed and locked in on that baby deer and he shot it. And I was pretty mortified. Didn't know what to do. I was, just kind of really ashamed. I felt this essence of shame come over me. And he was talking about leaving it. And I said, no, we're taking it out. And as I had to help him drag it out. And then just before we got to where we were parked, he decided to gut and skin it, or to gut it. And he did it, but like right where he did it was right next to this cattle pen that belonged to the Hutterites. And as he was doing it, we were surrounded by at least 150 cows that just kind of walked up to the fence and just stood there, all staring at us in silence, not moving, not saying a thing, like not making a sound or nothing, just and like, this whole like, I don't think I've ever felt as small as a human being in my life compared to this. I still reflect on this quite a bit, which is the reason why I tell this story. So, time goes on and he kept on bugging me to go back out with him. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. I can't after that last experience. I just felt really, really gross. And by this time, my mom and my father had gotten a divorce. My father turned into intravenous drug user and began like to start living on the streets and into that lifestyle. And my mom went back to her cultural roots. She spent a lot of her teenage youth in a place called Camp Smallboy. I don't know if anybody's ever familiar with that, but it turned out that she possessed a lot of cultural knowledge and teachings that she didn't share with me growing up. So after I was 18 and left the home, she kind of turned into this different woman, a different woman that I was used to after her and my dad got divorced. So I wanted to tell her the story, but I was really scared about how she was gonna react. And eventually I did, and she gave me the reaction that I expected. But at this point in time, she was starting to teach me a little bit more and more. And so she gave me some advice on how to cleanse myself from it, and live with what happened. Even though I wasn't completely responsible, I totally felt like I was, because I was there. So fast forward about another 5-6 months, another hunting season. Well, no, it would have been around the same time. So this is November. He was trying to get me to go with him again, and I was really hesitant. I didn't want to. I didn't want to see another baby get killed. And but this time he, I hate to admit this, but this was a different part of me. But he told me that this time I could have a gun. So I took that opportunity. Decided to go with him. And so, because we worked in kitchens, we used to make ourselves really good lunches, and we had cassette burners and these stuff that you can take for camping. Like I said, it's PFRA land, so we never really wandered too far from the road, and we always had lunch at the truck. We'd start off early in the morning, and then this one time just before it was about 11:30, and we were going to make some lunch. So we pulled up beside this big, huge hill. And before we pulled everything out to start cooking, he's like, hey, let's just check out this big bush right here. maybe there's something in here. And so I went to my position was I was supposed to sit at the top of the hill while he kind of went into this bush. And if he pushed anything out, it was my chance to take a shot at it. So when he started walking into this bush, the biggest deer I've ever seen in my life came stepping out of this bush. And I was just, at first in awe about the size of this deer. And then he just kind of like slunkered back into the bush. So there would have been no way that I could have taken a shot at it. So I wanted to try to send communicate with my chef, and but I figured if I yelled that would scare this deer off. So I figured that what I would do is I would get up and I'd start coming from the other side and flank it, and then we could meet it in the middle, find it in the middle. But eventually I kind of it seemed to like single me out, and it was drawing me. It would keep in a distance that was too far to shoot it, or too far to get a clear shot, but close enough for me to see that it was there and how big it was. And it was definitely engaging with me and drew me out. And then I heard this shot being fired in the air, and that was usually our signal to like reel it in. So I found a clearing, and then this buck just kind of it vanished into thin air almost. So I found this clearing where a hill, and then I fired my gun into the air so that my chef could hear me. I figured, couldn't have been more than 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes that I was in that bush. Turned about to be 3.5 hours, and we were extremely lost and could not find our way back. We spent about another good 2.5 to 3 hours looking to find a road. When we did find a road, we decided that we needed to pick a direction which we were going to go because we didn't know what this road led to. And we had that mindset of however much time we're walking in one direction, we're going to be spending walking back. If we realize that we made the wrong choice, spent an hour walking, and as soon as we hit water, my heart kind of sank. Like I said, my chef was an alcoholic, chain smoker. He had about one cigarette left in his pack, and he was jonesing for a drink. So the environment wasn't positive. He took it out on me quite harshly, but that I wasn't even concerned about that. I was just starting to think about the experience that I just had. And then we found, just by chance, it was getting dark. It was getting really cold. It was November. Just by chance, another hunter came driving down the road and saw us, and so he gave us a lift down the road to hopefully to an area where we think we could redirect ourselves and find our truck. And it actually eventually the road did lead to our truck, but it was also a 45-minute drive in the back of that truck. That's how far we kind of wandered from. When I got home, we didn't talk at all the whole way back. And when I got home, I just kind of as soon as I walked to my door, I kind of fell to my knees and cried a little bit and couldn't believe what I experienced. And I figured that it was, a result of the baby deer before. So, I've done some stuff to help get over that barrier of correcting my wrongs, I guess, to the other spirits and stuff. I've learned a lot since then. This was also 25 years ago, 27 years ago. I'm a completely different person and more knowledgeable to the elements and to other spirits in the realms and how we're all connected and reciprocity of our beings and whatnot. But yeah, that's my story. that's that was my experience. It kind of pushed me down an avenue of understanding the realness of our culture. Baga. Thank you for listening.
Can I ask Devin? So people know Devin's one of my students, but obviously he's teaching me. So thank you for that. It's like this is the world we're in. You know, we're all going through different journeys, and but right now we're united with listening to each other. And I just wanted to say, Louise, are you still there? I just wanted to say about the storytelling isn't per se performing. It's really just talking from your heart. And
yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. And what you were talking about, if you wouldn't mind just sharing that philosophy of storytelling that you were speaking about earlier before anybody was here, about how it's not performance.
Yeah, okay. For those that had the privilege of being here really early, like Saskatchewan time, dawn, there were a few of us there, and it was beautiful. I guess the thing I started out to say, Bruce, and took me probably, well, almost 45 years to recognize and honor that everyone is a story. Everyone has a story. Everyone is living a story. And my beautiful Auntie Angela used to say to me, Louise, if there's anything that I have taught you, I hope it's this, that you live your life like a story. So when you leave, people will tell a good story about you. It's such a simple philosophy, and I hope that I can honor her words and her advice and her wisdom. So as you've asked me to do, Bruce, is that oftentimes people are hesitant, you know, when they're being asked, and all of those that if this is your first time to share story because you're students, I just really encourage you and just to open up. Like I've noticed now a couple of your students, Bruce, they did open up because the ancestors are there to help you. Okay, so you're not alone. You're never alone. As soon as you can have anything, you know, like take for instance, you know, I might have this piece of art that has a story. Every little piece of it, while making it, you know, it's a story. So everything around us, whole story. And we are all part of the story at this time of the world. So we all have these stories and they all come together. Why? Is because, like several people have mentioned now, family. We are families. And so when you're sharing your story, I really like to give this advice, is that you just realize we're all members of the same family here. I think Joseph made that mention too. We're one family. So when you sit down and you shoot the bull, you know, with your friends and your family, well, with your family for sure, that's not a performance, that's a sharing. So that's one of the greatest teachings that I realized, that story, but to also really tap into that whole idea that you're meant to tell a certain story, that the ancestors are kind of holding you up to tell that story because it is a teaching. And not everybody's going to hear the same teaching. That's the other aspect that I talked about this morning, is that people will hear what they have to hear from the story. They'll feel what they have to feel from the story. And sometimes, and this is what another teacher told me, my elder, she said, sometimes story go in one ear, right out the other. That's okay too. You know, you're not ready for it. And maybe 5 or 6 years later, you'll say, I remember that story. So Yeah, and I just really am so proud of all of you just taking that step forward, oftentimes. And I think any even well-seasoned storytellers, if they're asked to perform, it makes you a little nervous. Whereas if you're asked to share, you just want to come and just share a story. You have a different feeling because you know that everybody is listening for something that is relative to them, because we are all these stories together. So, and I just wanted to say I'm so happy to see part of my story and my husband's story. The woman from Belize, her name is Diana, and we've known her for about 8 or 9 years now. She's a mother of 2 beautiful children, and she has joined us today. So that's really beautiful. So thank you, Masi. And I have to go for a little while, and but I'll be back because this is on for another how many hours? 7 hours?
Everything under the sun. When the sun goes.
Everything under the sun. Exactly. Okay. And Bruce, thank you so much. Oh, there's her little baby. That's Renaya. Yeah.
Let's see the baby, Diana.
Yeah.
All the way from Belize. And Diana,
yeah, that's Renaya. Yeah.
And Diana, if you feel like telling a story as we go along, feel free. Okay, so we're going to go over to Harris. Are you ready, Harris?
Catch you.
And then we'll ask Sydney to go. Okay. All right. So and Tony, I'm going to get you in there pretty quick, and we also have Roland coming up. So it's fun. It's fun moving you guys around. It's just think of it. We're in a big mansion with a lot of rooms, and people keep appearing from different rooms and bringing this and bringing that. So it's absolutely beautiful. So Diana, if you feel like telling a story, just, you can send me a message in chat, find a time for you. Go ahead, Harris. It's you're on.
Nasika Son, Harris, Oche, Pakistan. I'd like to share my experience of going to a city named Peshawar. It's a 5,000-year-old city. It's been populated for 5,000 years. And it has 7 gates. I went there when I was in high school. Me and my friends, we skipped school and we went to see the city. The food there, they make lamb. They make some of the best lamb that I've ever tasted. They have different ways of making it, but they only use salt. Also, they have a lot of cloth. They have linen, they have all kinds of cloth that's expensive, and they export it. And there's families that have been living there for over 5,000 years that have records of their history. And never, that city has never been ever been conquered or destroyed or anything. It's been populated. Once you go there, you get to see so many different kinds of cultures, like different dynasties, like the Mughal dynasty, the Sikh, the Muslim culture. There's all kinds of culture there in Pakistan, in the city Peshawar. I went there to this one area that's like Tira Valley. It's a humid area and it's beautiful. It's a valley and it's moist and there's a lot of plants and it's beautiful. And I went there with my friends. We went for just a trip, just to get away from the cities. And we saw many different kinds of people. Everyone was very nice, hospitable. Some even offered us different kinds of foods, their different rice and their lamb and their food that they made, their vegetables as we went, and they never. Everyone was so good. We went for 2 days, and it was a very good journey. It was one of the best times I've had. We we had a lot of fun. We did a lot of things, and yeah. And then on our way back, we met this one person. He was fishing. There's a trout there, and if you were to buy like trout in the city, it cost you like at least 30 times more than what that little kid sold us. And we took 2 coolers, filled 2 coolers up with trout, and we were taking it back. And halfway through our way, it was very hot. The fish went bad, so we had to throw it out. After that, we went to the main city again, and you can buy all kinds of different antiques like daggers and old like old things, old slippers and hats and jewelry. There's so many things. Rocks, precious rocks for good prices. And then on our way back, even the police, like everyone was so nice. Like we got lost. They showed us the way back to the freeway, so that we could get back home. And on our way back, it started raining. We had to stop. We were on motorbikes. There were 3 of us, 2 on one and 1 on one. We had Hondas 100cc. We stopped. We went there. Going there, it took us 7 hours to get there. On our way back, it took us 2 days. Because we would come back so slow. There's so much to see. There's so many different kinds of villages. There's different kinds of people. Every village has their own special kind of food. There's a big city, and then there's little villages surrounding it. It's a very nice region. Their peaches are very famous. They grow peaches. Their peaches they're very good. They have a scientific name. I don't exactly know it, but they're known for them. Yeah, they taste really good. And on our way back, we stopped at a hotel. It was raining. It's in Pakistan. In the hotels, there's outside. There's like beds. There's like straw beds outside. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
You're doing fine.
sorry. I thought you can hear me. So in Pakistan, in the hotels, outside there's like straw beds. So like if travelers, they can just come and sleep on them, drink tea, eat. So that's a very like open, free kind of environment. And people are very nice. So we didn't really have an issue. Like we didn't really need to find a hotel. It was a hotel. It was like a road hotel thing. Can't really call it a hotel. We call them dabas. That's the name for them. They're in different regions. They have different names. In some regions they call it coca. In some region they call it daba. It's like a little resting area, kind of for like travelers, where they drink tea and smoke cigarettes and just relax for a bit. So after we stopped there, we had some more food because once you go to those regions, that's the only thing you should be doing is eating. And on our way back, once we got back, we skipped school. We didn't even tell anyone. So no one knew where we were, and we just had such an amazing trip on our way back. Once we told our parents, they didn't even mind. They're like, that's a city that everyone wants to go to because it's there. It's a very good city. It's nice and yeah. And that was like our kind of spirit. It was a spiritual journey in a sense too, you could say, because we were kids. I was in like the 10th grade, you'd say, 17, 18. We didn't have, in Pakistan, we get like after 16, you can drive and everything. So we were very young and it was a special trip for us to a place where some people even call dangerous. But once we went there, we saw that people were very nice. Everything was good. And the land was beautiful and people were hospitable. It was a good experience and it was a good city, and that's what I'd like to share with you.
Oh, thank you, Harris. Harris lives here in Saskatoon. He's part of my class, but he just took us to Pakistan. So thank you for the journey. Who knows? I'd like to go, well, all over the world. Anyways, Sydney, are you ready? And I see James just tuned in. So you guys can go in order. First Sydney, then James. And Roland, hang in there. And Tony, we're working towards this lineup, but I'm sure you're enjoying the story. All right, Sydney, go for it.
I'm Sydney Gamble, 19. I tell a story about when I sang with a celebrity. I'm gonna start from like the way start because this story is kind of hectic, all of it. So a celebrity decided to post a contest on her social media page, and I decided to look at it, and I took an interest of doing it. I did it as a joke, thinking that I really wasn't gonna actually win. So on May 6th of 2019, I decided to videotape myself singing a rap portion to one of her songs. And I waited about 2 weeks, not thinking anything. I ended up opening an email about me winning, but I didn't believe it at first when I read the email. I thought it was like a fake scam email, and then I happened to read it again. And then I started freaking out because I read all the other parts of it. And then this time I was like living with my parents, and I screamed and I kind of scared them. And they just about hurt each other because they were cutting meat with like electrical knives. Pretty funny, but now I'm just thinking about it, it's kind of rank. And after that, I had to send all my information to them, whatnot. And and then afterwards, I waited I found out about winning on May 13th. So I waited about 2 weeks since the thing. And after a while, I waited until her concert was coming up. It was May 31st, 2019. I ended up getting a call that morning about the contest and when the concert starts and everything and that. And I kind of started getting freaked out in the middle of the concert because I didn't know it was going to happen. I was only 14 at the time too, so I kind of got scared. Didn't know what I was going to expect about this and stuff. And the backstage manager came and like got me from my seats, moved my sister to the floor so she could like see me up front do this contest. Something I remember about actually being at the concert was like being terrified and everything, walking down the thing. And then when I got to backstage, I was looking real confused and I looked pretty dumb being back there because I was just young and I didn't actually know what to do. I was looking around, just trying to scope things out, what to expect, and then ended up getting a tour of like the backstage and everything. It looked pretty cool. I didn't really want to like touch anything, even though I was like let to, but I just left it as it was. And the cool thing about that was I got to meet her openers. They were Runaway June and Maddie and Tay. They kind of scared me though, because they were coming out of she has like a tunnel and her stage has lifts on it. They came out of the tunnel and someone like tapped my shoulder and I happened to turn around and it was like Maddie and Tay. And I like kind of looked freaked out and my eyes kind of widened at them. Like, oh my goodness, this is actually happening. And then they were like talking to me, saying I'll do good and good luck and whatnot. And I was like getting freaked out by that because I didn't know what to do. I was kind of awkward because I was pretty young. I didn't actually like know how to talk to anybody. I was pretty shy. I don't know why I ended up like signing up for this contest either, because I just don't know. I'm just shy. I don't actually like talking in front of people and doing stuff like that. And then they left to their like rooms and whatnot, and they ended up like coming back because they ended up messaging me later on their accounts saying that like I did good and stuff like that. So that was pretty cool to open up to like the next day. But when I was going under like through the tunnel and stuff like that, my like leg ended up getting stuck to like one of her guitars. I felt like made all those guitar stacks fall, and that's something I remember from being under the stage. Then I remember like putting the earpieces in my ear. These things like kind of actually hurt the ears because my ears don't stretch that much, and I had to like shove a earpiece in my ear to hear myself sing and stuff like that. And then when I was under the stage, they had these screens against the thing of where the cameras would be and everything, where people would be able to see me. And then there was when they bring me under the stage, I sang with Carrie Underwood. She's a country singer, so that was very cool. But when I was under the stage, she started talking about my mom. Has 2 children with disabilities, and then there's me and my sister, so she has 4 kids altogether. She started talking about that, and I remember just about like starting to cry because I didn't actually know. It was actually very like cool to hear because that was an experience that I never actually did. And when she was done talking about that, I remember her saying my name and whatnot and where I was from. And that was cool to hear because I could hear that in my ears. And when it was like, when she was like singing the song and whatnot, I remember having to come. They led me towards a lift that was coming down from the stage. And I remember turning to the backstage manager saying, I don't know if I want to do this no more. I'm kind of scared. You should go with my sister instead. And they said, don't worry, you'll do good. And I was like shaking and freaking out. And then as the lift was going up, I had to crouch down so it didn't look weird for like just my head coming up and whatnot. And then right as soon as the stage lift ended up meeting the stage, I kind of looked up and I like seen Carrie Underwood in front of me. I remember just seeing the silhouette and that like freaked me out. I happened to look around to see all the audience, and then she said my name. She said, born champion Sydney, and then I started to rap the song. Nothing anything of it. I actually did very well. I thought I was like gonna stop in the middle of it or something. But something I remember when I did that was I just about like lost my breath, and I could like feel my lungs like almost like cave in and stuff like that. That actually hurt real bad. And when I was like done singing, I ended up like singing the last part of the song with her. So I was like vocalizing with her and whatnot. And I didn't actually think I was gonna do that. I was gonna stop singing, actually like pull the mic away from my mouth. I didn't do that. I don't know why. And then after the whole thing was done, she kind of just looked at me in the eyes, and I was like freaked out looking at her because I was like, oh my God, I just did this. I was just smiling and I was looking around. And then I ended up like looking at my sister who was on the floor. I seen a real big smile on her face. I couldn't see my parents because they were still pretty far. So I sang about my mom, but she was like freaking out in the audience and crying, shaking and everything. When that happened, I remember like the end, she like gave me a hug and everything. And that's something that actually I'll remember probably for the rest of my life now. And then when I was done, they kind of led me off the stage. And I was kind of like a little freaked out. So I was like, oh my God, I did that. And then when I got to the floor, my sister ran up to me and hugged me. And I had my stuff were still backstage, with my glasses, my water, and my other phone. And when I did that, they came back with all my stuff, and they had a hat that's signed by her. So I still have that. It's sitting in my closet with a bunch of other things that I got from concerts. That was my first concert too. So I didn't know what to expect at a concert or how to act. And I don't think I'd ever actually do something like that again, because that freaks me out, being in front of that much people. And I ended up taking a selfie with her on stage. So that was something that was pretty cool to do. I ended up getting a selfie like the day later after the concert. They sent it to me, and I was freaking out when they ended up getting it, because I was pretty young, and I was at like a family function. So I was living on a high almost afterwards, and my brain was still shocked from what I did. And I was only in grade 9 when that happened. So when I went back to school that Monday, I like stayed quiet about it. I tried to, but when I was in math class, my teacher kind of looked at me like she knew that I did this. My teacher looked at me and she asked, so how was the concert, girls? And I said, oh, it was good. I didn't want to like bring the spotlight to me and say like, oh, I did this. And then she said, so who sang the candle? And then the whole class started to freak out and everything. And I just started looking at everybody like, oh my God, no, don't say anything. And after that, I like half my teachers didn't know. I only told about 3 of them. So they knew about my whole experience that was gonna happen to me and whatnot. And I guess I kind of felt like a celebrity almost, because people were taking pictures of me. It's kind of weird because I was like, I'm only 14 at the time, not knowing what to expect and everything. And it was everybody was like giving me hugs, and it was weird because I didn't know how to like deal with that affection I was getting and stuff like that. And then like people were still like talking about it like almost a month later, and I just wanted it to stop because I'm an Indigenous person, so I just that's like really cool because my whole reserve was like congratulating me and stuff like that because they didn't know. And like that's something that I guess everybody knows me almost, that I did that. So that was a pretty cool experience. that I did. But I don't think I'll do that again. I will never do that again. Even if it's like someone dares me to, I'm just gonna tell them no, because it's not something I do. That's it.
Thank you. Oh my God, what a story. We just keep on rocking. Okay, so I'm just going to keep on going. James is ready, and yeah, for the rest of you, thank you for your patience, and give these people feedback. You can do my email, which is on the chat, or you can just do it on the chat. Anytime you're ready, James.
All right. I just want to start off by introducing myself. I'll do it in Cree first because I've been kind of practicing it. So dance everyone, Miyokisko, James Dunningwater, Nasiga Sun, Gaptigo na Ekwa Kiskigo Mana Utsinia. Hello everyone, good morning. My name is James Dunningwater and I am from Thunderchild First Nation and Palmaker Cree Nation. I'm currently registered in Palmaker right now, but probably like 2 years ago I transferred bands from Thunderchild, so I'm kind of known as a trader around that area. So my story is just gonna be more of like a disciplined story and a humorous story for myself, and I'm just gonna tell it. So I'll just start off by talking about where I grew up. I grew up on Palmaker Cree Nation, that is in a reserve, and I was probably about 12. Yeah, I was probably about 12 years old, and it was probably summertime, and then all my friends, everyone would go hang out at the school, go play at the park, or go play at the field or something. So one day we were there, and then me and my friends were there, and then this one guy I met, he was new, totally new to like the group, and then he ended up getting me to do some stuff with him, and along with another person who was there. So there was 3 of us. So we were at the school all evening, and then he got me to, while we were walking home, he got me to well, he didn't get me to, he pulled out a cigarette, right? And then he was like, "You guys want to smoke this?" And then we're just young, right? We're on the reserve. There's nothing to do but get into trouble, right? So here we are. We smoked, and then there was 3 of us. And then as we got home, we played in like around our area, the town site. And then I was too scared to go home because I was scared my mom would like smell like smoke on me or something like that. And then so I didn't go home till like probably about 8 o'clock. And then when I got home, my mom was just standing there. She was just all mad, like she already knew what all happened. And then she started asking me questions about like who was it. And then she's like, I got told, like it was that other person that was with us, she wanted told on me. And then I was like, well, she was there too. And then she was like, that's not my kid though. and then here she was just really like giving it to me, and then she was telling me to get ready, like blacking out. And then she was like, we're gonna go over to his house and I'm gonna raise hell over there, whoever it was that got you smoking. And then I was just like, she was telling me, like she wanted me to tell her who it was, and I didn't want to tell her, so she was telling me to get ready. And then I was like just standing there, and I was kind of like scared. And then she was like, I didn't want to go there to that other kid's house with the parent and my mom go get mad, like because she was that type of lady. So I eventually gave in, and I told her who it was. And then she told me who it was that told her that I was smoking, but I already knew though. So then she kind of just calmed down, and then she just like called it off a little bit. And then like I kind of knew what was bound to happen though, because it happened to my sister before. She got caught, and then so I knew what was about to happen. So later that night, I was probably about like, I don't know. I was in bed already though, and then was getting ready to sleep. And then she comes in, wakes me up out of bed, pulls me out, tells me to come upstairs, and she was like real mad. And then all of a sudden she comes and she's like, "Here, you come sit at the table." And I was like I knew what was gonna happen because it happened to my sister, right? And there was a pack of smokes on the table there, fresh pack. And then I was just like, real scared. And then she's like, "You're gonna sit here and you're gonna smoke these with me." And then I was just like, real like, kind of didn't want to, but she was like, "You're smoking. You want to start smoking?" And then she gave me the first smoke and told me to smoke it. And then I was there, I was crying, and then I was like, just whatever. And then I wasn't even like inhaling it either. And then she was like, "Look, you even know how to hold the cigarette," because I was holding it like this. And then yeah, and then I was done that first one, and then came the second one, and I was just crying real loud. And then I started puking, and then she was just like, told me like, "If you want to start smoking, then you know." And then yeah, then all of a sudden ever since then I haven't ever touched tobacco still to this day. So I learned my lesson. Yeah, that's pretty well my story.
Well, thank you, James. I'm watching the reaction on people's faces. For the people out there listening on YouTube, I don't know who you are, and there's no way I'm going to find out, but you can email me about these stories, and I'll get back to the storytellers at wahwah@gmail.com. Yes, I will spell it. WAHWAHWA@gmail.com. All right. See some familiar faces. Sandy's here. And yes, we're just a bit behind time, but that's okay. There's no way anybody's going to get cut off. And for us, especially us, the ones that are supposed to have more patience than the others, well, thank you for your patience. So, okay, Roland, are you ready? Okay. Anyways, you know what? Sandy, you're here now and looks like you're ready to tell a story. So are you cool with that? And right after this, Tony, I'm going to ask you to follow Sandy. You've been, you're a patient guy, but of course you've been involved in Métis politics. So that makes you very unique. But maybe not in this group, because there's a few Métis in this group, and so we're going to have a real good time. Okay, Sandy, anytime you're ready, let her rip.
Okay, well, just so you guys know, I've been snooping on YouTube for a little while, so I have been listening to the stories. This is such a cool idea. Emma, do you want to be in on the story? You want to be part of the story? No. Okay, my teenager is opting out, but this story is about our camping adventures. So my name is Sandy Bonnie, and I live in Saskatoon, and I've been divorced for 11 years now. But when I was first divorced, I had a little 3-year-old, and one of the things that was kind of strange was people's expectations change about how you'll parent once you're a single parent. And I love camping, and I'm a geologist, and so I always pictured, like, you know, backcountry adventures for the family and stuff. And then suddenly I was a single parent of a toddler, so I told my mom, what I want for my birthday is just money, and I'll put it towards getting my own tent, because the ex-husband took my tent with him. So she kind of was like, well, don't get a big one, you'll never be able to put it up by yourself, and this kind of thing. And so I went out and went to Wholesale Sports was at the time and bought the biggest tent it was called Big Agnes, a 6-person tent. And I was picturing that, you know, I would have other friends and we would all go on trips together and, you know, all the kids could be in there. And anyways, the first summer I went to go camping, I was very, very close to taking this big tent out and then thought, you know what, I have a 3-year-old. If she's going to need to nap, we're going to be in campsites and things. It's not going to be fun. Actually, I should rent a cabin instead. So I rented one of those little cabins at Pike Lake, gray owl cabins, and it was like the smallest one available with just a bunk bed in it. So this was me and Anna were going to go do our camping adventure, and we got out there in the evening on a Friday, and there was a windstorm that night that knocked over trees all throughout Pike Lake Park. So the next day we woke up and there was swamp water everywhere. We couldn't go on the trails because the trees were like literally knocked. There'd been a plow wind came through. So we did some crafts in the cabin. Then there was a big thunderstorm that night. So I was glad we weren't in a tent. Then the next day there were plow winds again. And I have these pictures of her. She's 3 digging in the sand on the beach with her hair going straight back because I was so determined we were going to have this camping adventure no matter what. So the next day, it woke up in the morning and it was all quiet and birds were chirping and the sun was up and I was like, oh, finally we'll get, you know, our last day will be nice. And I made my instant coffee, stepped out onto the dirt in front of this little cabin with Anna behind me in her sleepers. And we saw an enormous man lying face down in the dirt, like a 400-pound man face down in the dirt. And he was gray. And this was before I had a cell phone as well. And, you know, Anna behind me is just like, what's wrong? And so I was kind of afraid to approach this man, especially with her, but I could see he was breathing a little bit, but face down. So I ended up going and knocking on tents to get someone with a cell phone. And they called EMT who came on a motorbike actually, and they were able to get this man who was suffering extreme hypothermia. He was gray, into an ambulance and take him away. So that was our first camping adventure, was storms, downed trees, and this poor man. And the medic told us, you know, it was likely alcohol poisoning. So he'd likely been partying and wandered into the campsite and then had fallen on his face in the gravel. So his face was all just bloody as well. He was quite frightening really to look at, but he was okay in the end. So after that camping trip, I thought, you know what, we'll have a little bit of a milder trip the next summer. And we had some friends getting married in Alberta. So I took her to their wedding. And the 2 of them actually were not big drinkers, but you know, there was alcohol at the wedding, and Alex was teasing Neil about drinking and stuff. And my adorable little 4-year-old now piped up at the top of her lungs into a microphone at the wedding, "Come on, Neil, at least he's not face down in the gravel," which was kind of terrifying. So anyways, we persevered again. And so the next year she was 6, and I thought, this is it. We're going to go camping. We'll go to Douglas, which is a campsite on Lake Diefenbaker. And it's about as easy camping as you can get. It's like cul-de-sacs with street lights of campsites. There's a restaurant. So if it rains and you can't get your campfire going, you just go buy a burger. I figured it would be perfect to go to. So we got out there, and the site that I had thought I had reserved was actually a walk-in site. So instead of just parking and unloading my giant tent and cooler, we had to walk just about 1.5 kilometers, but down this path into the woods to the walk-in site. I got Agnes set up, no problem. It was a beautiful campsite surrounded by Saskatoon berries, and we put up a hammock, and we had 2 really, really fun days actually, and Anna got quite confident. She wouldn't pee in the bushes down there, so she would run 1.5 kilometers to the outhouse and then run back and forth. So we were getting a lot of exercise, and it's really quite a beautiful place to camp. And then on the 3rd day, she actually lost a tooth. And so was excited that the tooth fairy would come to the campsite as well. So that night I went to bed kind of in my head thinking, I need to remember to go to sleep, and then there's no kids listening, are there? I need to I need to go to sleep, and then remember to wake up and somehow get money under her pillow. So anyways, I was kind of wakeful sleep anyways, but there had been a lot of bunnies around the campsite, and they were eating her pool noodle and stuff. So we knew they were around. And I was lying there at some point in the night, and I heard noises to the side of the tent, and I thought it was bunnies hopping around the pool noodle. So I whacked the side of the tent thinking it would just kind of, scare the bunnies, and connected with something quite firm at about, I'm lying on my back, and I whacked the tent maybe half a meter up and connected with something very, very big that huffed, like it went and kind of huffed. And then I sat up and watched. It must have been 4 or 5 in the morning, because it was kind of that you could see a little bit of light coming through the tent. Watched lips grab the tent, like the top corner of the tent, and the whole tent moved like this. And I screamed, and I've been scared before, but I've never actually had that pure reaction of fear. Like I screamed this scream that I guess is what moms do when they're terrified, but it was very, very loud. And it popped up beside me, looked at me, said, "What the heck, Mom?" And then flopped down and went immediately back to sleep. But I was sitting up, hearing something moving around the campsite, and the campsite was surrounded by Saskatoon berries. So I kind of assumed it was a bear. So I was listening to a bear crunch around the tent. And Big Agnes has this awesome fly that goes all the way to the ground. So I couldn't look out at the bear, and I was just terrified, and I didn't know what to do. And I now know when you get a surge of adrenaline like that, fight or flight, if you can't flight, you start shaking. So I was spasmically shaking with the adrenaline rush in my crunchy sleeping bag while trying to be quiet while I thought a bear was going around. So I had screamed that loud and nobody came, right? 1.5 kilometers down this walk-in trail. So I didn't know what to do. I called 911 and said, "I'm in a campsite and I think there's a bear." And they said that because it was a long weekend, the rangers at the park were not there, and they would send somebody from Outlook, and I should just stay put. So like, a bear is here. They're going to send someone who has to drive at least an hour to get to the campsite in the first place. So I was listening. I could still hear noises, and my ears were like satellite dishes. I was hearing every single noise that the forest was making, and it was 4 or 5 a.m. So birds were starting, and every noise could be the bear. And I could hear at one point in time heavy breathing to the side of the tent, like, and so kind of figuring there's nothing I can do. I have to just sit here and wait for the police to come. I took the $5 from the little side thing in the tent and got it under Anna's head while waiting for this bear to leave. Eventually my phone rang, and it was a ranger. It was by this point about 6:30 in the morning, and the ranger was coming up the trail and saw no sign of a bear, he said, and came to the campsite. And I wish I could show you guys pictures, but all around the tent, I didn't come out of the tent until he was there in the campsite. There were moose prints, huge moose prints all the way around the tent. So I think what had happened was it'd been windy, and I tied the guy lines to trees instead of to the ground. And so the moose was probably just trying to go by the tent and kind of got tangled. And then I hit it, and then it bit the tent. And then it was probably curious about why the tent was making rustling noises with good periodicity as I trembled from the adrenaline rush. So anyways, that was exhausting. Anna was kind of surprised to wake up, and she found $5 instead of $0.25 from the Tooth Fairy. And then we met this ranger who came from Outlook, and he had just come from Kenya. So he was telling me that moose are a lot like wildebeests, and they're not very smart. How do you know? Anyways, all was well that ended well. And when we got back that time, I tried to tell the story of the moose and how scared I'd been and how I thought it was a bear and everything. And this time Anna interrupted, and she's like, "She wouldn't let me pee. It was 3 hours. I had to wait for the police before I could," because she wanted to run 1.5 kilometers down the trail first thing in the morning to the outhouse, and I made her sit there waiting. so that the bear wouldn't come. So those are our adventures in camping. We've had many more less eventful adventures, and the campsite reservations open on Fridays. So if anyone is eager to get a spot, you have to be there. They open at 7 a.m. That's my story.
Oh, thank you, Sandy. Yeah, you know, there's so much kind of mirth and giggles and stuff in all of these stories. So, you know, we're all sitting here in front of our computer for hours. Really, I think we'll just take 30 seconds, and I want everybody to have a stretch. Okay, you do that? All right, let's just do it. Stretch with me. It's a drama class. There we go. Looking good. Well, you people in YouTube land, you can stretch wherever you are. And then somebody can buy me dinner later. I don't know where that came from, but you know, just shake it all out. Slap your face awake. You're going to need it because Tony's up next. And Tony has a few stories. So Tony, and the same with others that have a lot of stories. We can share the stories in pieces if that works for you. So we can, you know, get people in between, and but it's all up to your schedule, right? Like I said, everything under the sun. So it's all working out with the schedule. So coming up after, I wonder if Roland's still around. Roland, you, I know that you've been around waiting, and Aina and Zoe, and well, Danica before that. So you guys are in the queue. Anyways, Tony, take her away, and I think you've got a share screen that you wanted to use. So that'll be different. Anyways, anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Bruce. Tony Dalcourt, Nitsika Sin, Manatus Gihin, Virginia Kiate. I'm from Lac Saint Anne, Alberta, which is on the map, on today's kind of map, but it was called Mount Tulskayahin by our people historically, Spirit Lake. I've been doing a lot of family genealogical research work and documentation for the many past number of years. And one of the things that struck me is that, you know, we're always, Métis people tend to talk a lot about the voyageurs and the people who came out. I prefer to look at it a different way. I prefer to look at it from the point of the women who gave us our language, gave us our values, medicines, brought us the way of life. And so I've started to write about that, and I thought I'd like to tell that in a story kind of a way, because it involves Métis script, it involves people being removed from treaty, it involves a lot of money, and whether our people got it or not, regardless, our people ended up without land, and that's a fact. So I want to share my screen, and I hope this is coming through. Can you see that screen? Can participate?
We can see it. We can see it. That's great.
This is a photo that was taken in 1905. It's part of the Brown collection at the Public Archives. In the middle is my great-great-great-grandmother, Constance Moussois. And on the side, the man with the beard is her father. His name was Jean-Baptiste Moussois. They call him Baptiste Moussois. He was about 100 years old at the time this picture was taken. Seated beside her is my great-grandfather, Maglor Belcourt. And in the top row on the very far left, as you look at the picture, is my grandfather, Jean-Baptiste Belcourt. I want to start with the old man's mother and father. We are, the Métis people, probably the most well-documented people in North America, if not the world. In the late 1800s, the priests first got out to, not the late, in the middle, they first got out to our area, and in 1846 started doing baptisms and marriage records and so on. They had this book called Liber Animarum. It's a huge book, and there are 2 pages to it. I'm showing the left side of the book. What they did was they recorded, this was 1846, they recorded the names of the heads of the family. So there's Jean-Baptiste Latin, he was called officially, and his name Moussois is what he was known by. There is, in that column, Alchikapa, that because he was asked to name his mother and to name his father. And Madeline Gladu, his wife, one of my great-great-great-grandmothers, she named her father as Charlot, and Teresa Gray, father and mother. We don't know the Alchikapa's parents, who they are, but you can see she had 14 children. Oh, that was quite something. This was in 1846. In 1885, after our people lost at the Battle of Batoche, the government issued what they call script. They decided to go out to the prairies and call all the people who they called half-breeds to come on forward, and they would issue some script. It would be a piece of paper worth money, or it could be turned in for land. And in 1885, the script value was about $160 or less. It varied, don't know why. Later on, that amount was increased to $240 for people who applied later in 1900. This is the script declaration of Madeleine Gladu, the wife of Jean-Baptiste Latin. There she is naming her father and her mother. Was your father a half-breed, an Indian, or either? And she said half-breed, as well as both her and her mother as well. Now, this was in 1846. She said she was born about 1809. I don't know if you can see that. Anyway, that's what she said. She was born in Lac Saint Anne about 1809. And then she lists all her children. Where is it here? Bear with me while I try to find that other document. No, again, I can't. Here's what oh gosh, I gotta find the other document. Hang on a second. It disappeared on me. It'll take me just a second here to find that darn document. As you can see on my screen, I've got a lot of documents about the family. Yeah. I had it up. I apologize. I had it up, but it disappeared, and it's really an important one I wanted to show you. I can't find the whole document. I wanted to show you his discharge from treaty. And I'll try to increase this a bit. So there it is. This is in 1886, I think it is. This is to certify that Jean-Baptiste Latan and his wife, Madeline, former members of the Michel band of Indians, owning the reserve situated at Sturgeon River, have fully complied with the requirements of Section 14 of the Indian Act as amended, and so on, and having been given to withdraw from the Indian treaty with which he was connected. Well, she has one as well. There's another paper attached to this thing that shows what he was giving up. He gave up all rights to his the home he had on the reserve, all the farm implements, both of them. They gave it all up. And you have to ask yourself, why would they do something like that? And the reality is, in in the mid-1800s, first of all, Treaty Number 6, which our territory is in, was in 1874, I think. The numbered treaties in Western Canada, well, and they extended into Ontario and Quebec later, they were all a part of the condition of Louis Riel's provisional government when they negotiated the entry of the Northwest into Confederation in 1870, after the so-called Holtz-Riel Rebellion at Red River. There were a number of conditions of that agreement, which the Métis there at the time considered their treaty. They said there has to be a treaty with the full-bloods. They couldn't sign on behalf of everybody. So that's when the numbered treaty started. So later, this was in 1870 in Red River. Later on, the commissioners got all the way across the prairies, and then they eventually did Treaty Number 6 in Alberta, Edmonton, west to the Rocky Mountains, and east into Saskatchewan. People were then, at the time they signed treaty, were given $12, no, $14, and I don't know why. By the time Mooswa, the old man, took scrip, that was 1885. The total amount of money that he had received from treaty payments was $47 over that total period of time. Well, think about it. He gets $5 a year But along comes the government and says, look, we're going to give you $160 lump sum. Everybody. You all get $160. Well, what would you do? And bear in mind, $160, and there's a calculator that I got on the internet that said that $160 in today's value would be just slightly less than $5,000. And for those that got the increased amount of $240, that value in today's money would be $7,500. That's a heck of a lot of money. Or you could exchange the scrip for land. Well, all of this, as we know, just disappeared, because the other thing that was going on at the time was there were 2 tents on the prairies where these commissioners were doing this half-breed commission, they called it. There were half-breed commissioners. You go in there, you do your interview, as you had seen, and the next, and right beside them was another tent. It was the tent of the land speculators, who were there to say, well, give me that piece of paper and I'll give you some money for it. And you can see how the lands were swindled away from our people. I wanted to again go back to the point I wanted to make. Like, all of these people, the women in our families, they're the ones who raised us and gave us our language and so on, and they're so overlooked when we're talking about ancestry of the Métis people, who always seem to start with the male names. Well, I want a campaign to try to get people to change that. So that was the one story that I wanted to talk about, was how our people were at one time in treaty, many of our people, and how they got out of treaty, and probably why. And the other thing is, shortly after this was going on, 1885, the government did a purge anyway, because they wanted to remove all of the so-called half-breeds. This happened in Ontario as well after the Robinson-Huron treaties in 1885. There was a Boron Commission, and the Ontario government was wondering, why is it that there's so many people that are taking treaty, they're supposed to die off? And Boron said, had Mr. Robinson known, with his sagacity, if he'd have known, why would he allow these people with such longevity and fecundity be on these roles? So they just removed a whole bunch. So there are websites that are called half-breeds removed from treaty. Anybody interested in going to have a look at that? I wanted to end by talking about one of the most famous Métis half-breeds in contemporary society, Harry Daniels, who, now that the Canadian government just last fall issued a stamp on Harry. Harry was someone who succeeded me in Alberta as vice president back in the 70s, and then eventually succeeded me as president of the Native Council of Canada later on in the 70s. And Harry's the one who single-handedly made sure that the word Métis was included in the Constitution, the new Constitution, when it was patriated in 1982. We were great friends. We did a lot of stuff together, golfing. I taught him skiing, and I can tell you some horror stories about that. We always used to go to Batoche, to the back to Batoche days in Saskatchewan, and there were a lot of horses around, and we, some of us would be on the patrol to get on a horse and ride around in the evenings, just make sure everything was everybody was protected. We were security guards in a sense. And then on the Sunday, there was a big procession from the Batosh celebration grounds over to the old gravesite. And it was a procession that went along the road. Harry was directly ahead of me in his horse. Harry was, you had to get ahead. You had to be in front. And the flags were waving and his horse bucked. Went straight up in the air, and Harry, before you knew it, Harry was just in a cloud of dust on the ground. All his fringes and his long hair poking out from this dust. He got himself up and he dusted himself off and he got back on the horse and carried on. And when we got to where the gravesite was, we're going to tie up our horses. I said, hang on, hold it, Harry. Wait. I said, about an apple. Anybody have an apple? Bring an apple. And Harry said, he was so upset because Harry was an actor. I don't know if people know that. He did have an acting career. And in Hollywood, for short people, in order to get on and off a horse, they bring an apple box. And so I was telling Harry, hang on, wait till I get you an apple box. You should have heard him. It was fun. He was a great guy. Anyway, those are my stories. Thanks a lot for organizing this, Bruce. It's just absolutely fabulous. Great event.
All right, Marcy, Kananaskomten, thank you so much. And, please stick around, listen to some more. The beauty of this is that it's, we can just go all day. That's what the idea is. So what we're kind of on time because people keep coming in and out and that's okay. I mean, it's like I said before, a big house, and people keep visiting and they keep going off into the world, the sun shining and all that. But we've got a house of stories here. So I'm wondering, Roland, are you still around? Okay, because there's some people who skipped over for whatever reason. So I just wanted, because if they had to go somewhere. Okay, Roland, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, well, you can do your thing. You've been waiting for a while, and the rest of us, you just have to hang on a little bit longer. Or who knows, maybe Roland is going to tell a story to last till midnight. I don't know. Anytime you're ready, buddy.
All right, go grab a tea, maybe a blanket. It's gonna be I got a 5-hour story here. It's my rendition of Lord of the Rings. No, I'm kidding. I just wanted to tell a story just like of life growing up as a urban Indigenous. And growing up, I've always heard like broken Cree English, Kringlish or something close to that. And I've always heard the word Kisquel, and it was always often referred to myself. And when learning Kisquel, it was learned, nowadays I ask, what does Kisquel mean? And I might be mispronouncing it, but I'm saying crazy. And just like, tapwe means like, they say, yes, that's the truth. It has many different reasons and different, based on the inflections you say. So the first one is like, I was in this crowd and all these floats were coming by and I was just like so happy being there. I think I was in about grade 1 and it was like something 1999. And I remember like seeing all these amazing floats. I remember there was like a flamingo made out of like cardboard, but to me, it was real. And near the end of this line of amazing floats that I was watching, it was on 22nd in Saskatchewan, Saskatoon. And I was watching, and out of nowhere, it felt like cheers were turning into roars of profanities, and rocks started being hurled. And I was just like, whoa, what the heck? And I was kind of like shook into my core and feeling like a fight or flight moment. But as I was doing this, I was seeing my cousins, turning to the closest mini gravel pit and grabbing rocks and throwing and doing as the adults were. And so I joined. And, my rocks weren't quite as going as far to this float. This float had contained a person who made these pamphlets about Indigenous people and saying, vote for me for mayor of Saskatoon. You're gonna want me because we have a big problem, and what we need protection. We need more police service. And in these pamphlets, they contain things of stigmas and stereotypes of the drunken Indian back in those days. His name was Jim Q. And I remember thinking, holy smokes, this was crazy, because it just like, I only remember the flamingo float and a car, like a station wagon car. And the next day I went to my principal, and I was so excited to tell him, because my mom had told me this is why they had done it. He made this, and he's speaking bad of our people, and that's not right. Especially to have Ogumao like that, have an Ogumao speaking on behalf of us. He could change the city on us, she would say. And I was so excited to tell my principal, we'll call him Mr. Hamster. Mr. Hamster came and said, hello, Roland, are we gonna have a good day? I hope I don't get any visits today. And I said, oh, yeah, did you, I wanna know one question, Mr. Hamster. He said, oh yeah, what? He's wearing his nice checkered shirt with a tie, and he had glasses and a bald head with, you could see the gray hairs just on the side. And he had said, yeah, sure, what do you have for me today, Mr. Baldhead, he had said. And I said, are you voting for chimpanzee or not? And my mom said, shh, payate, muchayao, boy, totomo. She's saying, and just really quick things, muchayao, that's where I heard. And I like Mr. Hamster because I've always been able to go and visit him. Not willingly, of course, but I would always find my way there. And as we fast forward through the days, whether I was in there for, fighting or comments I didn't understand that I was doing, I was in his office. He said, oh, Roland, well, one thing I want to tell you about being principal, you'll always have something coming down the line. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm sitting. And that's where you had the big monitor with like the big thing looking like the DVD going across the screen, bouncing. And that's how long he had left me in his office. And in the office, there was this wooden panel where it had one and then a little groove and then another one and a little groove all across the office. And he had shelves of books, and then his school books, like big binders with big circles, holding those binders together. And they were all open. And I was coloring, and I think I was in about grade 2, maybe grade 1, yeah. And I remember thinking, you know what? This guy always tells me good stuff. He gives me good candy. I like these weather things, these weather caramel, mints that he gives me. And I want to make him a picture. And when I looked at the coloring stencil that I was doing, it just didn't you know, it just didn't do what I justice to what I was feeling, and I wanted to give Mr. Hamster a gift. So I had my scissors and I looked at that beautiful brown, dark brown wall. And I said, oh my gosh, you know what? I like T-Rexes. So I started carving, and the shavings were falling off. And I was like, well, I'll brush that to the side. He won't see that. I got to make sure this is good. So I started doing it and I finished it. Mwah, chef's kiss. And then I said, you know what? I like stars. I'm going to draw a star. And as I was drawing the star, I realized I was trying to make like the bubble one, not the line, because I just wasn't there yet in my drawing ability. And when I was drawing it, I messed up. Oh man. And I realized that I looked and I said, oh no, I can't erase it. So I looked at my T-Rex and I said, that looks nothing like a T-Rex. And I looked at my stencil and I said, okay, maybe if I could use the stencil, maybe he'll be able to see what's in my mind. The gift I want to give to Mr. Hamster. I was getting so nervous. I grabbed the little whiteout that they had and I started trying to paint the bright brown that popped out in the dark brown walls. And he had walked in right when I was coloring it. And he said, oh, Roland, you know who I'm going to call. And my mom, being a single parent at the time, working at a youth home, you know, it was hard for her to to leave work. But when she had to leave work, oh boy, was I ever in trouble. How do I say this? I acknowledge my mom's presence in making me the best dodgeball player there ever was. And when she had walked in, oh boy, she would say, oh, what happened? What happened now, Mr. Hamster? Why am I coming in today? I said, well, let me show you this ball pen. And as we fast forward through the day, I'm telling my uncle. He says, oh yeah, tell me what you did. Tell me the story. And so we're sitting in the car and we're going out to play some baseball. I was telling him this story and he goes, hey, wis, mutsaya, oh boy. He did. That's how he would like end up. I don't want to hear it anymore. Mutsaya, like, oh, you're crazy. I can't believe you did that. And then there's another story. As I got older, I heard this word muchayao turn into a different kind of word, but almost meant the same thing, almost like a slang. And I was visiting a community. I went to a sweat, but I was kind of nervous in this sweat. I've never been to this type of sweat, and I've never been to a sweat in a while. They asked, well, you want to go into sweat? Sure, yeah. And I was getting nervous as it was coming up. Well, how long are your rounds out here? I asked. Oh, about 30 minutes. I said, holy smokes, 30 minutes. Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. And so, you know, we fast forward through this, through it, and we get there, and this is the first time I'm seeing like these leaves all over the ground, or these sticks all over the ground. Holy smokes, this is deadly. And you know, the guy putting it on, he sits down right next to all these jars of like medicine. And he sits down and he gets in all old, sits down, plumps himself onto the cushion. And there's about 4 of us in there. Me, the guy, an old guy, and 2 women. And so the door closes and he starts splashing. And I'm getting nervous. And when I was younger, you know, I used to like, you know, I would be like, oh no, I need air. So I'd go, and I didn't, like, I'm older, so like I can't do that. I gotta pray. So right away, I just throw my towel on. And I'm just ready. So I start praying, and you know, after about 6 or 5 times, he stops and he starts praying in this language I can't understand. And I noticed when I opened my eyes that I could see the silhouette of my legs, and I'm not used to that. So I kind of like peek out of my my towel, and I say, like, I peek out under my towel, and I'm like, oh, I could see all these silhouettes of these people. I'm like, oh, okay, this is different. This is not bad in here. And we ended up having a good first round, and it was very powerful. They had asked me to sing a song in there, and I didn't know much, but I did, know some songs that we sang back home. And I said, okay, yeah, sure. Mushmat always said, if somebody asks, just don't unless you don't know, just do it. You're there to pray. So next round comes in, and the guy who was opening the door, said, door, opened the door, and the guy was my translator. So then we go in a second time, and the guy asked, Roland, do you want to run this round? It won't be long. Don't make it long. And my translator saying that, and I said, no, like, I don't know how. I don't want to. And no, you do it. This is your safe spot, blah, blah, blah. And I just said, yeah, I know, but like, I don't really feel comfortable. Like, I don't have the knowledge. I feel like I'll be praying differently. I don't feel comfortable. And again, they asked, I said, finally, like, I just wanted it to get going. So I said, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. So then I said, singing, I splash. And before I splash, I used the silhouette of the medicine's burning, and I put my hand in this 5-gallon pail, and I kind of like, judge it. Oh, it's about a hand and a wrist away. And, just based on like watching all the time, to me, they've always used all that water. And, I started praying, kind of like, forgive me if I'm doing something wrong. I just coming in here in a good way, sing some songs, and you just pray for my loved ones and myself. So I said, I sing and splash, and it's getting really hot. The medicine's starting to go out, starting to get darker. I sing about like 5 songs. And after I was done, I said, well, thank you. I appreciate this. And, said thanks. Of course, all that wasn't translated because our translator actually went to the washroom at that moment. And so I put my hand back in the pail, and it's about a hand, and it's hot. So I knew, like, okay, well, I got to use up all this water. So I did. All the rocks started bubbling. It just sounded like those rocks were talking to in a big rush of heat. But before I could feel the heat, I put the pail down, and I just jumped right under my towel. And out of nowhere, those girls that I think that was their first sweat. I hope it wasn't. You could hear, oh, and those girls, just like a scary movie. And I was just holding, and I was kind of like this. It was so hot. I felt like a sweat droplet, like just like it ingrained itself in my memory of just like pouring off my ear. And that old guy who got in at first, I said door right after when I got under, and the door wasn't opening. Out of nowhere, that old guy's walking in all crippled. He comes in, the door goes flying open, and he's like on the ground. and those two ladies run out. And I knew I didn't want to move because it was just so hot. And afterwards, the guy, this old Muslim that you're saying, like he was Cree, but he was with like an R dialect almost. And he was just saying like, almost like, oh yeah, that was a good one. and I was telling my mom this, oh mom, I went back home after my visit and I said, yeah, I had a great time. I ate some beaver on a spit. You know, I ran 5K and I forced myself, and but I do have to tell you something, Mom. And you're not gonna like it. And I feel kind of messed up for it, but I don't know. So maybe because I need some help dealing with this emotionally. And so she said, oh, okay, what's going on? And back then, you know, I had a problem with drinking. And you drinking? No, not drinking. Oh my gosh, Roland, who did you get pregnant? No. Girling? No. Okay, Mom, sit down. I gotta really tell you this. I said, I went there and they asked me to run. I sweat is what I said. She said, ay, mucho na peo. You always have a choice. I said, Mom, I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. You should have been there. No, you always have a choice. You can't be going around pretending to be ceremonial man in places they don't know you. And so then I go and tell the same story I told you guys to my uncles. Again, hey, wis, mucho na peo. Hey. Like when they start going, hey. It's like they're cutting it off. Like, no more. Mucho na peo. Crazy man, they say. Crazy man. And yeah, like, but they laughed at, hey, tell him that story. And that's one of those stories that I live with. And this story comes from the last story, Quisqueo. Quisqueo comes in a story that is passed down through my family. And how it goes was my mom was about as young as I was when she seen those floats flying by with the flamingo and the rocks we were throwing at that car. She said, oh, I don't know. I just heard this big banging at the door. Come on, Mom. You can hear at the door, Wis, he's drunk. Don't let him in. He's drunk. Bushes, but they knew something was wrong. He squealed in the head. My mama had said in the story. I was just a little baby, she said at the time. And she said he had come in. And I came out and walked out of the bed because I heard this commotion in the living room. And the couch was behind him, coffee table in front. And she said, it was like his eyes were moving around and in Cree saying, look at his eyes. They're moving around all over the place. Squeal. And Mosham was lighting some sweetgrass. Oh, just go out, my boy, just go out. And he was how she described moving around, you know, unhumanly. And she said my chapan had covered her eyes, but she could see right through the hands like this in her eyes, and she could just hear him talking. But when she opened her eyes and could see through the finger, she said his tongue came out like a frog and was going all around the room. And Mushum started praying and said, you know, basically, you know, I don't know what he said in Cree. I probably swear if I tried to say it, but he pointed that sweetgrass at his face and he bit the cherry right off that sweetgrass. And right as soon as he did that, he went flying over the coffee table and landed on the couch. And he was knocked out. Yeah. You could just hear my chapa saying, and my mushra was saying, okay, now you need to do this. And they were getting prepared. And that's where I heard, you know, Quisqueo. And these three words have been through my life is mucho ayaw, like like you're almost like if I were to like you're silly or you're kind of crazy, silly, like stuff like that, like there's no filter almost. Mucho napeo is like that slang. It's how I'm understanding it. And Quisqueo is almost like the spirit is not connected to the body. And when I'm, I guess, describing these Cree words, this is just my understanding of these Cree words. And I just wanted to say before I end is that Cree is not a stagnant language. You know how we say like Wakutoin means relationship to all things in principle, but it means so much more to the individual as they learn throughout life and the language. Same with all the indigenous languages and Cree words, that they all do contain spirit, and they're all living and continued like us. So yeah, those are my stories that I wanted to share with you of me learning basically types of ways of, you know, you're crazy, you're crazy one. Yeah.
Kananaskompton, Roland, that was quite the journey you took us on. Quisquean, that's what my relative taught me in water, and that's what that means. You're crazy. And it's like you've got lots of juice in those stories. Where are you based at, Roland?
Living in Toronto right now.
Yeah.
Teaching Cree to young children, but I'm from Wanero First Nations, and I grew up in Saskatoon and stuff like that.
Well, when I come out to Takaranto, I'm going to look you up. So just leave me a number or something on, on the chat. Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you. So we're just rolling along. We've kind of got a traffic jam at this time of the day. I'm just going to go back. And is Rain, are you still there? Because she came back. There you are. I see your name. She had to go and then she came back. So I'm going to ask her if she can go now. And after her is Aina, but I don't see her here. And then we'll go to Danica and Zoe and Rayanne and Larissa. And then Quintana. So you're all kind of in the same place. So I hope you don't have to run away. If you do, anybody needs to go, but you want to say your story, that's okay too. All right. And we're approaching noon, and I was hoping that one of you guys would come over and deliver me a buffet, but since it's Zoom, I just have to figure it out. Okay, Rain, are you ready?
Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to unmute on my phone.
Okay, anytime you're ready. All right. Can we see you?
I guess.
Everybody wants to see you. So, and that applies to everybody. You're all beautiful. So just yeah. Anyways.
Let me set up my phone. Sorry.
Okay. That's fine. How's everybody doing out there? You know, some of you have been with us right from the beginning at 7:30. It's noon now. Louise, you're hanging in there. I see Randy's joined us, and that's my buddy. So I'm glad you're there. And we got Luke, who's basically one of the guys from the Ogamaus from the U of S library that set us up. Got some of my students, and yeah, we're just and people, I see your name in the black void, but I have no idea what's happening on YouTube. But my God, Stories Forever is right. Okay, Rain, are you ready?
Almost, yeah. I got a question.
Okay.
Can I tell my ladybug story? Like, is that something I can tell?
Well, why wouldn't it be?
I don't know because I've used it in class before, so I wasn't too sure.
No, that's fine. Absolutely. You got a whole
Okay.
new family here.
Okay.
So you're gonna do it in the dark?
No.
Okay.
Just I haven't had to work Zoom on my phone before.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You can start your story anytime.
Okay. This is awkward. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about if you can't find the
Okay.
yeah. Don't worry.
So this is essentially a story I wrote for two of my nieces. You'll get the gist of it as I tell it. So once there was a lost little ladybug. The tiniest ladybug lived in a family of three, which included her mother and her sister. The tiniest ladybug adored her big sister and followed her everywhere. Sister Ladybug always told her family, no matter who they were or what time of the day it was, that she wished for the tiniest one. They were a family who was always together, but one day the sister Ladybug had to go far, far away. She wasn't able to tell the tiniest ladybug or Mama Ladybug goodbye, or how much she loved them, or how much she knew they could accomplish in their lives. The tiniest ladybug couldn't understand where her sister had went, no matter how much the adults around her had tried. All the tiniest ladybug knew was her sister went to heaven to fly freely. So one day, while the tiniest ladybug and Mama were out shopping together, the tiniest ladybug let go of her mother's hand. And then she went to go look for her sister. First, the tiniest ladybug went to the park where she and her sister always went to together. Bugga, where are you? The tiniest ladybug shouted as she flew up towards the playground equipment. Looking side to side, the tiniest ladybug frowned and went down the slide. Alas, her sister wasn't there to catch her at the end and didn't answer her calls. Well, maybe she went to school, she said excitedly as she flew away from the park. So she started off to walk down a few blocks, and then she began to fly. Across the meadow of ocean blue flowers she went. Bugga, she yelled once more as she traversed the meadow clearing, looking to and fro. Still, her sister was nowhere in sight. The tiniest ladybug was used to sitting with Mama outside on a leaf while waiting for her sister to get out of school. So the tiniest ladybug flew to their usual leaf and waited. She waited patiently until the sun in the sky slowly started to get ready for bedtime. Bugga, are you almost done learning for the day? The tiniest ladybug said mournfully as she kept an eye out for her sister. Still, not a single person came out of the school doors. Where else could her sister be? Then the tiniest ladybug figured it out. If all the adults said that her sister went to heaven, then she would go there. Surely her little wings would allow her to fly up to the sky. Making her way off the leaf, the tiniest ladybug began flying straight for the sky. She flew higher and higher and higher, but she still couldn't reach the part of the sky where her sister was said to be. Finally, her little wings began to get tired. With a sad look of defeat, she let herself fly back down to the leaf and waited. Time flicked by, and the tiniest ladybug began to cry. She had let go of Mama's hand and in search for her sister, and now she had lost them both. Nothing could be heard except for the sound of the tiniest ladybug's little cries. Where did you go? Why did you go and leave me all alone? She cried out to the sky above. With a soft little hiccup, the tiniest ladybug closed her eyes as she continued to sob. She was all alone. I never left you, and I never will, a familiar voice shouted as she was brought into a warm hug by her sister. I was with you the entire time, Sister Ladybug said triumphantly as she wiped her little sister's tears away. Now, let's go take you back to Mama. Taking the tiniest ladybug's hand, Sister Ladybug began walking the familiar route back home. I was here long before you let go of Mama's hand, Sister Ladybug said with a smile, pulling the tiniest one along. You were? The tiny one asked, excitedly, as she swung her sister's arm along with hers. At the park when you were playing and calling for me, through this meadow of blue stars and columbine, I was right with you. Stopping for a short moment, Sister Ladybug picked the familiar flowers that grew in the meadow and handed them to her little sister. Sister Ladybug watched with a soft expression as her little sister twirled the flowers and let out a small giggle. This is the last time you'll see me in a while, so make sure you never let go of Mom's hand. Sister Ladybug scolded the tiniest one as they continued to walk past the meadow clearing. Don't go! You can't leave me again, the little one shouted as she clung to her sister tightly. Picking up the tiniest ladybug, Sister Ladybug squeezed her tight as she moved onward. Where I'm going, you can't follow, she said sternly. But even when you can't see me, I'll be right here beside you. I'll be a constellation of stars in the night sky, and during the daytime, I'll be the breeze gently blowing by and messing up your hair. Pressing a soft kiss to the tiniest ladybug's head, Sister Ladybug came to a stop. And sometimes when you dream, I'll be right there, waiting to play with you. You'll be right there? The tiniest ladybug asked, moving away to stare up at her sister with big eyes. Yep, I'll be right there, Sister Ladybug said happily, as she set down the tiniest one. A sad smile made its way to Sister Ladybug's face as she tidied up the tiniest ladybug a bit. Now this is as far as I can go. But you'll be with me, right? She asked once more, waiting for her older sister's reassurance before she could even turn to look at their home. I'll be with you all the time, even when you can't see me, she reassured, whispering softly. Turning the tiniest ladybug around and giving her an encouraging push in the direction of their home, there in the distance was their mama, crying out for the tiniest one, looking back at her sister. The tiniest one began flying happily towards their mother. Finally, she flew into the arms of her mom, who was frantically looking for her, and held her tightly immediately. Never let go of my hand, Mama Ladybug scolded as she held her baby close to her heart. But Mama, Sister brought me home safely, see? Pushing away from Mama Ladybug, the tiniest one pointed off in the direction of her sister. Freezing, their mother looked in the direction her baby was pointing. Right there, across the way, was Sister Ladybug waving both to her mother and the tiniest one. With tears of happiness in her eyes, Sister Ladybug began to fly off to her other home in the sky, giving one last final look to her family in the distance. Right here beside you both, always and forever in the sky, Sister Ladybug said as she turned into a constellation in the night sky. That's the end.
All right, thank you so much, Rain. I appreciate that. We will always think about you when we see a ladybug.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's go over to, we're about 40 minutes behind time, and that's just life. So let's go to Danica, and then Zoe, Rayanne, and Larissa, and then Quintana. And if somebody has to go, just let me know, then we'll insert you. Okay, so anytime you're ready, who did I say?
Tanika.
Yeah, there you go. And I always say your name wrong. Danica. Nice to
Danica.
see you.
Good to see you, Bruce. It's
yeah.
so great to be here. And I see faces from across the land here today. I haven't seen Louise in so long. She's out of the picture now, but it's so nice to see Louise and Zoe. I haven't seen in so long, and Sandy and Randy and Errol. I haven't seen Errol for a while. So many names and faces. It's so good to see you all. So I really want spring, and we don't have spring yet here in Saskatoon. So I've been thinking a little bit about storms and spring. And I remember when I was a lot younger, and I was coaching soccer for my little sister's team, and we were standing in a field after the soccer game, and all of a sudden the air felt sort of strange, and the smell changed a bit, and I could remember looking at my friend, and both of our hair started to stand up. And we looked at each other and thought, oh no, it's going to storm, because you could feel the electricity in the air. And there was one crack of thunder, and then the whole sky just opened up, and we were completely soaked. We ran to the parking lot. And when we got to the cars, my jeans were so wet that I was able to wring out the water in my jeans in just like 20 seconds. We were totally drenched. And I thought about that often, how it felt to have that electricity kind of raise our hair up, because we often feel it on your arms, but to actually watch your friend's hair go up and to feel your hair go up with the electricity in the air. But I didn't really think about it that often. And then a few years later, I was standing and I was visiting the fellow who was going to become the father of my daughter. And we were outside, and it was one of those really hot days. We were on in a small campground where he worked, and he lived in one of those old trailers from the 1970s, and it wasn't in really great shape. It was a little 2-bedroom trailer, and it had a little tiny 3 steps built with a little tiny porch on the front, and a very small little deck that you could sit on a lawn chair on. A couple of lawn chairs, just a really small little deck. And it was a super hot day. It was one of those days that you could see the air. It was so hot, and it was close to evening, and the mosquitoes were buzzing, but they were so hot that they weren't even really biting. They were just kind of land on you, and it was too hot. Everybody was really tired. And I was standing on the little deck with my daughter's brother. And we were standing there, and I hadn't met him very many times, and he was 16 years old, and this was 20 years ago. So he was one of these kids who had the spiky hair with the frosted tips at the top, and just, a beautiful kid with beautiful dimples and great big brown eyes. And we're standing on the deck. And then all of a sudden, through the heat of the night, we look out into the distance, and we're starting to hear just a really faint rumble of thunder. And we see way off just little tiny bits of lightning. And we're standing on the deck, and then it's rolling in closer. And when I was a kid, my dad would say, you know how far the lightning is, because when you see the flash and you hear the lightning, you have that time. And if you count 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, every time you count 1 1,000, it's supposed to be about a mile away. And so we're looking off into the distance, and we'd see the lightning, and then we'd hear the crack, and I'd count 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000. It's getting a little bit closer, and we're listening, and we're having a conversation. I'm getting to know this young person. And as they're rolling in a little bit closer, it's still 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. It's still quite a ways away. And it's getting a little bit closer. And then I hear my daughter's dad inside. He yells out, he says, I love lightning. I'm on the phone, and I'm going to be outside in just a minute. I'm going to stand out there with you guys. And so Aaron and I are standing on the deck. We're standing on the deck, and it's getting a little closer. And Aaron says, I don't love lightning. I hate it. He said, when my Uncle Jimmy was the same age as me. He was struck by lightning and he died. And so I don't like lightning storms at all. And he said, and the thing that's really weird is everybody tells me I look exactly like my Uncle Jimmy. So we're standing there and then all of a sudden, boom, lightning and thunder at the same time. And we are thrown. And I can't see anything. And at this point, the noise was so loud that now I can't hear anything. And I've moved from where I was standing on this little deck. Now I'm standing in the porch of this trailer up against the stairs, just the 3 little stairs that you walk into the kitchen door. And I'm thinking, oh crap, I killed this kid by having him stand outside with me. And like I said, I can't hear anything and I can't see anything. And I began to kind of feel around where I am, because I'm standing and I feel around by my side and I feel the spiky hair, the spiky frosted tips on this 16-year-old. And so he stands up and we go into the building and he begs his dad if he could have a whiskey because, you know, we're shaking so hard. But we're fine. It takes a while for me to be able to see again, maybe 5 minutes or so. And I had the ringing in my ears for a couple of days after that. And as we kind of go through this and we get our bearings a little bit, people start to walk around the campground a little bit. And it was one of those campgrounds that had a golf course and, you know, some ball diamonds and a little swimming hole. Lots of campers with the fire pots that are made out of the old washing machine barrels. And so as we hear the stories from that night, that same strike of lightning that moved us, that, you know, that affected us so much, also hit the back of one of the ball diamonds because somebody was walking their dog past and they saw the backstop, the metal backstop of the ball diamond just kind of light up and spark. And there was a man who was standing behind his motorhome and the transformer on the back of the motorhome had blown, but he happened to be able to get out of the way. And there were about 8 or 10 people sitting around one of those fire pots made out of a washing machine. And it hit the metal there as well. And fire, pieces of wood and fire shot out of that fire. And nobody there was hurt as well. And my daughter's dad, who was on the phone died, and he saw fire shoot out of the phone line because this was the old landline, and that was when you also had the landline internet, and it was the landline that always took, you'd hear that, you'd hear the bad noises, and it would take you 5 minutes to hook up, but it completely fried the internet and it completely fried the phones. But this beautiful thing about this weird, strange thing that happened to us is all of us were this close and nobody was hurt at all. So that's my little story about summer here in Saskatchewan, and I hope it gets hot here again soon.
Oh, can you tell that Danica is a storyteller? Yes. It's so nice to come in and like I say to everybody, if you need to run away, come back. The sun is still up, and as long as I can see the sun, I'm here. Okay, so Zoe's up next, and then we'll go to Rayanne and Larissa. And then Quintana. So, like I said, we have some pretty incredible artists and students. So it's a good mix. And everybody's just think of it as a potluck. But it's stories that we're bringing together. But we're going to have Scott. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you ready?
Sure. I'm a little nervous. I don't play the fiddle too often anymore, but I'll give it a try.
Yeah, he's great. He's just going to play us a musical interlude, then we're going to go to Zoe.
Can you hear that okay?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'll play a tune. I know Marie-Louise Perron was mentioning a Latteroute name, and there's a tune by a fellow named Eugene Latteroute, and it's called Keystone Reel. So I'll give that one a try. I haven't played it for a while, but I'll give it a try. Sorry, too nervous. Can't play that one very good.
That's okay. That's all right. We love it. Marie-Louise appeared just to hear that, but you'll get a chance to do another one. Absolutely. And if anybody else, throughout the rest of the day wants to belt a song out, play, I'll play some harmonica at some point. And yeah, just be free, make yourself at home. Anytime you're ready. anytime you're ready, Zoe.
Hello, Tanse, Atlante. I'm so happy to be here. I'm also nervous. Like, I don't know why most of us, we know each other, but yeah, Scott, when you come on here, I don't know. I don't have a real story to tell, and I didn't want to put together something to be impressive. So I'm going to try to be candid in my delivery, and I don't even know what I'm going to say. But while I've been here listening to all of you, I've been making a poster. I was like, okay, what is the future story going to look like, for this project that I'm working on? Okay. So I have been teaching music for over 10 years. I started music a long time ago, grade 2. I entered my first poetry competition, and it was an oratory competition actually. And the teacher had got us to go to the library and find a book that we liked and find a poem in a book and memorize the poem and then perform it in the competition. So I chose I'm in a Rotten Mood by Jack Perletsky. And the poem is I'm in a rotten mood today, really rotten mood today. I'm feeling cross, I'm feeling mean, I'm jumpy as a jumping bean. I have a rotten attitude, I'm in a rotten mood. And I just love making animations and performing poetry. What I realized is that poetry is my first healthy trauma response, and it would actually be my armor for the rest of my life. I really love rhythm and rhyme, and I also love I love subverting the institution. We call it decolonizing, but I think we're naturally decolonized, right? And then we become colonized and things get complex and shallow. But I do think that I would rather be simple and deep. I got that from Mr. Rogers. So, I try to look back on my childhood, and I remember distinctly being in grade 2, and the teacher had asked us, the teacher was just talking along, and I looked at the alphabet on the wall, and by grade 2, I was professional at the alphabet, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool if the alphabet started with a Z instead of an A? Because my name is Zoe, it starts with a Z. So wouldn't it be cool if the alphabet starts with a Z as well? This is the first song that I ever came up with on my own. And it goes Z, Y, X, and W, V, U, T, S, R, Q, P, O, N, M, L, K, J, I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, and A. I just thought it was way cooler than A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like this had more pizzazz, more funk, and all of the students seemed to love it. So I taught all of my peers in grade 2, and they learned the alphabet backwards as well. I saw the power of bringing people together to have fun. And this is also something that would protect me for the rest of my life, because what happened, like, you know, growing up, going from like house to house to house to house to school to school to school to classroom to teacher to new friends to missing friends, it was so confusing growing up. I always wrote poetry and I loved to share it with people, and new friends seemed to like not get sick of me, so they like my poems. But when I was older, and I was so convinced that Indigenous people don't go to university. And I was teaching already. Like I was teaching a high school class at Oskayak in Saskatoon. And some of the students, they used the credit that I gave them for their high school class in order to get into university. And they asked me for letters in order to get into university. And I was like, oh my God, these kids are using, you know, something that I was able to generate for them, and they're using it for their own gain. And I was like so amazed by these students. And I was like, I wonder what it's like at the university, but people like me don't go to university. So one day my friend Merrick, he invited me to his class. Priscilla Satie was teaching at the University of Saskatchewan. And he said, yeah, just come, like people are just there. And when I got to the school, when I got to the classroom, I noticed everybody was on their computers. People were shopping, so distracted. And Priscilla Satie was standing in front of the room, like teaching, ready to teach these kids what she was passionate about. And these people were so preoccupied, except there's this one lady there, Erica Violet Lee. She was an Indigenous student. I was like, whoa, she's so scholarly. Like, I love to learn, but I can't stand classrooms. So when I was in this class, I realized I was like at the edge of my seat, hanging on every word Priscilla Satie was talking about. And I thought, I just kept this moment in my back pocket. And I kept facilitating workshops. I kept rapping. I kept making music. I kept doing my little poetry and sharing it with people. But I was confused about what I was going to do in my life next. And I decided, it was I don't know more time, right? And I decided maybe I should go to apply for school. Like my parents went to school for a little bit, but because of the Bill C-31, it became so complicated for them to get funding for school and then lose funding for school and then try to get band funding. But the post-secondary support program was capped, and it was around that time, hey? So both my parents, they didn't end up getting their education. I thought, oh, well, if I'm gonna go to university, then I'm gonna finish. And I didn't think I would stay in university this long, but what I learned about how the university is inherently patriarchal, I just felt like, like, sure, but there's more to it. There's like all of the people in the university, right? I was teaching music to kids while I was going to university, and some kids, like in Canoe Lake, the kids would be like, 5+ can get you anywhere. Like their imagination was so big. This other time I was in a grade 1 class, and this kid says, being a kid never gets old. And then later on in the song, they said, we don't know who we want to be, but we sure know who we are. And I thought that was so cool. During the time when I was in university, I'd always leave school to go and teach music. And so much that I ended up failing Native Studies, Michif Studies. So I had to take this 6-credit course twice. And so I did what I know best. And so I don't fail the second time, I wrote a poem about about my studies so that when I get to the final of the 6-credit course, that I would be able to whip out all the facts. Okay, so just like I did in my grade 2 class, I ended up creating a song that would help me succeed, and it turned into this book called The Voyageurs. And I'm gonna read this book to you. It won't take too long. It's a picture book, and this is my story. It's like a story and a story. And I'm sharing this because Marie Louise was made me so excited. And I thought, okay, here we go. I'll try this. There were young burly men from the eastern shore who knew from life they wanted more. Their plots were dry, their stories just beginning. They set off to love a life worth living. They were engaged in a plan by the Northwest Sea to traverse the land through the veins of streams. Who could they be? Who could they become? The voyageurs, they set out as one. To leave a home and to start anew was not as easy for each crew. A plan was made by just a few. These men, each other, they barely knew. They left behind a wholesome life, with some their families and some their wives. At what cost could this journey be? It was a true sacrifice, a testament to thee. You see, money was the draw until the first moon, and they realized this just all too soon. The dollars didn't matter to the trees or folks. It didn't matter to the water, to the paddles, each stroke. But the vie to be the manliest man, who could traverse the farthest across this land, who could stand the strongest against each demand, but together they knew they could not disband. They all met at the forks of Montreal, and a party arrived to farewell them all. They knew they had no wherewithal, but their families depended on their westward sprawl. The concept was simple, the company set. They demanded their lives and their respect. An old life in passing, so soon to forget. All attention was needed for this next trek. The water highways were tumultuous, their demeanors were calm. They responded to the water with a range of songs. The rhythm set pace to the paddles each dawn. This they knew is the paddle songs. Huzzah, huzzah, on the river, you could hardly hear me. Huzzah, huzzah, on the river, you don't hear me at all. The fast pace led them through the scariest moments that took their fear away. It took their attention and all of their logic. They knew they'd have to play. The waves were fierce, the rapid surprise. This they knew is portaging time. They would haul the cargo on each of their backs, 3 packs of 90 pounds to be more exact. The strongest, of course, would carry much more, and this was to their own accord. They would gain more capital and they would become more esteemed, and the bourgeois took notice as part of their scheme. Roles were defined, the company set. They were determined to be noticed by the records they set. So they went from pork eaters to Northmen to the real Athabascans in a season. Can you believe that? Who inspired these actions? Pork eaters went just as far as the interior, and their goal was to work, not to be more superior. So they traded with tribes for furs and tools, because a market in Europe awaited these fools. You see, fur was in fashion, the business of vanity. Nonetheless, they can go home to be with their families. The Northmen went further, and they learned to live off the land, becoming allies with tribes and facing nature's demands. They developed a system called the trading posts. Some fell in love and no longer wanted to go. The ones who traveled on, they gained the most masculine prowess. They became ingrained in the journey, and they became the most proudest. The final stage was to gain a Nehia wife, to learn to live off the land like she did for life. You see, these stories are as webbed as these Canadian streams, how we became a nation who are the Métis. Thank you. And so just like Tony Belcourt, you know, when I ended this book, I saw like, oh, I am looking at the men because this is where I'm taught to look. So my new project that I'm working on with like Cookum Rap, if you saw Cookum Rap, we are restoring Indigenous languages, restoring femininity and love and kinship through this, through song and through collective songwriting. So my story is not done yet. I just wanted to give you a glimpse because it might read as resistance, it might read as irreverence, but I am seeing more and more from these examples that we are a part of this land and we can pick up Canada like a Rubik's Cube, look at it, and then put it down when we want to, because it's not ours. Okay, Exe, thank you so much.
Thanks, Zoe. Yeah, she does it all, eh, folks? And Zoe was also the storyteller in residence at the U of S, so she came back with more stories. And I hope you stick around, and there probably be some gaps a little later on. Okay, so let's just go with who did I say was up? So we'll go with Rayanne and Larissa. You guys, for some reason, you're at the same time. Who wants to go?
Bruce, did you put me down on that too?
Excuse me, Justina, do you need to go?
Yeah, I scheduled for 12:30 today.
Yeah, I know. Okay, all right. So when somebody has to go, absolutely. Okay, ready for you, and then we'll go into Rayanne and Larissa. Go.
Okay, you want me to start right now?
Yep.
Okay, well, I would like to talk about the importance of education, basically. Like, this is the reason why I'm in university, because I like spreading information and new knowledge about education and my experience. Hopefully it could help some people. And I just want to start way back when I was in kindergarten. I just kind of want to finish off for those who were listening in drama class last week. But when I was in kindergarten, I used to go to a public school. It's 15 minutes away from my reserve, and I had to wake up every morning at 6 o'clock and be out the door by 7:40 and catch the bus at 7:50 and then be at school at 8:30 and start at 9. That was my day. That was my life for the past 12 years, living on the reserve and going to school on public schools. My whole entire life, it was kind of hard having kind of being whitewashed. I can admit it. It's kind of sad. I know my roots and everything, but I feel as I'm whitewashed, in my words, it's just I feel like I'm disconnected from my culture. And I feel like coming to university really pushed me and encouraged me to get back into my roots more. And I didn't really know anything about our culture back then. When I was in public schools, I was the only Indigenous woman in my class for as long as I can remember. And I remember being ashamed of our culture at one point because of the teachers that I was with. And it wasn't until university I learned this term called the oppressed and the oppressor. And I learned that their teaching styles really just wanted to erase the Indian, like they said back then, which was really sad. Never really knew it because I was just an innocent little kid. I didn't know anything. The reason why I left to the reserve was just to get a better education, because things was not exactly looking good for my older siblings when they went to those schools there in the reserve. My brother, he was pushed into a locker, a little skinny locker. He was locked in there, bullied by his own people, his own cousins, his own family, and my other siblings bullied too. So they had to take him out into the reserve schools and put them into the public schools. And it was hard. It was hard for all of us being the only First Nations in our class. And we did it. We did it. Our parents pushed us. They really, really pushed us. Every single day they wouldn't let us sleep in. We would have to go to bed at a certain time. Rules all the time by my parents. You had to follow them or else you couldn't live under their roof. it's not like strict like that. It's just, if you don't want to go to school and get a better life, then I'm sorry, go live that life somewhere else. And they really kept us in that house, and they really pushed us for all of our education. We all graduated at 17. We all moved out at 18. They all pushed us, man. And like, even when there's days when we all didn't feel like going to school, there was always mom and dad yelling at us in the strictest ways. Get your arse up for school. You want to do this with your life? You want to do that? It's tough. It's tough love, but that tough love really pushes you and really makes you a stronger person as you grow up. And like, they never let me miss a day in university or high school and elementary. Never let me miss a day. I could recall only missing at least a week of my grade 12 year, at least a week. And like, for my other grades, I never really missed any days too. They pushed me, man. And now that I'm on my own here in the university, it's not hard. It's hard having that support system. It's really hard not having it. But here I am. I still try my best to show up every day to class. And I try push my friends to do their assignments. I really try to be what I had, like to other people. I really try to push them. I really try to make them do their assignments. And I also try balance it out with fun. That's who I am. I may look like I have my stuff together, but it's hard, going through all these emotions and having to deal with them. And on top of that, doing your work and then trying to be there for your friends, trying to balance out everything. And I don't know, I just wanted to share that education is really, really important. Showing up to school is really, really important. Just being there for your friends is really, really important. Everything like that is just important to education. And I hope anybody that's watching, I really hope that we're taking spring and summer classes next month, and we can grow together, and I could really help other people, and really people could help me. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Is that 5 minutes?
And not to worry about it, Justina. Thank you for speaking from the heart. And you may have to go now.
Okay, thank you.
But try to listen in. You got until the sun goes down. There's lots of good stories.
Oh, yeah, I was listening to some stories too.
Right on. Thank you so much.
Your first.
Yeah. So good. So nice. Okay, let's go with Rayanne, then Larissa, then Quintana. You ready, Ray?
Ready as I'll ever be, Bruce.
Okay. Are we gonna see you?
I'm sitting outside, so it's not gonna be a great video, but there we go.
Yeah.
I could not think of a story at all. So when I was listening to everybody else's stories, I kind of picked together that everyone kind of knew where they came from. And I didn't. I don't know my Indigenous side of the family very well. And I always found it interesting to listen to people's stories, and everyone in our first year class at Suntep this year, they all know where they came from except for one other girl. And they know who their families are and everything like that. And I remember when I was little, my grandpa used to take us out to just outside of Weyburn, along the Souris River. And when we were by the river, there was a whole bunch of like teepee circles with all the rocks around them and old fire pits and arrowheads. And we used to go out there and we used to look at them and he'd tell us stories about what it used to be like out there, and like what he heard and stuff like that from people in the community and the farmers that were around there, and the stories that were passed down to them. And I always found it so cool that we kind of got to see all of that, and it wasn't really touched land almost. It was just there and nobody did anything with it. And I remember with my other grandfather, we used to go out and like pick berries, and he taught us all of these things. And when we got to school, they were talking about how Ukrainians and Indigenous people worked very well together. And that's kind of where my grandpa learned how to pick berries, and the proper things to learn is growing up super poor. And he just learned a lot from his parents that were friends with a lot of Indigenous people growing up when they came over here. And I found it really cool that both sides of my family kind of connected when we found out that we were Indigenous, and kind of just navigating through that and not knowing who I was and kind of feeling an emptiness and trying to explore that. And it's been difficult since everybody on the one side of the family has passed away or doesn't want to acknowledge it. And my great grandma hid it for so long that her kids could pass off as white, so she just didn't tell them. And one of their cousins found out and tried to find some information about it, but it's been a struggle. So trying to navigate through that and school and life and being away from family now, it's been a interesting experience, and I'm slightly jealous of everyone who knows where they come from, because it's very difficult to not know who you are, who your family is, especially when they don't want to talk about it. I just found out last summer that my grandpa actually attended a residential school for a couple of years before he dropped out of school to go work for his family. And just kind of a shock to all of us to figure that out. And we all learned about them slightly from him and from our family. But for him not even telling us that we were Indigenous and then throwing it on us that he was at a residential school is a lot harder to kind of grasp and understand. So I know that there's a connection on both sides, but it's kind of hard to figure out where the Indigenous side came in. And I'd like to kind of learn a little bit more about that and where my family came from. Yeah, that's my story.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate it. When we tell our stories, they're so personal. People, of course, can tell stories. Oh, I'm looking at nobody's face. That's the first time that happened. Oh, there you are. Anyways, that's all right. I wasn't going to fall off my chair or anything. But, the personal stories in our communities, they just come out. And when I ask my students to tell a fictitious story, it's people have imaginations, but when it boils down to it, we always want to tell our story. But it's an art to tell fiction as well. But of course, it comes from a real place, whether you call it fiction or not. Okay, so Larissa, are you ready?
Yep.
All right. Are we going to see you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
So I actually kind of don't really have a story either. And I don't think I'm not feeling very well. So I'm not really in a creative mood to make up something fictional. I was actually just gonna kind of talk about my story, I guess.
And that's okay.
Okay. So I always talk about it, but like me being a soccer player, and I kind of just wanted to talk like about my travels, I guess. It's taken me a lot of places. I have traveled to a few places in the States. I went to Minneapolis before for the Puma World Cup, and that was a really awesome experience. Actually, that was my first time going to the States, and I've been to Vegas twice and kind of all over Canada. I went to BC, which was actually an awesome experience. I still remember the first time I played soccer in BC. I walked onto the field and the game was about to start, and the background, like the mountains in the background, it looked like a wallpaper. Like I couldn't even believe it. I just remember staring at it like And we played a BC team and they were kind of like laughing at my reaction. Then I was like, you guys are just used to this. Like, this is gorgeous. And I was like, it doesn't even look real. I was like, I can't believe I'm playing soccer with that background right now. It was like really awesome. And like I've been to Alberta a few times to play soccer, like in Edmonton and stuff. I also went and played in Manitoba. I'm very like accident prone too. I have quite a reputation for like rolling and spraining my ankles. I have broken my ankle too before. It was like 2018. It was during a semi-final playoff game. It was an important game. We wanted to win it that season and we were doing really well. And it was like not even like 5 or 10 minutes into the game. I was on a breakaway. Then this girl kicked my ankle and it like completely like did like an L shape. And like the sound that bones breaking like in movies and stuff, it actually sounds like that. And like I heard it break and it was on a turf field. So I like hit the ground and I had nothing to grab onto. I was like wanted to grab onto grass or something and I had nothing. So I was just like freaking out. I have no pain tolerance. So I just kind of cried and screamed. And thankfully there was a bunch of nurses that were at the field at the time that came to my aid. And that was actually like a really like traumatizing experience. I remember laying on the bench and it started like raining really lightly and I was just heartbroken. I was like, oh, I'm never gonna play soccer again. Like this sucks. And I was crying. And then my coach was like, yeah, your sister should be here soon. And then I was like, what about the ambulance? And then she was like, oh, we just called your sister. And I was like, what is she gonna do? Like carry me? Like it was a far walk to the parking lot too. They're like, oh, okay, we'll call an ambulance. And I was like, whoa. So I was forced to just lay in the rain for like over a half hour. And then I remember I had these like brand new cleats that I love. They were so nice. I just got them that season. The ambulance came, they took me, they were giving me laughing gas for the ride to the hospital. And then she just starts cutting through my sock, cutting down all the way, starts cutting my cleat off. And then I was crying, but I was laughing because of the laughing gas. And then she's like chopping up my cleat and looks at me, are you laughing or crying? And I was like, both. I was so heartbroken. I was like, no, like my cleat, like don't take them. And then I was like, could you at least keep the other one? I don't know what I wanted it for, but yeah. And then I got to the hospital. My ankle was kind of stuck sideways. It looked really yucky. Found out it was broken. And then I had to go back the next day for like them to fix it. So they just kind of tentered it, which was like terrible. It was so uncomfortable. I went back the next day and then I was alone, which was actually kind of traumatizing actually. I remember being on like the table and they were like, oh, we're going to give you like an anesthesia and we're going to like, we have to give you this to put the bone back into place. It was a hallucinogen anesthesia. So like the weirdest experience of my life, honestly. Like they gave it to me and then I just felt this huge pain go through my arm. Like it just shot up my arm and into my body. And I was like, oh my God, what's happening? And then I was just like in a different dimension or something. Like I remember these big, like these rooms, but they were like round, like a ball, a big ball. And then I was zooming through like all these different rooms that were like that shape. And each room had something different. So like one had like bouncy balls, one had bubbles, one had like foam and stuff. Like it was just weird. And it felt so real though. And like, I was, like, I actually accepted it. I was like, this is my life now. Like, this is how life is going to be. It felt real. Like, so I was just zooming through these like big bubble rooms and like, okay, I guess I'll just keep doing this. Like, that sucks. And then this like face was way off in the distance and it started coming closer and closer. And she was like, Larissa, are you okay? Or you can calm down. And then I was just like, where am I? Like, I was just panicking. And she's like, it's okay. You're in the hospital. We're done. I looked at my ankle and it looked the exact same because I just put a tensor on it again. I was like, are you sure? Like, what just happened? I was just freaked out. Like, I really don't have any pain tolerance. So I was like terrified, like, please tell me it's done. And yeah, so it was, and that was my experience. And then I had to get like a bar and a bunch of screws put in. I remember like coming fresh out of surgery too, and I was like, my doctor comes and checks on me, and I was like, how long do I have to wait? And he's like, oh, to get your cast off. He's like, and I was like, no, like to play soccer. My first question out of surgery, I was like super out of it, and I'm like, how long do I play soccer again? And he was like, oh, okay, like kind of surprised with my question, I guess, but I wanted to just get back out there. Apparently, I actually went straight to because we won that game, which was awesome. I went to the finals like fresh out of surgery, so I was like hi, but I was like, I gotta support my team. And then I was there, I was cheering for them, and I did my crutches, and everyone's like, this is for you. And then we ended up winning, which was really awesome. That was one of my soccer experiences. It was like, yeah, like the whole hospital part was actually just really traumatizing. I mean, I've had like a lot of surgeries, and I don't think it gets easier. Like each time is just a different experience, and it's actually really terrifying. Like I got my wisdom teeth removed before, and even that, they had to just put me to sleep. My mom's story about that is when I woke up, they took me to go get a smoothie because I was hungry, and like I was really out of it. And I was reading a sign. I was just sitting in the backseat reading it out loud. I didn't know I was saying it out loud though, but they were like looking in the mirror, like, what is she saying? And I was just reading the sign, and then I started singing it. I started singing what I was reading, and I just slowly fell over and like passed out. And I was like, yeah, so like I had like a lot of injuries, a lot of surgeries, and I really don't have any pain tolerance. I have like a phobia to needles. I'm just a big baby. I have 2 tattoos as well. I fainted for one of them, like full on fainted. Like it was on my spine. I don't know why I chose that for my first tattoo. That was kind of stupid. Like, I don't recommend that. It just, you can feel it just digging into your bones. And then I got one on my rib, and that one too. My little sister, I made her come with me, and I remember he started doing, like, it was just a little quote. It was 3 words. He started doing my tattoo, and I was like, oh my God, like I need a break, because I felt like I was gonna faint. And he said if I fainted, he can't keep going. So I was like, okay, don't faint. That's all I kept thinking. I was like, I need a break. And then he was like, okay. And it was only like 1 minute in. And then he was like, I'm gonna go get you some water. So he like went walking away, and then I was just trying to take deep breaths. I was like, to my sister, I'm like, how much did he do? Like, look at it. She looks at it, and I was thinking like a whole word at least. She's like, oh, just a letter P. And I was like, oh my God, this is gonna take forever. It's like almost 20 letters. So I was like, I was really disappointed in that. But I don't know how I got to talking about surgeries when I was trying to talk about soccer, but basically, yeah, like it's just me being accident prone, playing soccer, loving soccer. And as soon as I can get back out there, I got back out there. And like you guys all know that my classmates know that I broke my rib recently. And I played in a soccer tournament. I told you guys about that too, Bruce. That soccer tournament. And I wasn't ready. I didn't feel ready, but I did really well. We did really well. Actually, we ended up winning that tournament. And I scored 4 goals. So I was like, yay, I'm not useless. But yeah, it's just a little bit about me and my soccer and my injuries.
Thank you, Larissa. All right. So we've got a whole bunch of students ganging up at this particular time, and that's cool. So so I put this message in the chat. We're behind about 40 minutes or something like that, but if you really have to go, just let me know. What do we got next here? Okay, let's go with Quintana, and then we'll jump to Blaine after Quintana, and then Farah. Okay, all right. So you guys are you ready? Quintana?
Yeah, ready.
There
Hi.
she is. All right. Cut her loose.
What to do? Okay, we'll just hold it. So my little story that I plan to talk about is kind of my just journey through music and kind of just how it's impacted my life, because it's been such a important thing in my life and just, well, it's such a huge part of me. Okay, so music has always been a large part of my life from a child. I've always enjoyed singing, but you know, there's always the childhood, just like, oh, I like singing nursery rhymes. And then about grade 3, I remember going out for recess, and now I didn't really like the school because I was already a new kid and I was already being bullied like a week into classes, like bad time. So recess, we could imagine, was not a fun time already for me. No friends, and I'm already actively being picked on. But I hear this really lovely music, and I hear the sound of strings and violins or fiddles, and I'm like, well, what is this? I want in. So eventually I started asking a little bit, and didn't take long for the grade 4 teacher, the one who ran the program, to come and do a presentation to us grade 3s. And so she says it's during recesses that we practice, so we have to give up our time outside. And I'm like, oh, well, doesn't that just suck? Isn't that just the end of the world? So we start on that. Very, very quickly picked it up and enjoyed it so much, because while it was an escape, it was in a way for me to not be picked on. It was a way, and it was something new I was learning, and I was thoroughly enjoying it. Very quickly asked my parents to buy me my own fiddle, because I very much enjoyed it, and just I launched off with it so fast. We did performances through the school, and it was a bunch of Métis festivals primarily, but it was so cool. I love watching the dances, and we would typically play accompaniment for them. And oh man, it was so much fun. And I got to do this for a couple of years up until grade 5. And it was at that point that we were moving. So I was really happy with, I was doing so good. I had been able to do so many things with this program. And I gained such an experience, and I didn't want to quit. And I was so nervous about, now moving whole towns and starting over. And I'm like, great, I got picked on in a week within the first school here. Now I'm going to start over again. Great. It wasn't a music program I could just hide out at my recesses this time. But thankfully the students were much nicer. But in Lloyd was a lot where I got to develop my voice, which was kind of what I carried more into my high school and now into my college years. I met some really good instructors into high school who just absolutely inspired me to continue my voice, and made that known to my face, and never was shy to show it. We had guest conductors in who would ask after if I was going to be continuing after high school, and the amount of joy and the confidence boost that puts in you when you have instructors from higher levels, asking about continuing your music. And it was never a plan, it was just a passion. Or when you receive a compliment because you've never, kind of had that confidence, and it's always been more of an escape than a performance. I now sit here in college. I sing with the Greystones ensemble now. And it's an absolutely amazing experience. The talent in that ensemble, because there's so many music majors and I am not one myself. There's still so much to learn, and getting into more of a performance mindset, more than still carrying passion, of course, but it's not just an escape anymore. And I talked about it a little bit a little while ago, but with getting to share my passion on our tour this year to the younger generation of singers when I got to experience it. Now I get to pass it on to them. That was a huge milestone in my life. And sorry, real emotional currently. And now just getting and sitting here now, and I was recently nominated in to be more of a leadership role within Greystones, and I never thought I'd see myself doing anything than just barely there. And I'm now kind of sitting here with an actual role and prominent position within the choir, and it's nerve-wracking, but it's really exciting, and I'm super excited for the opportunity and to see how it continues to grow and how it impacts my life, because it's quite the positive impact so far, and I hope it continues to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Quintana. Much appreciated, and the emotion is all part of it, right? So thank you for that. It's so important. And music is life, for me and a lot of other people. So just a reminder again, you can give feedback to all of our storytellers on the chat, or you can just email them to me as well at wahwahwahwa@gmail.com. And that's WAHWAHWA@gmail.com. Okay, so I see some people that just showed up. I'm trying to find a way for everybody, well, not to wait too long, okay? But we are behind. So let's go with you, Blaine. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay, let her rip. All right, buddy. And then after that, Randy will come up, and Farah. Just so you know. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to talk about some stories my dad told me from when I was younger, and those stories just stuck with me because they're like, I think they're like, I don't know if he was lying or not. I believe them, but I guess I could say they are real because my dad, I believe everything my dad says, and it's about my community and what happened a long time ago when our people used to live in teepees and everything. We live by like a river. Our people live by a river, and there was this enormous fire, like forest fire, and this forest fire, like it went along like the whole river, and it impacted like a lot of people's lives. And what happened was it got to our people, and it burned a lot of people alive. So a lot of people were like running to get help and for safety, and some people were running into the water, but from what he told me was that the fire was so hot, it boiled the water and cooked the people alive. So that was kind of horrifying. But also I think when he tells me these stories, I think he tells me for like for a purpose, and I'm just really thankful for him telling me like stories like this growing up. And I guess he said like our community would have been there would have been more people if that forest fire never came to our people. And that's just one story that stuck with me. Another story he told me was that in our community we have this area, and it used to be our cultural campgrounds, but it's now one of the community members' place where they go for camping every year, because we have different land, a different area for our culture camp now. But in that area, there's this little house and a little man there, so a lot of people go pray to him and offer him gifts and everything. But just before you pass that little house is like sacred grounds, and that sacred ground is like where we do like sun dances, and we do horse dances, chicken dances, all those ceremonial dances. And what he told me was that where we do those dances, the land there, it's shaped as like it's shaped like around like a hill that goes around, if you know what I mean, like it goes all the way around. And then what he told me was it was a meteorite from like long time ago, like very long time ago, and that meteorite hit the ground there, and it's like now buried in the ground there. And there's like some ancestors that are like buried there, and it's just like a lot. He says there's like probably meteorite rocks that are buried there. I don't know, it's just, I think it's what he told me, like him just telling me these stories was like very like his way of for me and him to like get along, and I just loved listening to his stories. But I believe that there was a meteorite that hit there because it's so sacred now. That's where we do our dances, and I've been to a dance there, and it was good. It was a good experience. But a lot has changed. And another story he told me was like where we live, it's on the north side of our community. But he says there's like 3 graveyard. I don't know why this is just turning into like a lot of graveyard stories, but it's like 3 graveyards that are like buried like way past our like way behind our house. It's like kind of in the bush, but those graveyards were like long time ago. And he says those are like that, those could be our family, but he's not sure, but he believes that they are. And yeah, I want to think of some other stories that he told me, because there's a lot. He told me a lot. I learned everything from my dad. Like he was my storyteller growing up. He told me so many stories, and it was great to hear everything he had to say. And sometimes he would keep me up late on a school night because he'd get so caught up in his storytelling. But those stories like stuck with me. And another one he told me was when he was up late and everyone was sleeping, he went outside to like have like, I don't know, just to go outside. He went to sit outside on the deck, on a porch. And what he said was in the sky, he's seen like these triangular lights in the sky, and he believes it was like an alien ship or something, is what he believes in. And it was so cool that, because like I believe in aliens. I believe that aliens are real. And when he was telling me that, he was saying like, yeah, I think those were aliens, like, because those lights like disappeared really fast. Like that one was an interesting story. I was happy to hear that story. And yeah, right now I really can't think of any more. Just the 4 stories that he told me, and I wanted to share those stories.
Oh, well, thank you. You told a lot. And Blaine's from the res I worked at for a couple years, so I know I know about that meteor that
You
was
do?
there. Oh yeah. Yeah, we had a sweat lodge in that right in where the meteor was.
Yes.
Anyways, thank you so much for that. Um, uh, can you guys show your face? We're blacking out here, and that makes me black out. Just even if it's just for 5 seconds. All right, there you go. And let me see. There you are. And Farah, you're next. So it's good to hear. Farah's a friend of mine. She's a Saskatoon girl. And it's so nice to have you here with us. You know, some people have to come and they have to go, and that's just life. But you know, probably the best part of this storytelling session is you know, we're going to have close to, who knows, maybe 75 stories and just all kinds of experience. So it's really good. So and then we have no idea how many people are listening on YouTube as well. So hang out together. If you gotta go, you gotta go, but come back. And you know, because I want to hear from you after this Stories Forever, and say, should we do it again? I was thinking about doing one from, well, this is dawn to dusk, and I was thinking, oh, I wonder what it'd be like from dusk to dawn. Scary stories or raunchy stories. So that's probably it might be a little bit more difficult to fill it up, but you never know, right? Okay, so I see you, Misty. I see you, Rhea. I see you, Audrey. Errol, you've been listening for a long time. Let me know if you're ready. Aila. So we're gonna get to you. I don't know who this is. It says Prince Albert. That's all it says. So I don't know who you are, but tell me who you are. But if you want, and sometimes you just never know. But anyways, go for it, Farah.
Bruce, was there somebody before me? Just to check. Somebody that started with an R?
Yeah, well,
Very
it was
terrible with
Randy,
names.
but he's not there at this time, so he'll be back in town.
All right. Okay.
I know where he lives.
My name is Farah. I'm from the Pathan tribe. I'm half from the clan of the Khwaja people and half from the Yusufzai people. And what I thought I would do, because I hear there's a lot of verbal stories. Actually, Bruce asked me to share 2 stories, but for my first story, I'll wait until a little bit later to talk. But if it's okay with you, Bruce, I thought I'd share a short film as a story. Is that okay?
That's fine. Absolutely.
All right. So I'm going to share something. It's supposed to have sound. And if you cannot hear the sound, then please let me know right away so that I can restart it or somebody else can help me figure it out. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. So let me just get this up. Or does somebody know how to work with the sound? Because I have a feeling the sound's not going to go. Let's just start it off. So this is a film called Farah Means Happiness. Can you hear that sound?
No.
No? Okay, who knows? Sorry, technical difficulty here.
Well, it should be, for the sound, it has to come from your side. It's not our side.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so if you've
There's
got
a way to share it, but they've updated.
Oh, I thought I heard something.
You heard something?
Yeah. And then not.
No? Okay, so I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna try and figure that out. I'll tell another story now, and maybe for my second one, I'll share a film. But
Okay.
I'm not sure how many of you have been to Nicaragua before? Anyone here?
Raise your hands. We can't
Raise
see
your
you.
hand with the reaction button if anyone's traveled down south or to Central America. Well, if you haven't, it's a place that I had not been before. And after I got divorced, I realized that I needed to do something just for myself because I just needed some time to heal. And so I left my kids with my grandparent or their grandparents. And I went to Nicaragua, to a country that I'd never been before, didn't know anything about it before I got there. And I traveled around a little bit.
And one of the things that I learned is that if I traveled up north, then I can go to where the Mosquito Indios are located. So one of the things that Bruce knows is that when I travel, I go and visit other Indigenous people from around the world. So as I was traveling up north over there, it becomes more and more mountainous because it's on the border of Honduras. And what I wanted to do was go into a place where they have a canyon there. And legend has it that what the Mosquito Indios do is when their babies are born, they let the babies float in the river for a little bit, because first of all, it's to clean them, to clarify them, to get the spirit of the water. And also because if they drown, it means that that baby is not strong enough to live the life that they live, because they're nomadic people. They live sort of between those two bordering countries. And as you know, there used to be quite a bit of war at that place at that time. So I wanted to go and travel through this canyon. And so I was able to find a guide to go and take me into the canyon to do a walk through. And I just wanted to see the canyon. And I didn't know how long this trip was going to take. I didn't know exactly what was going to happen, but he passed me a life jacket. So I was like, okay, I guess we're going to go to the water or go down a boat ride or something. I really didn't know because I didn't investigate. And as we walked down to the canyon, then there was all these smells of the fruits and the plants and all of the herbs that were there. So I started asking him, like he knew that I was interested in all of these things. So he started sharing me all the medicines from this area. And he's walking me down this path and the other path. And it was quite warm that day. So it's quite hot in Central America. We got down to the water and he's like, the water's rushing a little bit faster today. He's like, that's okay, don't worry about it. We'll be fine. And he said, we're gonna go through the canyon. I was like, okay, no problem. And he said, are you okay to jump from a rock into the water? And I said, I guess, but I'm not really a mountain climber or not really a person who does these big exaggerated adventure type of tourism. For those of you who don't know me, I have a giant stomach. If you see me in person, you'll know that, no, I'm not that person. So anyways, we're walking along the rocks and then he said, okay, we're gonna walk in the water. And the water was getting a little deeper. So he told me, okay, you're gonna go and swim 5 seconds to your left. And only 5 seconds. Don't go there, don't go there, just 5 seconds and go there. Because he said, if you don't, you're gonna die. I was like, okay, that's pretty dramatic, but whatever, we'll go with it. And we did this a couple times, like we're traversing along the rocks, sometimes walking over, sometimes walking through the water. And we're going further and further into the canyon. And the walls of the rock cliffs are getting more and more steep and higher and higher and higher. And then he saw a rock and he's like, okay, do you want to jump off that rock? And I was like, okay, it was like a meter jump. And he's like, okay, fine, no big deal. I did it, jumped into this rushing water. And he told me also, don't go there, don't go there, go to the right this time. And then hang on to the rock over there. Otherwise you're going to die. Okay, I'm going to listen to him. He's a guide. So I did the same thing, jumped off the rock, went over to the right, 5 seconds, waited over there. And for this, so that I didn't die. I'm here to tell the story today. And we kept doing this for 5 hours. We're going this way, that way, through the canyons, 5 hours in the heat. And slowly the day is passing and the water is rushing and rushing. And we get to this point where he says, there's a little waterfall up ahead. And he said, we can't go because the water is too high now. And there's a tree branch that's fallen in there. So we're going to have to go around. We're going to have to climb. So I'm like, okay, this guy lives here. Again, thought he knows what he's doing. So we start to go up. And as we go up, I notice on the rock face on the side of the cliffs that it's turning yellow on the side. So I was asking him, why is it yellow? And he said that, oh, it's because the bees put their hives there so that way they're protected. So it's the honey dripping down on the side of the rock face that is making this all yellow. They're protected from the animals up above. And he said that the rodents from below don't catch them either. So I'm like, interesting. But we're going higher and higher, closer to where this yellow thing is. And it's like beehives all the way along. And I don't know if you know much about Honduras, but these are where like these killer bees are. So I wasn't so excited about encountering these killer bees. So we're going up and up and up, and I'm figuring he knows the path. And we get to this one point and he's like, okay, that's it, we're good now. And I said, what do you mean we're good now? Like we're in the middle of this canyon. We've now been walking 7 hours. What are we doing? What do you mean we're good now? We were now 19 meters up above this rushing river. And he said,
well, we can't go up because it's a straight sheer walk up and you can see all those bees are there. We can't disrupt the hives. Otherwise, all of them will come and attack us. And besides, he's like, I know we won't be able to climb up anyways. The only way to get out here is we've got to jump. And I was like, jump, like 1 meter jump off of a rock into the rushing water is one thing, but this is now 19 meters up in this rushing water, in this thin, narrow river, and there's all these jagged rocks. And he's like, you've already had practice. I've already told you, don't go there, don't go there, don't go there. You've always gone in the direction I told you. So he said, same thing. Don't jump there, don't jump there, don't jump there. Jump straight down and you'll be fine. So of course I was freaking out a little bit. And I was looking around to see, okay, is there anywhere else that we can walk a little bit more so it's not so high? I knew we couldn't go back because we were following the current of the water and we'd already gone 7 hours. And if we continued to go, it was going to be dark. And there were 2 points also where he didn't go first, I went first, and he told me, grab my hand. And if I don't, he's like, he's going to pass me and he might die. If something happens to him, just wait. Somebody will come and find you tomorrow. So like, I knew this guy was serious. So I was looking around and I was thinking, okay, where else can we get out? And I noticed in the distance, there's all these orange chalecos, life jackets, like mine, way down further down the river. I was like, how did those guys get there? Like they didn't pass us. And he said, oh, they're tourists. He said, we bring them in from the other side. They look at the canal, they look at the cliffs. And he said, they jump off the rocks a little bit, play around and swim, and then we cart them back out. And I said, wait a second, but I'm a tourist. Why did you take me 7 hours down the water? And he said that I'm a shaman. And he said that I know that everybody has their own path to take. And some of the pathways that we take might not be the same as the others. Some of the pathways that we take might be harder than what others do, but they're going to serve a purpose for the future. So now he said to me, he's like, you're going to do this jump. And he's like, it's going to serve a purpose for you. So it took me 2 minutes. I jumped, was underwater for a little bit, popped back up. And that's the end of my story. I'm here to tell it today.
Oh, wow. We really are going on a journey so far. I make sure that you're able to come back, and if you can figure out how to get that sound, because I've seen that video and people would love to see that. Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to ask Misty. I seen that she was in the vehicle. If she's ready to share something, or you were in the vehicle. Anyways, I thought I'd jump to you because I wasn't sure if you were in transit. So are you ready to share?
Yeah, I can share. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I see the rest of you. Hi, Christina. I see Janet's here. So we got lots of exciting stories left. And there's some people have been there for a long time and I haven't heard boo from them, but I see their name. And I want to know who Jed is. I don't know who Jed is. Do you want to tell a story? If you do, just send me a message or something and I'll give you some idea. Anyways, sun's still shining. Go ahead, Misty, do your thing.
Dance, everybody. I see there's 19 participants online. Nice to meet you all. I'm in the middle of doing an essay and then I have work at 3, so I thought I'd chime in really quick. Very fortunate to be here in the presence of somebody like Bruce Sinclair. He has I'm one of his students at the University of Saskatchewan. I take his drama class. And that was my first time ever taking a drama class or anything of the sort, so I didn't really know what to expect. But I learned a lot from it. I learned so much right now that I didn't come here with a story ready to present to you. I just came with whatever comes to my head as soon as I talk. It's improv. I guess that's the word that they use in drama. I'm 34 years old. I have 3 children, 17, 11, and 1.5. Girl, boy, boy. I lived a very long, fruitful life of adventure. One of the stories I can share with you is, I should have came. I was raised by my grandmother. And she didn't really present that much stories to me to pass on. She was full Cree. So, which surprisingly, I don't speak any Cree, unfortunately, because she used me to transition into English and so on and so forth. So she taught me English, and she was told that there was nobody to speak the language anymore, that it was supposed to be run off. And so, although her and all of her kids were full Cree, none of the grandkids, unfortunately, speak Cree. I guess that's how the story goes for many people. So I was her English kid. And this one time we were sitting I was raised 100% by her. My mother already had 4 kids, and she was pregnant with me. I was the 5th kid. I'm the baby. And so she was a widower, so she couldn't raise me. So she was going to give me up for adoption, but my grandparents came in, said, nope, we don't do that adoption stuff. We keep our own. So my grandparents took me at the age of 56 and 72. My grandma was 56. My grandpa was 72. There's quite an age gap there. He had another family before he met my grandma, and but they all passed away of tuberculosis. Back then, it was a hard disease, I guess, to hit a bunch of our people. So they took his family, his first family, and then he came back and he found my grandma. My grandma went off with him and birthed 9 of his kids and raised his 1 surviving son. My grandpa lost his 2 other kids, and late Billy was the only one who survived, and that's the one my grandma raised when she met my grandpa. And she met my grandpa when she was 17 years old, and my grandpa was 30 something. I could do the math, I forgot what, but he was well into his 30s when he met my grandma. So she ran off and had all these kids, and including my mom. And then my mom became a widower, and then I came out, and then they redid it again. My grandma raised so much kids. She's lucky that way. This one day we were sitting at a graveyard. We were having a feast. They have this feast in our culture. I don't know if anybody else has it or anything like that. It's called a Flower Day feast. Once a year, they go into the graveyards, and we all sit around and we have a feast for the people that gone on. And we were sitting at this Flower Day feast, and my grandma had these rubber shoes on, and they had Chinese writing on them. I knew she was my grandma. I didn't know she was not my mom. So whatever she said just went. And then so I looked at her shoes and I said, what are these? What are these symbols on your shoes? And she goes, those are Chinese symbols. Don't you know my mom's Chinese? And I was like, what? In my head, I was like, I'm part Chinese. Oh my God, I went to school the next day and I told the whole school I was part Chinese. She always had such ways to trick. It was so funny. She was such a funny old lady. And she's such a funny old lady. I miss her. She raised me up until a year and a half ago. She passed at the age of 21, lived 91. She lived a very full life, full. She went peacefully. She's beautiful. I kept her. She kept me from a foster home, so I kept her from an old folks home. I kept her right at the house until 91 years old. And that'll always be my greatest accomplishment. It was hard, but it was a fruit of labor. She saved me. I saved her. And then she passed. I did my 1 year of grieving, and now I'm 34 years old and able to leave the reserve, which is how I ended up in the University of Saskatchewan at Bruce's program. And then Bruce taught me one good thing. Well, he taught me a lot of good things. So you're going to get it in the letter. You'll get it in the letter of our final report. But we have 2 ears, 1 mouth, to listen more, talk less. I like that. So I really took that context from his lessons, and I don't know, I like his sharing circles like this. So I won't go over 5 minutes. I just wanted to a little preview of my life. I wish you all the best. I hope you all go good places and good health and good wealth. Miyasan.
Thank you, Misty. Misty's dramatic, and she's in drama class, so that's great. Let's go with Rhea and Audrey. You've been waiting for a while, so are you still there? I'm looking at the names. Are you there, Rhea?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, great. All right. And I just want to check to see if Audrey's still around. Oh yeah, Audrey's still here. All right. Thanks for your patience. And yeah, we'll just let her rip.
Okay, sounds good. It was fun listening to all the stories. I did write a little bit of something last night at like 12 o'clock because I was getting nervous and then I was like, oh, maybe I should write something for this. So I'll just get right into that. So growing up in a small town, things were always a little bit isolated. We used to always joke about, oh, we're in our own good soul bubble, where the most interesting or new thing is another person having a baby, or as sad as this sounds, another person passing away. Growing up in the so-called good soul bubble, the whole town seemed to be in its own little world. Nothing new, nothing different, and never mind any diversity. One day, I remember having a student representative council meeting, and as a member of the council, I proposed having a Heritage Day, one where we could all dress up as the culture that we come from. I learned about such a Spirit Day after meeting with students from different divisions across the province and hearing how they did such an event at their schools. I immediately thought our school might benefit from such an event because people do not talk about their culture often or show any interest in it. After suggesting this, I was told that we cannot do that. When asked why, I wasn't really given a reason. As one does, I moved on with my life and I'm now in university where I've been able to witness an environment in which people's culture and heritage thrive. Currently, I've met people that come from all over the world who've immigrated here as children or just for university. I've met people from Spain, Pakistan, Kenya, Mexico, Ukraine, Germany, South Korea, Nigeria, Vietnam, and honestly, I could probably go on, but I'm sure you guys understand the point. In the few months that I've been in the small city of Saskatoon, I've seen cultures from all over the world, including Canada, being expressed in the most beautiful and sometimes very casual ways. I've seen cultural differences as small as the food that everyone eats, or as big as religious traditions and the formal attire that one might wear for that. All these small or big differences add up to greatly change a person's political, social, economical, or environmental view. It shapes and becomes the person that they are today. And honestly, just witnessing all these different cultures, at least for myself, has greatly changed who I am as well. It is in this university where in only a few short months, I felt as if I've traveled to multiple different countries. I feel like I've finally lived and experienced the world. Just witnessing all these different people in such a short time has made me want to travel more than ever, to really get out of Canada and experience these cultures at full blast. We always talk about how Canada is so diverse and how we appreciate culture so much. Yet in the countryside, it seems to be that culture is pushed aside. Lately, thinking back to my request about having a Heritage Day a couple years ago, I wonder if I could have experienced this culture shock, if you will, a little sooner. I wonder if that could have been an event that makes people experience a little more in life, one that would shape the mindset of people who may never get out of the good soul bubble. I wonder if my early education system was shaped more like the one at university, or more specifically, my Drama 111 class, who Bruce has been so gratefully teaching to us, or even my club activities. If they were shaped more like that, I wonder if I would have understood and associated with different people more easily earlier on. All of these thoughts may swirl in the head for the rest of my life, but it is with my wholehearted desire that people are able to experience what I have this year early on in life, that they are able to connect with other cultures from a very young age, because the sooner that they are able to do this and understand this, the sooner we're on our way to a better world. This is something that I truly believe in. Thanks.
Hmm. Oh, thank you so much, Rhea. Yeah, and well, I'm going for a trip to Europe in June, and so yeah, it's to go out and into the world is so important if you can manage it. But yeah, thank you for that. It helps a lot, and thanks for hanging around. Okay, Audrey, are you ready? And let me see, after Audrey, we're looking at Christina. And after Audrey, we're gonna go with my Nimis, my big sister, who's going to share a story. And there's some other people that have been telling stories for a lot longer than some of us. So I will ask them to reappear from time to time. So just so you know that you will learn a lot. Anyways, there's Audrey.
Hi.
Oh, okay. And you look like you're in a photo and until you moved. Okay, thank you. And so after Audrey, it's Marlene and then Christina, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
Anytime you're ready.
All right. So I wanted to talk about how like beading is really important to me. So my first and like only memory with my grandma before she passed away was she was babysitting me. She babysat me like every day, and I was at her house, and I don't know exactly what happened, like if we were planning to do a craft or if I had asked to do one or whatever, but I went into her sewing room and she let me look through all the buttons and bells and stuff, and we stringed them onto a string, and I wore it as a bracelet. And for a long time I thought that I made up that memory because I wanted to remember her, and I just, my brain invented it to like satisfy that. But when I was moving, when I was about 7, I was going through my stuff and I found the bracelet, and it's broken now, but I have right here a couple of the little bells and buttons that were on it. And I think that that's part of the reason why like making jewelry and beading and stuff has always been very therapeutic or relaxing to me, is that it reminds me of her, and it's like a nice I don't know, like it's a nice thing to keep my hands occupied, but also to an outlet to be creative. So this year, I used to do it a lot when I was a kid, and I would salvage. My mom would give me her old, kind of costume jewelry, and I would take it apart and salvage the beads. And I have a couple pieces here where I'd like try and get what I could from it, make little projects. I made my own little charm bracelet and stuff. And then at some point I kind of just fell out of practice or stopped doing it for a while. And then this year during the winter, I was getting, kind of, you get or not everyone, but a lot of people get in that slump during the winter where they get a bit tired and don't really know what to do with themselves. And I figured that instead of wasting my time just like endlessly scrolling on my computer for hours, I decided that I would go out to the craft store and pick up some beads and start making little projects again. So I started with some little peppermint swirl looking beads and these stars and hearts made out of pearls and stuff. And I bought a little bead kit, and I've made a few pairs of earrings. And I found that at a certain point, I was like having so much fun with it, and I forgot how much I enjoyed it, that I was sitting there for like 2 or 3 hours and ignoring my responsibilities because I was just making art. Like I just found it so enjoyable and like all encompassing that time was passing faster than it normally would. I wasn't able to tell how much time was passing. And then I started making little hair pieces and stuff. I made these clips where I put different like hangers on them so I can put them in my hair, and it's getting like really creative with it. It makes me realize like how when people talk about like art and like beading being medicine, it's actually like very true. Like it made me
it made me feel like reconnected with like past memories and like my family, which was really important to me. But also it rekindled like a creative spark in me that I hadn't felt for a while. Like I did AP art in art school. I mean, like in school I did like a lot of art stuff. But when you have a deadline to make art and like you have to make the art because your grades depended on it, I noticed that it made me feel less creative because I felt like I was making things not because I wanted to make them or because I was expressing internal feelings or just creative energy. I felt like I was doing it because other people wanted me to do it and because I had to meet this deadline and be within these constraints. And so I kind of fell out of like I fell out of love with making art and like having passion for it because I felt like I was doing it within the constraints of someone else's idea of like when I should be making it, and like deadlines made me feel really constricted. So I didn't make anything like this for a while. And now that I'm making stuff again, it feels so amazing to be able to like, I don't know, like express myself. And it sounds silly because how can you express yourself through a piece of metal and some like beads and stuff? But it really does feel like I am, because it gives me an outlet to put these ideas of like how I can organize things and make pretty patterns and stuff. It gives me an outlet to put that out into the world. And then it feels like I'm expressing something without using my words. Sorry. I have someone in the room and they got a phone call. So I don't know. I guess doing that kind of thing makes me feel really connected to my grandma. And I just really enjoy it. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Audrey. It's beadwork, right? You're talking about, right? So I'm going to show you my beadwork.
That's so nice.
See, I'm just trying to get it. I do doodles, so I put it on beads.
That's actually a really good idea. Do you mind if I utilize that? That feels like good fun.
Well, I don't own doodle rights. Anybody can doodle, but yeah, no, I just, I'll show it to you when I'll bring it to the classroom so you can see it live. But I haven't done any beadwork for a few years now. I was supposed to do it this winter, but what a beautiful art form. It sure teaches you a lot of patience, that's for sure. Anyways, my big sister has to walk the dog, but she's going to give us a story before she goes, and then we'll go to Christina. And yeah, it's fine. And we'll have a kind of a gap in there because we are kind of caught up, and some people aren't here at their time. So again, I think we'll go to a couple elders that are still around because they're there and they're very patient. I guess we learned how to be patient as times went on. Okay, anytime you're ready, Nimis.
Hey, thanks, Bruce. If you want to get me on later, I can do that too after I walk my puppy, who is like 10 years old and 120 pounds, Labrador.
It's up to you. You can tell a story now or later.
Well, if you've got somebody lined up, it's okay if I go later.
You're lined up. It's okay.
Okay, I'm ready. Okay, so this story is about my great grandmother. Her name was Mary Eisbister. Mary Eisbister was a medicine woman, and she somehow reconciled that with also being a stout Catholic because they weren't compatible, but somehow she found a way. So this story is my mother ended up in the sanatorium for 3.5 years, and I was in my first year when she was diagnosed and had to leave. So I ended up staying with my grandmother, Sarah Jane Eisbister. And then when she had to go to work, then I would stay with my great grandmother, Mary Jane Eisbister. And it's here that the story begins with the fact that I'm legally blind, as I said earlier. I didn't know that till I went to school and couldn't see the blackboard until I got that close. But my great-grandmother really got to know me. And I would go with her picking medicine. And of course, I would look out over the land and all I would see is a sea of green. I couldn't pick out individual plants, but she got to know that I also was able to see by hearing, that I was able to see with my feet, and I was able to see with my nose. And she was especially interested in that because there was a rare a plant that was kind of far and few between. Now, I don't remember the Cree word for it, but it roughly translated into devil's claw or devil's paw or devil's foot or something like that. Bear in mind, like I'm 4 years old when this all happened. So these are memories that happened decades ago. So, and so she would have trouble finding this plant, but I couldn't sit still for a minute. I still can't. And so I would be running around in the forest and everything like that, and obviously crunching plants and everything like that. But she realized that my sense of smell was really keen. So she would bring me this devil's claw, and I didn't like the looks of it, especially when it was dried, because it really looked like a claw. And it was kind of freaked me out a bit. I didn't like it, but she made me smell it, and I could smell this earthy, strong smell, almost like a chemical smell of some sort. So anyway, I'd be ripping around the forest doing this and that, and I was always falling because I didn't see where I was going, but it didn't stop me from ripping around anyway. But she taught me that when I smelled that smell, that I would stop. So I'd be ripping around, and then all of a sudden I'd freeze. And the only thing I'd move was my eyes or my lips. And I'd say, "Grandma, Ota, Grandma, Astam, Grandma." And she would say to me, because I realize now that she had to be my age. And trust me, I wouldn't be moving too fast if I was in a forest anyway. So she'd get there, and only then could I move. So I would move, except she'd say, so I'd move off that spot. And she had an enamel spoon, which was easy for her to carry. And it was quite a big spoon. It was bigger than the old wooden spoons that you used to have. And the end was kind of sharpened a bit. I don't know if she sharpened it or Grandpa did or whatever. And she would dig in the soil, and she would pull out this plant, and she'd find it, and then she'd pull it out, and then she'd shake off the dirt, and she'd put it in a bag that she had. And then she'd take it back to the house that we lived in. And all I remembered about that house, like not too much, but I remember that it had the porch that you entered was like maybe 6 feet wide and maybe 4 feet wide. And all over in that little porch would be these dried plants, including these dried things that she'd get from the church where they live, or maybe she didn't get them from the church. I just kind of assumed the Catholic Church gave them to her. And she'd have them dried up there too. And she would, so this medicine was kind of like the medicine cabinet, and there was all sorts of smells in that medicine cabinet when she was there, when she'd dry all of these things in there. So anyway, why this plant, the one I remember the most, happened is that we would pick when it was in different times of the year. She knew the times of the year in the summer to pick. But I remember one year the snow had just come and just fallen. And all of a sudden, because in those days, everybody drove around in team and horses. And I heard these team pull up, and I told her there's a team outside, because she was kind of like a little hard of hearing. And they came carrying in this man who was on a stretcher. So I'm 73 now, 74 this year. So that's going to be a good 70 years ago. And they hauled this guy in, and oh my goodness, he was wrapped up in a blanket. But when she unwrapped him, that she laid him like there, and they would unwrap it. But I was never too happy when I seen them carrying somebody in, because I would lose my bed. And of course, 4 years old, I'm probably selfish would be the word. And I said something that probably to the effect, I didn't want them to come in. And I got the biggest shock of my life, because my Grandma Mary slapped me right across my face. I swear, it's probably the only time in her life that she ever slapped anyone, because that was definitely not her. And she gave me a lecture. Don't you ever say anything like that again. You have the power to change people's lives, and you do not want to change it for the worst. You always say good things, because if you don't, the things you say will come back on you, and it will haunt you, and it'll affect you to your day. Now, she's spoken Cree, and man alive, the fire in her eyes when she looked at me, I swear to God, even nowadays, if I say, ooh, I wish, she's right here, and I can hear her, and I will never say what's on my mind, because she snaps my lips shut. Anyway, they did bring this in. I remember that shock, and I totally deserved it. I'm not going to be whining away and saying, oh, abuse and all that BS. I mean, I had that one coming good and true. So anyway, they brought this poor man in, and they laid him down, and they started unwrapping his leg. His people had brought him from the Prince Albert Hospital to Pascal, which is where we lived. And they were going to cut his leg off at the hospital because his leg was rotten. They had a word for it. I think it was gangrene or something like that, or maybe it was a diabetic. Like, I really don't know that, but it was like in Cree, it's rotten flesh. It's a strong name. Anyway, they laid him there, and oh my God, people, it smelled like horrible. Anyway, she made me come and look to see this is what is wrong, because she's teaching me a lesson now, right? Not like to have compassion for other people. Oh, trust me, I learned that lesson well. And she went and she started treating him, and I ended up like on a blanket, a thick quilt on the floor, and then covered up. And she started treating him. And in those days, we used to have something like cheesecloth. And she went out to the little porch, and she took this devil's foot along with some other medicine. I know there used to be, I remember yarrow, because I still use that now to stop blood. But I don't know if she used that. But anyway, I knew she used this devil's foot, because here it come. And she had water boiling on the wood cook stove, and she put that in there. And she started boiling it, and she would go back out, in and out, and took other medicine and put it in there. And I think that she used to have kind of like a moss, and she put that in there till the stuff was really thick. And then she had this cheesecloth that she folded several times along with like flannel or something like that. And she put this medicine in there, and it soaked through. And this was after she cleaned that leg as best she could. And then she would lay that cloth on his leg. And I remember vague memories I have of laying on the floor, and I would open my eyes and I would see her in like those days there was no electricity. She had a lamp, and you could see her, like she'd turn it down, and I would see her sitting in a rocking chair by the bed, my bed, where this guy was laying, just a narrow little cot in a corner by the wall. And she would be, I'd see her, she'd be rocking, because it would squeak, you could hear it. And I'd sit there and I'd be just fascinated watching her. And she'd sit there and she'd watch this guy, and he had a bit of a fever. So she would be putting rags on his head and cleaning him all the time. And you know, and she'd be, hey, in a real low voice, she'd be singing to herself. And then, you know, every once in a while I'd hear movement. I must have fallen asleep. And every once in a while she'd be taking this cloth off his leg. And he would be moaning too, like when she'd start removing it, he'd be moaning, and it must have woke me up. So I'd lay there and I'd watch her, and she'd take this cloth, this whatever it was, filled with medicine and moss and everything. So it made a plaster, I guess. And she would take it and she would throw it outside, and there was a barrel, like a burning barrel right by the door, and she would throw it in there. And because I'd feel the cold air across the floor. And then she'd had this medicine that she was full of all of this stuff, and she'd make a clean one. And I don't know how often, but I remember, like, sometimes I would wake up, but several times through the night I would see her removing that cloth. And every time she did, that thing would be just like really rank. I could smell it being so rank, and it was like like if you ever run across a dead animal in the bush, like I hunted for a while too, when I just quit a few years ago, actually. And if you run across a dead animal in the bush, there's a smell of rotting flesh, and that's what it would smell like. And this went on for, like, I don't know how long she did that, but she must have slept in that rocker night and day for I don't know how long. And the funny thing about this is, I know there was a young man staying with us at my age. I mean, at the same time she was raising him. His name was George Netmaker. And also my grandpa's name was George Eisbister. But I don't have any memories of where they slept, or even seeing them in this picture. What happened to them? I don't know. Or I just, you know, selectively eliminated them. I'm not sure. So anyway, through day and night, like I would get up and we had to be quiet in there. But I like playing outside. I still like going for walks and stuff like that in the winter or summer. It doesn't matter to me. And so she would take this off again and again, go throw it outside, get a new one ready. And sometimes she would make more medicine over time or add something new to it. And eventually this fella, he was sleeping better, you know, like you could feel that he was having a good sleep instead of heavy breathing, that he was, you know, in pain or moaning. And you would find that, and she would also give him something to drink. So I think that maybe he had, I don't remember her feeding him, but I remember seeing her give him something to drink. And I think it might have been maybe a tea of some sort. Maybe it was a sedative bit or a painkiller, like, I don't know. And finally, after a few days, he was doing well, and she would feed him some soup and whatnot, and she must have prearranged, you know, a time for the people to come back and get him, because he was, you know, he was either going to be healed or dead, I suppose. I don't know. Anyway, one day she called me. She had taken this medication out, but I noticed that as time went on, the smell was getting less pungent and less rotten. So one day she called me and she said, she asked me to come there, and she knew I had to get close because I'm blind and I had to see what this was looking like. And anyway, Bruce, can you see me? Can you see me?
Yep, we always
Oh, okay. All right, sorry.
That's all right.
And anyway, I went there and she peeled this off, and his leg was just kind of curved in like this. All that rotten stuff was gone, and it was just pink, like fresh blood that was coming. And she said, I'll do it one more time till it bleeds a little bit, and then I'll put this medicine on it. Must have been kind of like that yarrow with salve on it then. And she said, then she wrapped it, and that's when the relatives came and picked him up. But he always had that scar on his leg where she had gotten rid of this. So that's my memory of my great great grandma who taught me valuable lessons, which I value to this day. So live your life and love your life. Thank you very much. Sit, Bruce. I can't hear you, Bruce.
Thank you, Nimis.
All right. Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey,
Oh, Errol's back in town, eh? Okay, I'm going to put you up pretty quick, but I'm going to go with Christina right now. Are you ready to rock, Christina?
I am. It's been really interesting hearing everyone's stories so far.
It's a long haul.
Yeah.
Well, for me, for sure. But some people have been with me right from the very beginning at 7:30 this morning, and we only got 5 hours to go, folks. So not a problem. But if you need to live on anything, stories will do. Anyways, go ahead, Christina.
Yeah. So I wrote this poem a few years ago, probably more than 5 years ago. It actually got shortened a bit when a local nonprofit, Action for Healthy Communities here in Edmonton, did a project collecting stories from immigrants. So it didn't matter how long you've been in Canada, they just wanted to collect stories. So they put together this ebook called Connecting Us All, which ties into what you're always doing with these story circles, Bruce. So yeah, it was shortened a bit and got published, but I'm sharing the original version here because this one, every time people I feel like when people find out that I've been here only since I was 4, they're like, oh, you're basically from here. So that always bothered me a little bit. And then I would have conversations with my sister because my sister came when she was 2. She doesn't remember much from being in the Philippines, but surprised, I almost would challenge it being I remember quite a bit actually. So I challenged myself to just pull those memories through this poem called I Am Not From Here, and also just trying to understand my parents' experience as well. So I am not from here, but I feel like I am, because I was only 4 when we had to stop over in Vancouver, December 1990, during a wintry snowstorm. I looked up in awe as I saw these giant snowflakes settle on my father's head. I did not feel much else as I tagged along with my parents and little sister to spend the night at the home of a Filipino stranger. I imagined that at first my parents had felt the stress and panic of having to figure out where to stay, followed by a wash of instant relief at having someone else kind enough to provide temporary shelter for people they had just met. I am not from here, but I feel like I am, because I had no issues understanding what my teachers or classmates said, despite my reluctance to speak due to shyness as early as kindergarten. I don't know what it feels like to make a decision so grand that you uproot your whole life, say goodbye to years of time spent with all the loved ones you grew up with. Compared to Mom, my father had it so much harder. See, it was my mom's side of the family that was already here, not his. I realize now that's why he returned every 4 years or so, weddings, funerals, any chance he got. While it took my mom 17 whole years to pay the Philippines a visit, and when she finally returned, she said it was no longer home to her, but for him, it would always be so. It was my father who had to give up his dream career for so long, settled down to clean for others. After years of working in highways, building roads and other infrastructure in the islands and in the Middle East, all this so that my sister and I would never have to worry about finances or security. I don't know what it feels like to feel so cut off from your pares, friends so close to brothers, bear the need to defend with frustration your decision to go back to school, despite comments from counselors and even your own wife that you should be happy with what you've already got. I keep saying I'm from here, or at least that's how I partially feel, until my sister asks me if I remember anything from before we came to Canada. When we arrived, she was only 2, and so her memories are too few, perhaps inexistent. I'm told toddlers can't physically form memories that many years back, but that photo of me in a red dress during my second birthday is not just an old photo. I remember being in that very moment and wearing that very dress, along with the sight of colorful lollipops on my cake. I remember frequent trips from Manila to Bulacan, and at times feeling rather carsick. I remember lying on the ledge of an iron windowsill designed from Spanish colonial times, attempting to take a nap. This was in the house my mom grew up in. In that barangay was a very large dog that made me feel uneasy. I recall stairs that led up to the room where we slept during those visits, with a bed draped and curtains all around to keep the mosquitoes out. In Manila, I remember living in the back of a pharmacy that my parents owned and still do, only now it has since moved. I used to play with the neighbor's daughter, and she came over for my 4th and last birthday there. I remember taking baths, scooping water from a pail with a plastic tabo, and not panicking ever so slightly when once I spotted a rat. But the threat of a palo with a chinelas or a cinturon, that's the back end of a slipper or a belt, if either my sister or I kept misbehaving, was real cause for occasional fright. I remember this large fountain on the way to church and buying sweet pink popcorn after some evening fiesta that took place after Mass. I'm not sure if that was the one with the life-size Jesus statue, but that is another sight I remember well. I also have fragmented memories of a horrible accident my mom refuses to talk about. It involved an oven and I saw blood spilled, but I can't recall much else, just a hurried journey to the clinic and a box of mango juice that made any bit of pain I felt quickly dissipate. I remember Jollibee, which I think to this day has food and a mascot better than McDonald's, its sweet spaghetti sprinkled with hot dog slices, the Filipinos' take on pasta. I remember my cousin of the same age that for some reason I decided not to go and play with. The irony now is we became pen pals at age 11, and despite technology and distance, we've remained very close since then. One of the last photos taken before we moved was with my dad on the steps of a bahay kubo. Just like that photo of me on my second birthday, I remember being in that moment, sitting next to him, both of us with chinelas on our feet. Shortly before or after that, I'd asked what the English word for Celia was, and learning that it is chair, along with memorizing the ABCs and the spelling of my first name. My parents were prepping me for school long before we came here. See, I don't know what it feels like to have to uproot one's entire life like my daddy did, but I have many memories of my childhood home, memories my sister is saddened she never got to form. Still, even though I'm not from here, I very much feel like I am. I never carried that same sense of loss that my father surely did. In the years following the time we landed in this foreign land. But he challenged the idea of what's good enough by swallowing his pride to make his way back to engineering his passion. He went back to school like his love for basketball. He jumped through all the hoops, even went to challenge an English exam whose necessity he questioned. And thanks to that question and request, he skipped the need to write it. Now my dad is only one step away to be recognized as a professional with Canadian credentials. And for this, I truly can't help but admire my father. Dad, I never say this enough, but I have the utmost respect and love for you. You sacrificed much, but didn't give up on yourself. You truly are the first person I ever looked up to. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Christina. It's very nice. Family is so important. I'm so glad my big sister's here. And yeah, I mean, we could, you know, if we picked the theme, I mean, if it was family, they would fill up from sunrise to sundown as well. But in this inaugural Stories Forever, just anything under the sun is happening. So I really appreciate this top row because I can see your faces. But I'm going to say these things all the way through. We do have some people that haven't spoken yet, and people that have shown up. So I'm going to get to them, but we're actually almost on task with the time, which is great. So I'm just going to go over to Jana and then to Trish. Then I'm going to ask in no particular order, Joseph. Well, Errol, we'll start with Errol, but we'll ask Joseph, Marie Louise, and where are we? Where'd he go? Okay, so anyways, I see some people that have stories that go back a long time, and I think that we should always revisit the past as much as we can. Okay, so let's go. Are you, it'd be nice to see Jana. Haven't seen her for a while, but she's
Hey.
A friend of mine that I met in Praha in the Czech Republic, and now she's out in Jasper, and she's agreed to come. So nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, everybody. Good to see you, Bruce. Actually, I have to leave because I got called back into work. So I'm sorry, but I have to go now. But I might be back later. So I might give you a story later if it's okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And yeah, and you have your, I was going to say, you have your cello with you, and I was going to say, bring your cello and play something for us. But but obviously, we're only out by 14 minutes and you have to go. Oh, well, I hope you come back.
Yeah, I just got a call, like 5 minutes ago. They need me there because somebody called in sick. So that's why I have to go.
That's just,
Yeah.
and at least we got to see your pretty face and well, at least we have that. So hopefully you can come back.
Yeah, I'll come back if I can. Okay, so thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. And
yeah.
see you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move over to Trish. Are you ready, Trish?
Hi, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so anytime you're ready, we're here.
Okay.
And our numbers have went down, but they'll probably build up again. But it really doesn't matter because there's also YouTube, and we have no idea how many people are on YouTube, but I'm sure there are, because it's been quite the extravaganza of storytelling. So anyways, Trish, whenever you're ready.
Hi. Hi, sorry, I just had to take my cover off of my camera. I forgot I put a sticker up. Hi, my name's Trish. I come from a town called, an isolated reserve. It's called Puckatawagan. The meaning of Puckatawagan means great fishing place. And I've grown up on the lake fishing in the winter and the summer. I enjoy more of winter fishing than I do summer fishing. Anyways, I want to tell a few stories about my childhood growing up fishing and anything to do with fishing, because that's what the meaning of our community stands for, great fishing place. So yeah, my first story will probably be when I was a kid, we used to catch minnows at my grandparents' place, their camp place called Bonnell Lake, and it was a nice place to grow up. I grew up there all of my childhood, and I still go there to visit because it was passed down to my dad from his dad, my grandpa. And yeah, we used to always catch minnows for like our ice fishing winter days. And then I have this one story where me and a bunch of my cousins, we had a big net, and we're in the water, like in the shallow, trying to catch minnows. And I was standing further into the deeper end. So one of my cousins is like, Trish, stay still. And I'm like looking at him, like dead on looking at him. He's like, don't look down. And when when you tell somebody not to do something, they're gonna do it, right? So I look down real quick and I look back up and I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And he's like, just stay still. So as we were catching the minnows, there was a giant jackfish right under my legs, like huge. And so my cousin, like, there's shuffling towards me so they could get to this fish before it like swam away. So I'm like standing there, they're like, don't move, whatever you do, do not move. So I'm like staying still and I'm like, well, do I let go of the net? We're gonna lose all of these minnows if I let go of the net. And then he's like, no, don't let go of the net. So then we had the minnows on top of the water, we're holding up the net, and the fish, like, it's like grazing up against my leg, and I'm like, oh my God, it's gonna cut me with its fin. And they're like, no, just stay still, don't move. So then my cousin makes it towards me without the fish like swimming away, and he says, okay, I'm going to try and grab the fish. Like, it's a huge fish. I don't think he would have, even if he did make it, that would have been pretty surprising, but he didn't make it anyways. He made it to graze it, like to grab it with his hand. And like when you touch a fish's fins, they're really sharp. So he ended up cutting his hand, and he had a big cut on his hand, and he still has that scar to this day. And we still bring up that story about that fish. And then anyway, so he's running up to see my granny because she's at the camp on top of the hill, and he's telling her like, I almost got a fish, I almost got a fish. And he's got blood all on his hand and like just excited. And my granny's freaking out, what happened? And then she's like wrapping his hand up in what the heck is it called, bear grease. And then she's lathering that onto his hand he just cut from the fin of the fish. And she's like screaming at us, what happened? And then we're telling her, like, I was so worried about the minnows because we had like a bunch of them, but because he jumped into the water, we all freaked out because the fish was just swimming all over the place while he was trying to catch it. We lost all of our minnows. So my grandpa's sitting there and he's like, so no minnows. Literally. And my cousin's hand is just cut there, and my granny was like, then that's not the least of the worries, he's got a cut hand here. And we're all freaking out like, yeah, we gotta go back and try and catch those minnows now. We lost all of the minnows. Anyways, and then that's just one of the many stories at my grandparents' cabin. And then there's another story, a funny story of us ice fishing. There was like I was with one of my uncles and 3 of my cousins in his shack, and we got there a little bit later. He was fishing by himself, and he's like he tells us that when we walk in, because it is just dark in the shack, he didn't make any windows in his ice shack. So he's sitting there and he's fishing, and we're fishing, just chatting up a storm. Then he freaks out. He's like, oh my God, I caught a fish. And he's like reeling up his fish real quick. And then as soon as he pulls it up, he's like, oh my God, like laughing. And we're like, what kind of fish is it? And we peek into his hole, and it's a big battery hanging off of his hook. And he starts laughing. He's like, there's the battery I lost for the lamp earlier on. And we're all laughing like, oh my God. Because one of my cousins, they were like, we're in a frantic mode, like trying to get out of his way because he's pulling up this big fish, as we thought. She fell out of the ice shack door as we were just scrambling in the ice shack. And he just pulls up his battery and he's like, oh, at least we won't sit in the dark now. And it was so funny. Oh yeah. And then yeah, my grandma, she always like enjoyed her whitefish. And when I was younger, I never liked the smell of whitefish. Like, I'd always go into her house and be like, ew, what's that smell? And she'd be like, oh, what are we? Do you meet the wee? She's like, middle, how would you say it? It smells good in here. Middle naglison, she would say. And then she'd be like, oh, do you meet the wee? Go play. And then I'd be like, ew, okay. And I'd leave the house. And now to this day, when I smell whitefish, like, it's my favorite smell because it reminds me of my grandparents, because that was their favorite meal. And it like brings back memories like, oh, I should have enjoyed the smell more. And now that I smell that that smell to this day. It's like it's a memory of my grandparents because that was their favorite meal, and it just brings back a lot of good memories. And yeah, that's just a few of my stories of fishing. Yeah, my community is isolated. You can only get into Pukatawagan through train, which is like an 8-hour ride from the Paw, Manitoba. And then by plane to Pukatawagan is 45 minutes. And then the winter road is closed right now, but there's still people driving on it to this day. Like they say it's still good. There's still semis driving on it too, which is scary. But yeah, we have our winter road that starts little late December and it's still going right now. So that's pretty long. Usually it's already closed by now, but they've had cold weather for a while there. So it's starting to warm up, but the road is apparently still good. I'm hoping that like by the end of my last class on Wednesday, I can still drive home, but I highly doubt that because my mom's a worry freak. She'd probably be like, nope, it's closed. You do not go on that road. And yeah, that's my story time. Thank you.
Well, thank
you,
you,
Bruce.
Trish. Oh, thank you. And it just reminds me, I've been on those winter roads and the fly-in communities and all of that, and just a totally different world, huh?
Yeah.
You know, from where we are. Even Meadow Lake, where I grew up, is 300 kilometers and plus from Saskatoon. Totally different world.
Yeah.
You know,
for sure.
But when you're in a fly-in community, it's wow, you know, it's you really know what community is all about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Good to see you, Lonnie. So Errol, are you by? Are you by? Errol?
Anche.
Hi, Manato. Are you at home now?
Yeah.
Okay, have you got your guitar out?
Yeah.
Would you mind sharing a song and story, something to that effect? Not necessarily in that order. And then after Errol entertained us for a little while, I thought we would have like a coffee break or a tea break, a mid-afternoon break, where we just talk about whatever we want for a while, you know, maybe 15 minutes, and we'll see how that goes. And then we'll launch into the stories again. I've got the schedule starts up again at 3 o'clock, but like I said, I'd like different people like Louise, who's just coming in, and Kevin, who hasn't who has lots of stories, and he's out there right now, and Joseph somewhere on the way to the grasslands is unless he's actually arrived, and lose all track of time when you're doing this kind of thing. But anyways, I'll just turn it over to you, Errol.
Sure. Yeah, I'm putting on some of my singing regalia, which actually is my dancing stuff that my family made for me, and it goes along with my songs. This is what they call a roach, and my nephew made these years ago when he first started dancing, and these eagle feathers were bestowed upon me by a guy named Duck out in Manitoba, Paul Duck, and they're put together with little things from a camera right here to make them go smooth up that way. So I actually danced a little powwow a while back with my partner, and down at the Sigewik. Sigewik was a festival of storytelling here back in February, and I didn't really have to tell too much of a story, but just do the grass dance. And it was kind of like a story in itself, really. So without telling what the storytelling was, I did the grass dance with the group at with the Sagawa crew. So it was awesome. I loved it. And can you see that? Yeah. Anyway, I have got to tie this up here. Yeah. There we go. And a little bit of the back. Tie this in there. It doesn't come. I won't tie it too tight because I won't be dancing too much right now.
What a great warrior you are.
Yeah. There you say it. And a little bit more about me. I'm originally from Ochapowace First Nation. I'm a Soto man from the Treaty 4 territory, but I grew up on a Cree reserve. And our First Nation, years ago, it was made up of two treaty signers. One was Kagishuel, which means the loud voice, and Kagishuel. I don't really know quite what that means, but it became known as Ochapowace. The government amalgamated these two bands together. And Ochapowace is a word in Cree that could mean to tie together, to bind together. And that roundaboutly it was a tie-up. It come from a ceremony, like a tie-up ceremony that some of our people used to do years ago. Our medicine people would often go into a UEP dance, and then the medicine man would come in and you'd be tied up, and then as the ceremony went on, the spirits would be called in, and they helped untie the man, and they would proceed to do some healing for the people that were gathered there. So I'm an Anishinaabe man that comes from the Ochapowace First Nation, and the history of the Anishinaabe people is a story altogether in itself. But initially, they came from Dreamer's Rock area, and they heard about a land where they were living free with the life of the Pasqua Mostus, with the buffalo. So that's how they sort of came to this part of the world with their descendancy of the Anishinaabe people, which are, if you understand a little bit about what the Anishinaabe word means, it means the truth tellers. They tell the truth. And I've become a songwriter, a storyteller, and an actor, and a dancer. And so I wrote this one song, and this song I'm going to play with this little guitarlele, it's called. Guitarlele, made by a Yamaha company. And it's a story that about me growing up on the Ochapowace First Nation and belonging to the Belanje family. My great grandfather was a Belanje man, and Pierre Belanje that married a status woman from Chekachas. And instead of taking Métis land script, he went with his wife, which is around about she became a Chekachas citizen out in Fort Walsh area. And that's how some of the Métis people descendancy infiltrated with, intermarried with the Anishinaabe people. My kokum was Margaret Babel from the Cody First Nation, married my great grandfather Alex Belanje, and they grew up on the Ochapowace First Nation. And I'll sing a song. My uncles used to call me they nickname me. They nickname me Shashkinak, because when I'd come to visit my kokum, she would look at me and say, "Ani again." I said, "Andejayan, where are you going?" I said, "I come to visit." "Kinodeski." She said, "Are you hungry?" And I said, I said, "Shashkinak of me, mom, Coco." And she'd look at me and go, and she'd point with her lips to the pantry. And I would score this Shashkinak, lard can full of Shashkinak. Shashkikans are little, made out of pork rinds kind of thing. And today they're kind of like piggy pops, bacon pops or whatever. And actually they also refer to them as shashtigans or Indian popcorn, KFC. So that's how this song came about from my nickname. And it goes like this. I remember my mushrooms home. Coconut, sweetgrass in every room, and on the wood stove, buckwheat ganiti, and in the pantry, shashkinak for me. And she made shashiganak, chip shaginak, shashiganak, chip chippy shaginak. Oh, take me home. Shashiganak, chip shaginak, shashiganak, chip shaginak. Hey, take me home. And I remember my oldest motion. Cabius, Gable Belanger, his hair of gray, face of gold. And how he loved my Dakota Gucci. And he called her Pacha Square, Mommy Quay, and she made shashigan, chup chagina, shashigan, chup chagina, take me home. Yes, she made shashigan, chup chagina, shashigan, chup chagina, take me home. Come on, two-step there, Coco. You can imagine a fiddle playing there, that's what we need. Alex Strongarm. Winston Whitney. Or Kelly Antonym, or all the fiddle players in the reserve. You stamina. Now I'm emotional. Still get with Coco. Mushuyan. You'll have a microwave, big plasma TV. Hey, I put it in a pawn shop, but I'll get it out check day, okay? Juniors. And when my new sim come over and visit, I have Superstore Piggy Pups for them and me, or KFC. Yeah, they like shashigana, chippy shagana, hey, shashigana, chippy shagana, hey, take me home. Yeah, they like to sing, ship singing, hey, singing, ship singing, hey, hey, kinonde, kiwe. Yak niso nisto, cha cha cha.
Yeah, the guy's rocking the joint. Wow, that's fantastic. So you just got home on a nice little road trip?
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've sure enjoyed a lot of the stories from all across Canada. You sure have a network of really artistic, interesting people that you can call on, pool together. This Dawn to Dusk thing was amazing. Congratulations on your project. You're the resident storyteller at the U of S here, Bruce?
Yeah, and once I got that gig, I said, well, I have to think up some stories. No, not those stories, but to think up some stories. But I figured the most important thing was eliciting stories.
Yeah.
So that's what this is about, right?
Yeah.
And that's what's keeping us together. Well, let's have a coffee break and just talk. So what do you guys want to talk about? So we'll get everybody involved for 15 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, I think the acimowina.
Yeah.
The short story.
Acimowina,
yeah, that's a really good concept, and that it's unique that we can. I really like the variety of people like from Czechoslovakia or that had to go, but the East Indian person, the person that was a kind of the Pakistani man, etc. The woman from Pagadawagan, it reminds me of Sidney Castell. I didn't have a chance to meet him, but I sure know his song now because I think he was on Jimmy Fallon show, late night show, or one of those shows from New York City, and they're kind of listen to this, and Chris Rock was on there, late night show from New York, and said, "There's a guy called Sidney Castell that sings this song. It's Pagawagan, Pagawagan, that's where I come from. Pagawagan, that's where I'm gonna go." And Chris Rock was just looking. But millions of people saw, and they're curious about who Sidney Castell was, and also where is Pagadawagan? It's a place to fish, so it's unique. It's a unique way of storytelling, and with the advent of, I think, Zoom, it's so incredible that you can pool all these people together, and I think it's a really great idea, even though it's putting you on the spot. Dawn to dusk. Oh, you're gonna be tired there, Bruce.
Well, yeah, but on the other side, it fills me up, and it made me think of a story that I'll share down the road a little bit. That's just absolutely perfect for what's going on here. But anyways, yeah, there's some people out there. Let's just have coffee. What else do you guys have to say?
I just want to say, Bruce, I'm just so grateful that Joseph sent me the link to this event, because down here in Regina, we had a cross-cultural sharing event on March 21st, the day for celebrating the elimination of racial discrimination. And I just think that the sharing that's been going on here today, the sharing of stories, is such a great way to bring people together. And, we all have stories to share, as you said early on. And I just very grateful for being included in this circle and event today. Joseph has a great song, One People, that really today brings meaning to, from my standpoint. So I just want to thank you for doing this.
Well, yeah, but it was an idea, and we've only got 4.5 hours to go. Then we'll have to go from dusk to dawn. But things, the things that people, I guess, used to do, when you really think about it, living on the land before technology, before contact, and especially up in north in the land of the midnight sun, what that was like, when I went up north and I experienced that in the Yukon, I don't know, it was a little, midnight or something, and the sun was still shining, and I thought that was, something. But there's my buddy Joseph. Are you? What do you got to say for yourself, Joe? Where are you?
Oh, I'm coming up to a little small town called Harris. And, thank you for asking, because I got a little way late starting here, but I was really enjoying this morning, and then I had some shopping to do, some errands. Anywhere where you go, something happens. You never know what's going to happen. You're always watching. Thank you, Mary, for appreciating the invitation. I just sent a bunch of invitations out. When you can tap on your cell phone, you just tap a letter and all these emails. There was your name there. So, but as a storyteller for many years, I use that as a way to find my voice. It's such a beautiful way to express. And if you're not comfortable sharing your life, or anything, you use story. And stories are kind of like a third person, I guess you can say. You're not really, it's not you. Because in the end, the greatest story you'll ever tell is your own story, your own tragedies, the things that happen. But but in my 20s, I guess I had no, I had no idea, no sense of knowing that I had gone through so much trauma in the 13 years I went to residential school. I was 20-year-old, 25, and I somehow find my voice through storytelling. And it's little kids, I was telling stories to little kids. Of course, because they're listeners, but they're also very critical. They start yawning, or they start getting distracted because you're not telling the story as well as their grandmother or their grandfather. I had this one little kid. One time I was telling this story, and I was kind of going slow. So would you mind hurry up? He's about 8 years old. Would you mind hurry up? He wanted to get to he was really catching on. Like she was catching on this little story. So I've been so grateful to have had a lifetime of sharing stories, learning stories. And one of the things that as I'm coming up to Harris, I remember was I liked these stories that I thought they were for kids young, immediately capture their interest, engage them. So I often defer to the farting stories, the gaseous ones, the helium ones. And so I tell these stories. Thank you, Errol, for your beautiful song and learning about Saskatchewan. So I went to tell stories, and I told his fart stories, and I was almost reprimanded, or I was, almost going to be get kicked out of that school. Maybe it was very, very Catholic, I'm sure. But the teacher looked at me sternly. I was like a little kid, looking at me sternly. I don't know if that was appropriate for this class, So I made it a point to try and get a little smile out of her or get a giggle or something. So we did a round dance. You do all kinds of things with your storytelling. You take from your basket. So I'm dancing while you're dancing. I'm looking at her. Started there. That's the power of story. That's the power of a part. That's the power
You're starting to break up, Joseph. It's like you're in another dimension. You're turning into fragments.
Oh yes, it must be where I am. But that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to say a little bit about that. How story kind of saved my life and also gave me a profession, long time career. That was my way of teaching and sharing, having a good time when I didn't have a good time for many years. I found a place where I could feel good. Except that's all for now.
Joseph, if you're around at sundown, then maybe you can close the circle with us.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I'll see where I'm at.
Okay, buddy. All right. Moistas. Yeah. We have one of our storytellers has to leave, but she just happens to have an incredible video before she goes. So I'll turn it back to Farah.
Hi all. I wanted to share a video that shares part of my story, and actually this is an excerpt of a longer piece that I'm creating. So here we go. It's called Farah Means Happiness. So thank you for allowing me to share today.
That looked intense to film.
It was pretty intense to film.
In the first part, this is Marlene. When in the first part, I was looking at the video, and when it first showed the cliff, I could see people coming out of the cliff face to join you. Kind of freaked me out. Kind of effects of some sort. Good job.
There was a lot there with me today, that day. I'll just, and because I do have to go, because I'm actually here in Jajagi, so I'm a couple hours ahead of you all. And it's the time of month for fasting. So actually from dawn to dusk, it fills up the time by telling stories. But just before I leave, I'll just share something quick that the last time, well, not the last time, but the previous time I was in Costa Rica, I spent some time with the Bribri tribe, and they told me about the 3 human rights that they have. So the Bribri speak in Bribri, they have the religion in Bribri, they live the ways of Bribri, and they keep on going like that. And one of the things I noticed was that the kids weren't saying please and thank you every time they asked for water. So after a while, the elder asked me that I could share a question. And so I asked, why is it that they don't ask for water? And he said, because it's part of the human rights that we have. So when you are deserving a human right, you don't need to ask for it. You can just take it. So one of the human rights is water. The second one is fire. That makes sense, right? Water and fire. The third one he told me was chilies. So that got me totally confused because the Bribri people in Costa Rica, they don't have spicy food. So I didn't understand. So I did need to ask him, why is it chilies? Why is chilies a basic human right? And he said, because on all the households tables, they have a little container of chilies. And it's a reminder that we all have our own sabor. Do you know what sabor means? Like our own flavor. So that is our basic human right: water, fire, and our own personal flavor, and that we have a chance to share that flavor with everybody. So thank you for sharing your flavor with me today through your stories, and I hope you continue to do so in the future. Thanks, Bruce.
Oh, you're welcome, and have a beautiful, you're going to a ceremony?
Yeah, every night at sundown during the month of Ramadan,
Yeah.
then we have what's called an iftar. So it's like a ceremony almost every night.
I see. Okay. Thanks a lot for joining us. Moistas, we'll see you around the bend. Okay, I see some people have rejoined us. That's cool. Hi, Diana. How are you guys doing out there in Belize? Did you want to say a few words to us? Whatever you're comfortable with.
Hi, good afternoon from beautiful Belize. This is my husband, Ira.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. And we are here to listen to some more wonderful stories.
Well, that's great. And if you want to, you can tell us about life in Belize. We only have like 4.5 hours left. So you figure it out. And Lonnie over there in the Peg, is that where you are in Winnipeg? Can you, or would you consider sharing screen and showing us some of your art at some point?
Sure, I can do it now if you want.
Okay, so because we have so many incredible people all over the place, and some of us are anyways, have different forms of art. And I met Lonnie was through a friend, Charisse, who said that she was interested in doing some drawings. And anyways, I'll just let her talk about her art and show us what she's got, okay?
Okay, hi. My name is Lonnie Zastri, and I identify as being a settler on Treaty 1 land. I'm a first and second generation Canadian. So my mom was an immigrant and my grandparents were immigrants on my dad's side. And part of, for me, storytelling has involved a lot of drawing and getting to know people through art. And I guess I started off when I was fairly young, drawing and getting to know people. And I guess I remember being in kindergarten and living in Edmonton in the 80s and being so excited about being a Canadian and just going to a Canada Day celebration and just thinking, I am so proud to be who I am, and thinking that I was this multicultural, strong woman, well, girl at the time. But as I grew up, I realized that the things that I had come to believe as a kid were not correct and were not a reflection of the actual truth of what happens and what happened in history in our country. And for me, that made me feel like I didn't know what to do. And so because I didn't know what to do, I just decided that art would be the way in which I would explore this country and the people in it and get to know other humans and really make it that simple. So I started this project and I call it Be a Better Settler. And what it is just listening to the stories of other people and getting to record and draw them. And I have some pieces that I can share that I've been drawing that I'd love to share with you. So all of these people I've been able to sit with and have stories told to me by them and have been able to get to know a little bit. And I feel very fortunate. And Bruce is one of those people. So no surprise there. So just give me a second and I'll share it with you. This first one is of a young man named Michael. And this is of a grandmother named Candy. And this is of a young woman named Brittany. I met Brittany through work as well. I met Candy through Michael, and I met Randy through Bruce. And there's Bruce. And this is my very good friend, Tyler. And this is of a woman named Kim. She's an activist and is quite active in the Drag the Red movement here in Winnipeg. And this is Ashley, who I met through another very good friend of mine. I got to sit with Ashley not too long ago. And last but not least is Loretta and Gilbert. Loretta is a grandmother and her son Gilbert live on Vancouver Island. I'll turn it around. And that's it for me. I appreciate stories so much. I love sharing stories and I love hearing other people's stories. So I'm very grateful for this time with you guys.
Lonnie, if I could ask you, in fact, what you're doing is kind of like what's happening here. We're collecting stories. So each time, so just simply how I met Lonnie was that she was talking to her friend who was a friend of mine, And somehow, I guess you can tell how that works, but she asked if she could do a drawing of me, and I'd never met her. So I'm thinking that if you don't mind sharing, in fact, what is that relationship like? Just kind of asking people out of the blue to draw them. Maybe you have a couple of things, a couple memories that you can share with us. I don't, but as long as you're comfortable with it.
Yeah, for sure. I guess I'll bring it back to tobacco, maybe, because that's the one theme that has kind of been moving through my time with people that has been a consistent learning opportunity for me. So as I get to know people and as I get to know the different ways that people relate with the earth and with each other, I learned about tobacco, and tobacco for me was not something that I grew up learning about. And so that exchange with people was something that I realized I should be learning about, as a settler. And so I tried my best to kind of gauge what I should be learning. I looked on the internet. I talked to friends, and I just tried to get to know what I was supposed to do if I was asking people to visit with me and to answer a couple questions and to converse with me about life and about what they want to see happen in the world, and any advice that they would have to a settler like me, because I want to see things change, and I want to see things. I don't want things to be the way that they've been in the past. I want them to be better, and I want to leave a legacy that shows that my imprint is lighter on the earth than it was hard on the earth. And I don't want to be insincere, and I don't want to be inauthentic. So that piece of tobacco was a good learning experience for me. And I offered tobacco to Gilbert and Loretta, and they kind of laughed at me because that's not part of their culture. And so for me, it was a good learning opportunity and a good time for me to be able to laugh at myself and recognize that as I learn through stories and as I learn through other people and hearing what they have to say, I also get to learn. I don't know, I just get to learn from people and grow and change. And that's an exciting thing. Like it's like I get to explore this country the way that I would have wanted everybody to approach it, like coming as a settler. And that is something that's really important to me. And so the stories that I tell are often of other people. And I appreciate the stories of other people very much.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. That's pretty beautiful. And, we have a, whatever it is that we can pass our own gifts, whatever, when we find out what it is, and share with others. And that's kind of what life is all about. It's one thing, I went through this sickness not that long ago. And when I came out of it, it was through prayer, a lot of prayer, and, just believing in that power. But it really crystallized in me why we're here. And that's essentially to help each other. We can do all these other things along the way. That's great. But that's why we're here, period. Anyways, that's and throughout this whole thing, like I said, I'll bring it up again. Miote means out of the goodness of your heart. And there's lots of that going on. So I want to ask Marie Louise or Tony if they would like to share another story, if possible. Can you hear me? Tony, Marie Louise. Well, I guess they're still tuned in. So what does that mean? That means that they'll be back. So Louise, it's over to you since I can see you're alive. Would you be willing to share another story?
Let's see. Yes.
That's what your message says.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I just want to say, Lonnie, you just made my heart swell. I think what I've been really attempting to do is to share stories from my elders that express something other than just pain. And I think that you're capturing in your drawings, you've captured the essence of this joy, of this happiness, this reality of people. Yes, we've been through a lot, but we come out the other end and we're happy. And I'm also very thankful, that these people did sit for you, because I think a lot of people just can't do that yet. And I like the little joke you played on yourself, you gave these elders tobacco and yeah. So I guess I should say Indian Dohoti to all those people that weren't there this morning, where I can give a good greeting to all of you in my language, and that means, how's the world treating you? It means way more than that. It means, are you getting used to being on this earth and accepting the gifts that it gives you? No matter if it's 7 feet of snow, rain, cold, hot, whatever, right? That's all part of our story. So this morning, I was able to honor one of my teachers, my Auntie Angela. And I wanted this afternoon to also honor my grandfather, that was the grandfather actually of my first husband, who is now in the spirit world. And it's amazing, he's been gone since 2001. I didn't want to leave the territory because I'm from the Yukon Territory. I'm from the Nacho Nayaktan First Nation people, Dene. And I had wanted to go and help in any way I could to advance Indigenous art across Canada. That was kind of what I put my tobacco down for. If I could be of some use, I would like to do that. So that's when I made an application to go and work. And that's where I met Bruce. And I'm so grateful, Bruce, because prior to your coming, because you came a month after the rest of us, Indigenous art administrators, and you made me laugh, because it wasn't a laughing matter when I first got there, but yeah. It's one of the things that I'm sure a lot of people have noticed, that the Indigenous people, they have a great capacity of humor and seeing beyond things that might be hurtful to just laughing about it, laugh at ourselves, laugh at the situation we get into. And it was so nice to see all kinds of other people's stories where they're just laughing at themselves. We all get into these weird situations in our lives. So when my present husband, Bob, asked me to marry him, and I had agreed. In fact, it was really quite an experience, to be driven up to one of the highest mountains outside of Whitehorse. There's a beautiful road that goes up there, and it's just glorious. It overlooks the valley, the Yukon River flowing through. And he said, we should have lunch up there. He said, I have something to ask you. I thought, oh yeah, what is he going to ask me? He's going to dig out some of my old skeletons or what? I was thinking like this. I don't know why, because he was just such a beautiful man. And so we get up there, we have lunch and looking over this river. And I'm thinking to myself, well, when is he going to ask me? What is going to ask me? And here this guy gets down on his knee and he asked me to marry him. I shall never forget that day. He looked kind of nervous, so of course I said yes. But in the next week, I had a conversation with him. He came over and he had dinner with my family, and I had 3 daughters. And I said, I said, I have to tell you something before we get married. I have to tell you this. And he said, what's that? I said, I love another man. His face just dropped. I said, I love another man, and this man is coming to town tomorrow. So I've invited him for supper. So I would really like you to come over and have supper with us. I was just testing him, like, what kind of a guy is this? And he said, okay. So anyways, he does come over, and he came in the back way into my kitchen, and he said, is he here? I said, yes, he is. He's in the living room. Come in. I said, take your boots off and come in. He's in the living room. And who should be sitting there but my grandpa? This is the grandfather of my former husband. And when I separated from my former partner, my grandfather went into a depression until grandma called me and she said, you better come and see your grandpa because he's very sad. I said, why? What's wrong? And she said, he thinks you kicked him out too. I said, never, never. So anyways, I introduced my future husband to grandpa. I said, grandpa, I said, this is a man I'm going to marry. He just jumped right up and he shook his hand. He said, you must be a good man. You're a good man. He said, you're going to take good care of my Sichi. That means my granddaughter and her girls. You seem like a good man. And he gave him a big hug. Anyways, I have many stories that I recorded of grandpa, who he said, I was a hunter long before they have muzzle loaders. Muscle, he said. I said, oh, you mean muzzle? Yeah, muscle. He said, muscle loader. He said, one time, he said, my friend, he load up that gun like that. You got to put the powder in like that. He doesn't know how to shut that gun good. Here, he shot his own eye. Oh, he went blind in the one eye. And he's kind of saying it in a kind of a funny way, But what he was telling me really is that you actually only need one eye to be a good hunter, because he said, when you shoot, he said, you always close one eye. So this is the kind of stories he would tell me. Anyways, a long time ago, he said, people, they don't get married in a church. We don't got no church. He said, pretty soon, the minister, they come around. They're nice people. They tell us lots of story about that guy, Jesus. And he's got one good friend too, his name Peter. He's a good fisherman. I hear the stories. So we sit around and talk about that. And then we were at his 75th wedding anniversary for him and grandma. Imagine being married for 75 years. And my grandpa was never sick ever in his life. I asked him once about that. I said, how come you've never been sick, Grandpa? He said, because I got to take care of the people. That's why, he said. So on their 75th wedding anniversary, I went up to Dawson City. They're living in Dawson, him and Grandma. And I was helping him go up this ramp, you know, with a wheelchair, because it was kind of slippery at that time. I said, let me push you. Okay, he said, I could just hang on to the rail. I said, never mind, Grandpa, let me take you up. It's quick. I said, okay. So for some reason, we had to wait in the hallway, him and I, and he said, you know, he said, we're not married for 75 years. I said, what? You know, when I was just a young man, I don't know, maybe 18, 19. We don't got calendar them days, he said, so I don't know. You know, my mom and dad, they're good friends when they're kids. We just get along really good with another couple that they have good friends, and they said to each other, if we have a boy and you have a girl, they're going to get married. I don't know about that. They didn't tell me that. Here, it's springtime, you know, we got to travel by moonlight on a river. It's just like big light up there, full moon on a river. We know where to go. We go all night because the ice is safe at nighttime. So we got our dog team, we go up. My mom got her own team too, my dad and me. And they want to go up and visit their friends. He said, maybe I'm about 18, 19, I don't know. A young man, he said. Here we come to that camp. Now, maybe 4 days, 5 days, I don't remember. I have a dream. In my dream, I dream about little woman, small lady, he said. She got little voice too in my dream. I wonder, who's that? I forget about it. Here, when we get to this camp, I meet this couple. That's my mom and dad's best friends. They got married a long time before. And I don't know. I don't know they got girl there, got daughter. I see their mother there, old grandma. Here, we went to sleep. We sleep till late morning time. That's where we go all night. And here he said, I wake up, I hear that little voice in my dream. That girl, she's in the kitchen part of the tent, he said. I'm shy too. I don't want to look at her. How's she going to know I dream about her? He said. He said, I come out, I'm just shy. I don't say nothing. Oh boy, we have good visit. I don't know, a couple of weeks maybe. We visit, we hunt, we set snare, we get lots of ptarmigan that time. And pretty soon my dad said, well, gonna get ready to head back, he said. So I went out there, get my mom and dad's dogs ready with the team. I start to get mine ready too. My dad come out there. He said, where are you going? He said, what? You're not going now. You're married now, he said. I said, what? I got just so surprised. He said, I'm married? I don't even know I'm married. So my mom and dad take off and left there with your grandma. We get to know each other. Her grandma really good to us. She show us where we're going to sleep. Pretty soon, she gonna have baby. Oh, you know, I can't believe I'm going to be a dad. I'm so happy, he said. I'm going to be a dad. I'm go by here, the old woman, that's the one. She take care of the baby. She bring baby into the world. She help your grandma, Annie. Baby boy. You know what I call him? I call him Peter. Peter, good fisherman, you know. I want my son to be good fisherman, he said. Oh, gee, I can't believe it. You know your grandma, she's so young, maybe 15, 16, I don't know. She don't know much. She's kind of stupid, you know. When you're young, you don't know nothing. You're stupid. How you gonna know about baby? You don't take care of baby yet. So anyway, we do our best. We make little swing, baby swing beside our bed. We swing that little baby, go to sleep. And when baby get hungry, we flip him out, we put him in bed with us. And she feed baby. Here, I guess that one night, you know, she's tired too. Middle of the night, she feed her baby. She roll over on top Peter. I wake up, she's screaming her head off. That little guy there, he got smothered. I try to breathe in his mouth. I try to go like that to his chest, you know. Nothing. Even though it was 68 years later, Grandpa was crying when he told me that story. I couldn't believe it. So he said, we gave burial for that baby. Make nice funeral for him. And during that time, my uncle came. And when my uncle left, I left with him. I took off with him on the land. Oh boy, we go up to Alaska side. We go down to McKenzie. We go all over. 2 years we travel. My uncle said, hey, what's wrong with you? You're married, you know. You should get back there. Your wife waiting for you. So I traveled downriver. Here, there's your grandma waiting for me, patient with me. Yep. 1 year later, we got another baby boy. We named that baby after his big brother. We named him Peter too. That's why I tell you, Sichi, he said, everybody want to have big party for 75 years. It's not 75, 73. I run away for 2 years, he said. They don't have to know. Let them eat cake. Enjoy, he said. Yeah. Then I took him into that party. And that's the honor of my former partner's grandpa. His name is Shada Joe Henry. Wonderful man. Most loving man I knew. Oh, I just wanted to share that story with you guys. Thank you, Masi.
Yes. So, Scott, got my message?
What message?
Oh, I guess you did.
Must eat show, must eat show, must eat show.
Oh, hello. Hello, Norman. Where are you coming from, Norman?
Toronto.
Okay.
We
Oh,
got,
well.
yeah,
Well,
got the message late, so otherwise I would have been in early to hear more stories, but you know.
well, we still have 4 hours left.
Well, I think that's a good amount of time. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, are you a storyteller too, Norman?
Ask Joseph.
Well, Joseph is on the road right now, but
Oh, I see. I am a storyteller. The last time I was telling stories because I have itchy feet, and I was in Marrakesh and Morocco.
okay. Well, sounds like a place I would like to
Norm
go.
is an amazing storyteller. Norm is
Wow.
a very amazing storyteller. We told stories in the UK, in Scotland, at the Edinburgh Fiddle Fest, Storytelling Festival.
Well,
Scottish International.
I could see.
I didn't know Joseph would be there. I turned around to my right and looks familiar. and then yeah, we told a few stories to each other, and some of them were true.
Mm. Well,
if you want a story, I can have one for you. If not, I listen to.
Oh no!
Hi,
Go ahead, Louise.
I just said hello to Norman. I know him too.
Okay. Well, that's great. Well, of course, we'll accept your story. But first, I'm just going to ask Ayla if she would like to do her story now. And then perhaps after that, Norman, you could share your story since you came out of the blue, which is perfect because this is an out of the blue crowd. And yeah, so let's Ailey, are you there? Ayla?
I'm here. It's Ayla.
Oh, geez, how come I just, for some reason, I keep messing up your name. So are you ready to share?
I don't know how long I'm gonna go. And
Oh,
it's
that's okay.
it's like-
That's okay. Just cut loose. Everything's cool. Are we gonna see you?
I mean, I don't really want to, but I can if I have to.
Well, well, put it this way. It's your call. You know, you
How about I
can
say hi before and then after?
you can, yeah, that'll be fine. Whatever works for you.
Okay, sounds good because I get anxious. So
Okay, that's all right. Mm.
okay, so I have something I wrote where it's a reflection on dreams in addition to remembering the memory of my chapan. So yeah, I'll get started. Phew! I don't know really how to like blend into this smoothly. But when I'm speaking to people and I get to know people for the first time, often our conversations somehow turn to the subject of dreams. And I find it interesting talking about these because everyone's connection to dreams are so different. However, despite relating with people about certain subjects and certain experiences, I find I always have a disconnect because of how I experience mine. And so I live with somebody who has dreams which are kind of like on the cusp between what's possible to happen and what's kind of wildly improbable. It's always something that could happen. It's something that he wakes up confused as if, is this something that happened to me? Is this a memory? And I know a lot of people who have dreams like that, where the things that happen could have happened. Things that happen could happen in the future. Things that happen could be things that you know didn't happen, but still feel like it just felt so real, they would always say. I know another person who is in a group with me. I help run the printmaking collective at school because, you know, new member, I'm an art major. But she happens to dream in the same way that he does, where it's like just on the cusp between reality and not possible at all. But to me, it's never quite been like that. Mine are pretty strange. They're so strange that both within them and after I'm done having them, I'm aware that it isn't real. It's not a case of awareness either, because it's not like I'm lucid dreaming. I'm in a scenario that I can't dictate, but they've never existed at any point. They are not possible to happen at any point ever, and I'm very confident in that. When I was really young, they started off-putting. I used to emote really strongly about them because I could never control how they worked or what I experienced or how scary they were or not.
I think the worst one that I had when I was really young, I was in a dark room. Not even a room, I guess. It felt like a whole realm of just black, darkness, void. Above me, there was a single light, like a spotlight. And around me were little creatures, which, when you got close to them, you found that they were little doll things. And they spoke to me. They used to say, "Hey, eat this one," and they'd point to another doll. And it was really off-putting because I was like 6, and it just happened once or twice after watching a movie. And there was another one where I was in a theater, but it was dead silent. There was no performer, and in the theater there was one other person sitting there. I recognized them. I knew who they were. I knew them very well, actually, and when I approached them, they didn't know who I was. So I left, and out the doorway, there was a long, winding pathway. It felt like a labyrinth, but there was only one way to go. And at the end of that little pathway, after several bends and turns, which was strange because it was dark, but it was still well lit like a theater, I found an underground facility, which is cold, made of teal, stone, and metal. And it was just off-putting. Everything about that was so strange. More recently, there was another where I was in a new world. It was like a city. The entire realm was brown. The sky had like a soft patina. The buildings were tinted brown. And although at first glance, and if you didn't see the details, you perceive it as like a pollution style thing, but it wasn't. It was actually like a gorgeous, vivid, deep color. The buildings were glistening like diamonds, kind of like zircon, the brown gem zircon. And it was beautiful. It was intense. Everything was tall and long, and there was not a single crumb on the ground. It was just completely clean. But what's strange is that it was also empty. No one was there, just me. But the tallest tower, the one that shone the highest, was calling my name. And in the same realm, it was on another night. I happened to wake up in the same city, but this time I was underwater. And what was strange about it was that at this point, I found out that that city was built on a single foundation of one layer of concrete, completely flat, completely impossible to make happen because that poor thing would have sunken. So it was strange to be able to swim without breathing. And I swam beneath it, and I kept going further and further down underneath, beyond. I just didn't see anything for a long time. It was just completely dark. I couldn't fathom the bottom of where I was. And eventually, there was a dolphin that appeared and was like trying to lead me further. And eventually, I found like a single light off in the distance, that kind of opened up as if I would have a place to surface finally. But that was another one that kind of just stopped out of nowhere. But there is one, which I will share now, which really stuck with me because although like the others, it's strange and feels not so possible to happen, it kind of knocked me out of that like awareness that this isn't real. I'm in a dream right now. Because I was visited by somebody. So only a month or two before I had that dream, my Chapan died. She passed away peacefully in 2019. Her name was Vicky. I didn't know her as well as I could have. We visited a lot. My Kokom would always pick her up and take her shopping and to eat, and we'd go together. My brother would visit her a lot. My mom would visit her a lot. She was very well known and knew a lot of people. Everywhere she went, people would recognize her. They'd visit her. They'd hug her. She used to be an elder at U of R. She traveled the world and was very much into like activism to help the little guy, like women, children, stuff like that. However, I didn't connect to her as well as I could have. And it's not for a matter of not trying. It's more so, I think I was just struggling silently, I think. And I wasn't able to speak up as loud as she needed so that she can hear me. And it was really difficult connecting with her in that way. Although I respected her and I was interested in everything she had to say, I couldn't really talk back. So I graduated in 2019 and I went to the University of Saskatchewan for the first time in the fall term. I attended, and those silent struggles persisted with me. And at the end of term, I remember having the worst breakdown I've had in a long time. I found out that I may fail a class. I was risking my band funding. I'm from Lac La Ronge. I was so stressed out all the time because I moved out on my own to attend school. I didn't quite know what to do. I had lots of family supporting me online, on the phone, but it's not. When things get rough and you feel alone, it's kind of hard to get out of that mindset, right? So that night, I had a dream where I was in a strange, all expansive, pastel curly world, I'd call it, I think. It was in the sky. And the sky, similar to the brown dream, had a very interesting color palette where everything was pastel, pink, yellow, blue. It was beautiful. It was light. It was airy. There were floating islands and pathways everywhere. Weird trees, things that were like curly-whirly kind of. The only thing I can really compare it to was, I don't know if you've seen the weird movie with Cat in the Hat, like the live action one. There was a scene that was like, I don't remember the world where the cat is from, but everything is like colorful and vibrant and strange and very much just like some unknown force is making it be real and possible to interact with. And that was kind of the same case for mine. The paths that were floating curled and whirled as if they were once springs that were twisted, bent, and cut apart and just thrown everywhere. And I was standing on one window just looking around. And in the moment, I was like, again, this is a dream. It's weird, but I'm aware that this is all this is. Until she appeared inside of that very dream. She was standing across from me. And in that moment, I felt awake. I was still sleeping, but I felt awake. And it was strange because she spoke to me. She spoke to me in a way that felt real. She connected with me in a way that felt like she finally understood why I didn't talk to her in person ever. In that world, she could hear me no matter how quiet I spoke. And in that world, she was able to speak to me and make it so I could understand completely without having an issue with hearing or understanding. And I think that night, everything I was dealing with made our relationship so non-existent. It didn't really affect how she perceived me or responded to me at all. I remember her standing there and just holding my hand and telling me everything was going to be fine. And that in the world, she kind of looked around with me and said, if you find the source of this path, the very beginning, everything will fall into place if you're willing to walk it. And then I woke up. But the weird thing about it was I didn't wake up in a way that was like how one would normally wake up. There was no transition period. I woke up completely attentive. I didn't have to wipe the sleep out of my eyes. It was intense. I just laid there, and it felt like I was spoken to, and it felt like I was heard that night. And that's my story. Thank you.
All right, a before and after shot. Thank you so much. You have a beautiful voice, and that was quite the story. I'm just totally astounded as the sun is still reasonably high in the sky, but all these stories give me a lot of energy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And you've been hanging around for a while listening to stories, huh?
I like stories. My family likes to tell them too, so.
Yeah, they're obviously rubbing off on you. Okay. And Norman, are you ready to share something with us?
Yes, a special story. It was a story that was growing at a place called the Spiral Garden, which was an outdoor arts program for children. there was one program. Now I was a storyteller in residence, so then lots of adventures. And one day, I was asked to participate in a thing called the Dream Facts, and the Dream Facts was this huge apparatus made of pulleys and run from a platform through the trees to an open ground, and the little objects made by the children would come on the pulley system, and I was to make up stories. All of the kids were in attendance. And I did not know what the next part of the story would be until the next object showed up. Just when things seemed to be going well, boom, squeak, 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 that basket came through the trees. So there we go. It was too much. It was a bit of a challenge. In some respects, for me, a bit of too much of a challenge. I wanted something smaller. Rather than all the children, I wanted something one-on-one. And that, well, at home, I happen to have, I collect stuff. Or you could say stuff collects me. Because, like, for instance, one time I was helping demolish a house, and we'd removed all the floorboards on the second floor, so there's nothing between the joists except lathe. And I slipped off one of the joists, and my leg went through between the joists into the kitchen below. And as my leg was going down, up popped this object. And I hooked my leg around the joist and then saw the object. It was an old rusty key. And I was looking for it just now, but unfortunately it did not want to be found. And there was an old rusty key, and I put it into my pocket and I kept it. And because it seemed to be important. Years later, I put that key and a few other things and a big flat rock into a bag, went to the spiral garden, plunked myself underneath one of the trees and laid out the objects and waited for the children to come along and say, "What's that?" I said, "This is a way of making up stories. Choose some objects and we'll put it on the stone and we'll make up a story." Children like that. And so, and it was quiet. I didn't have to, facing a huge crowd, just me and somebody else. One day, Sabura, who was a walking miracle, the doctors had told her mother that she would not live past the day of her birth. And so here was Sabura, 10 years old, kind of proving them wrong. She's not with us anymore. Her problems became too much for her body to sustain. But before she left a lot of memories, a lot of stories. And this is a story that Sabura and I created on the story stone underneath a tree in the spiral garden many, many, many years ago. She chose a wooden lion, the figure of a man, a stopwatch, and a little babushka doll, the wise old woman of the forest. She placed them on the stones, and with the words, "Once upon a time," this is the story that came. It's changed a little bit over the years, but this is what the story has become. Once there was a man who lived near a village who was very, very, very lonely. And why? Because his farm, although it was very good land and he was prosperous and did very well, nobody would come to his farm because it was right next to a forest full of lions. Big lions, little lions, thin lions, fat lions everywhere. And people were afraid of the lions. Sometimes they would jump over the fence and chase him around the field. And sometimes they would come and eat maybe a chicken or two. Nobody wanted to come to his farm, and so he was very lonely. But one day, as he was plowing and listening to the sounds of the forest, out of the forest there came a little old lady. And the little old lady was walking along. She had this thing in her mouth, and she was just playing along. And when she had finished, the young man said, "Hey, Granny, it looks like you've come a long ways. It's lunchtime. Why don't you join me for lunch?" And she laughed. She put her flute away, and she said, "Well, Sonny, thank you very much. I would love to join you for lunch." And the young man followed her back to his farmhouse, wondering how she came through the forest full of lions. And they sat down and they had a wonderful lunch of bread and cheese and things that the young man had made for himself. And when they were done, the old woman said, "I would like to say thank you for your hospitality. And as you may have guessed, I'm a little bit magic. And so I would like to give some of that magic to you. Is there anything I can do for you?" The young man said, "Well, I know exactly what you can do for me. You could give me a way of becoming friends with the lions or doing something about the lions of the forest. I don't want to get rid of them. I just want not to be afraid of them because I'm very lonely. Nobody wants to come visit." "Oh, that's easy," she said. "I know what, I will give you some magic words. Now, you memorize these words, and when the sun is going down tonight, and it's all red and yellow and gold and nice and quiet, you say the magic words. And when you say them, a golden fiddle will appear upon the table of your kitchen. Now, you pick up that fiddle and start to play it. Now, don't worry about not knowing how to play. As soon as you touch it, you will know how. And then the music of that fiddle will go out into the forest. A lion will hear it, and a lion will dance. And it will dance to the music out of the forest and into your kitchen. And while it's dancing in your kitchen and you're playing the music, you are to cut 12 pieces of the lion's mane. And you must do this before midnight. Because once midnight comes, the fiddle disappears into a cloud of mist. But once you've cut the 12 pieces of lion's mane, why then the lions will be your friends. And you won't be afraid of them. Nobody will be afraid of them. But remember, at midnight, the fiddle disappears. It's traditional. So the old lady left this story and went into another, for she is in many, many stories. And the young man, well, he went out and he finished his work plowing, and anxiously then he went back, put the horse back into the barn, rubbed it down, fed it, and then went into the kitchen just as the sun was setting, red, yellow, and gold. So he said the magic words, and as soon as he finished them, a soft breeze came through the open window and into the kitchen, and a fiddle formed upon the table, and beside it a golden bowl. Shh! Young man reached, he touched the fiddle and the bow, and as soon as he picked them up, he knew how to play. The music came out of him and into the fiddle, and he began to play. And the music went out in through the open door and through the farmyard, across the field and into a forest. And in the forest, a lion heard the music. And the lion, as it listened to the music, its tail began to swish back and forth. Its legs began to go up and down and thump and thump, thump. And the lion began to dance. It danced out of the forest. It danced across the open field. It danced across the farmyard and into the kitchen of the farmer. He was playing away. And then he realized he could not stop playing to pick up the scissors to cut the lion's mane. He tried to, but as soon as he stopped playing, the lion roared and chased him around the table 3 times before he could start playing again. So while he was fiddling away, and the lion was dancing, thump, 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 and tail went swish, swish, swish back and forth. The clock went tick, tick, tick towards 10 o'clock. And the clock struck 10, bong, bong. And at the sound of the bonging, he heard the A knock at the door. "Hey, John," said the voice at the door. I can hear some music. Are you having a party?" And the door opened, and they saw the lion, and the young man screamed, "There's a lion in your kitchen!" He slammed the door shut, and he ran away back to the village, and leaving John alone with the lion. So what could he do but just keep on playing? And the lion kept on dancing. The clock kept on ticking. It went tick, 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 towards 11 o'clock. And as the clock was striking 11, there came another knock at the door, a softer knock. The door opened, and there was a young woman from the village. And she was about to say, "John, I heard the music," and she screamed, "You got a lion in your kitchen." She slammed the door shut, and she ran back to the village, leaving John and the lion alone. And what could John do but keep on playing? And the lion kept on dancing. And the clock went tick, 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 towards midnight. And it was 3 minutes to midnight when the fiddle would disappear, and John just could not take his eyes off that clock, when suddenly there was a knock, a very, very soft knock, low to the ground, as if a child were knocking at the door. The door opened, and there was Sabura from the village. And John was about to yell at her, run away, the lion will..." But she called it, "Oh, John, John, you've got a lion dancing in your kitchen. How wonderful." Yes," said John, if you go over there and get those scissors and snip off 12 pieces of the lion's mane before midnight, then the lions will become our friends. Can you help me?" "Sure," she said, "I can do that." And she went past and around the lion who was dancing, and she said, picked up the scissors, and she said, "Play something slow. Play The Lion Sleeps Tonight." And John began to play low and slow, and the lion began to sway back and forth, and the tail was going back and forth. And Sabura looked up into the great golden eyes of the lion and said, "Don't worry, this won't hurt a bit." And she went snip, bong, snip, bong, snip, bong. 12 snips and 12 bongs later, it was midnight. And there was silence. And a wind came through the window, shh, and the fiddle turned into a golden mist and went out the window. The little girl looked into the eyes of that lion and said, "Shoo, shoo!" The lion woke up and shook itself as if waking up from a strange dream, and ran out of the kitchen, across the farmyard, across the field, and into the forest, where it had a story to tell all of the other lions. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, John said, "Shoo, wow, now the lions are our friends, and I have the mane of a lion." "Huh, what do you mean you have the mane of the lion?" "I'm the one that cut it," said little Sabura, "and I shall keep it, but I will give you a little bit for a souvenir." And so she took that lion's mane and she went home. And then she put the mane into a bag and made a pillow out of the lion's mane. And then she lay down to go back to sleep. She lay her head upon the pillow of the lion's mane. And as she slept, she dreamed. She dreamed that she was in the forest, and that the forest was full of music, and that the lions were dancing to that beautiful music. And she dreamed this, that she, Sabura, was dancing with the lions. That's that story by Sabura from long ago. So I thought it was a good story to follow about dream stories.
Thank you, Norm. Beautiful. I think you made Bruce fall asleep. Where's our leader? I guess we're on our own now, eh, Norm? Anybody
Sorry,
out there ready to chime in?
I did take off my mute and I was just babbling to myself, but nobody noticed. Anyways, that's all right. Okay, so Pierce, you're next, and Damon, if you're still around, that would be great. And Stephen, you can go after Pierce and Damon. So Pierce, are you ready?
Hello?
Yes, you ready?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, just give her. Are we going to see you?
No, my camera's broken on this thing, so.
That's all right. There's I've been talking about the black void for a while, but there's something that happens when you turn off the visual. In fact, you may be able to even concentrate more. So anyways, it's also the fact that we talk on the phone all the time and we don't have a visual. So times have changed, but most of the people are in black, but it's always good to see a couple faces and people working on sashes and stuff like that, just to keep us in tune. All right, Pierce, cut her loose.
Okay. All right, well, my story starts in about grade 6. I was maybe like 11. I used to play hockey back then, and this is more about just my hockey career, right? I didn't play for too long, maybe a few years, but like for the past 3 years, since like grade 5 and 4 and 3, I just sprained my ankle like every year. So I always had to cut it short, like my my playing in hockey. So I was always like way less better than everybody. I was like always the worst on the team. And we kind of sucked, right? We were not a good team. Like we were always losing. We lost like all of our games. We didn't win one game like that whole season. And I think it was against Good Soil when this happened. Oh yeah, and my team always like talked down on me. And I was sitting on the bench waiting, just tired. And then I heard them talking about me and how I should just quit and shouldn't play anymore. And I don't know, that just hurt. I was like, I thought these guys were my friends, but I guess not. And so we start playing against this Good Soil team, and it was about like 2-3. We were losing by 1, and my niece Vanetta, she scored the goal to tie it up, and we went into a shootout. And my dad convinced the coach to let me try in the shootout, like as the last one, if everything goes good. And then they didn't score, like both times, even though they like messed up our goalie Jake and dangled him out. But all 3 of their guys missed, and it was only up to me because all of our guys missed too. And it was me against the goalie, and then I almost fell when I was going. I was skating out. I was like, oh, I almost fell. And I had this real weak shot, and it went in. And that was the one game that we won pretty much the whole season. And yeah. And then I got like $100. Yeah.
Okay. I missed I almost cut you off on the punchline. Is there Is there anything else? Do you want to talk about all the autographs that people were looking for?
No, no one. They're like, nice. We want a game, and then that's pretty much it.
Well, I appreciate that, absolutely. And you have a good storytelling voice.
Thank you.
I see Roger's there and Taylor's there. So we're getting there. No, I've seen Steven's name show up a little while ago. And it vanished already. But I wanted to ask Marie-Louise and Tony if they would be willing to share another story, as well as Luke. So you guys can just let me know where you're at. Oh, there you are. Would you mind sharing another story, Marie-Louise?
Yes, I was listening and I was thinking about all the people that are talking about dreams, and I said, okay, is this the time of day that's happening here, or what is happening? But I have a story called My Dream House, if you would like to hear that one.
Well, we'd love to. Oh, sorry, your mute button went on again.
Oh, you mean you want me to tell it now?
Oh, yeah. Well, if
okay.
I
Yeah,
thought,
sure. No, I thought you were making the lineup. So, okay, sure, I'll tell it now.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're always ready to roll. That's what I heard.
This story is a personal story, and it happened in 1976. Before I went to live in Quebec City. Part of the story of the previous story that I told was that I was trying to learn who in the heck I was. You remember I told you that the stories in this series are from the time when I didn't know we were Métis. And this story called My Dream House comes from that time as well. So in 1975, I was living in Saskatchewan, and I had quit teaching, and I had a couple of contracts, and I was sort of at loose ends, and I had a contract where I was chaperoning kids in trips to Quebec. So after that had happened a couple times. There was one of the chaperones from Quebec who was there was a really, 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 really cool guy. So the famous story of the woman who leaves home and sells all her stuff and goes off to follow a guy to another country. And that's what I did. So I packed up all my stuff. In my car and on the roof of my car, and my dog and I moved to Quebec. When I got to Quebec, I had taken the precaution of finding an apartment beforehand, thank goodness, because it was winter. And it was a very, very, very cold winter, to be sure. The apartment where I lived was on the top of a hill in Quebec City, in the section of the city called Giffard. And that section of the city in Quebec City had changed names several times. It was alternately called Giffard, Beauport, and then the next mayor would get elected and he would change it back to the previous name. And this had been going on for a long time. But just down the hill, there was a huge cemetery. There was a huge cemetery with great big gravestones and sculptures and everything. And I used to like to go walking there. And it was also a place where I didn't have to have the dog on the leash, and he could sort of run around. So anyway, I got to Quebec City. I exhausted my savings, and I couldn't find a job. I could not find a job. I had 2 university degrees from Saskatchewan, including a teaching degree and a teaching certificate, a license, and it wasn't worth 2 cents in Quebec. So I joined a cleaning company that was cleaning offices. And at the same time, in order to meet some other people, because everything works on who you know in that place, I joined a photography club. And we would go out with different kinds of photography problems, problems to solve in this photography club. So everybody would go out to do light at night, or people would go out to do reflections on snow, or everybody would go out to do, like that, these photography problems. And in this photography club, I met a woman from France. And she had moved to Quebec City after traveling across Canada, and she had come back to Quebec City, and she was working at the university in a medical lab. So she and I got to be quite good friends, and we would go out doing photography together and solving these photography problems. Now, while I was in that cleaning company, one of the places that I was cleaning offices was in the sports center. It was called the PEPS, and it included the swimming pool and all kinds of other sports equipments. And it was a place where they trained the Olympic athletes. And while I happened to be working in that particular part of the university, there was a strike that took place of the cleaning companies that were affiliated with the company that was called, perhaps some of you who know Quebec, was called the FTQ. And the FTQ was the Teamsters, and they were the most they had the worst reputation for doing all sorts of underhanded tricks. And anyway, and they said, well, don't worry about this strike. It won't last too long. And anyway, if things go bad, we'll just call in the tough guys to come in from the FTQ, and they'll take care of this whole situation. So the strike went on, and it went on, and it went on, and it was giving absolutely no indication that it was going to quit. So anyway, I got fed up with this. So I said, I got my work team together, and we made picket signs, and we started picketing outside of the center. And of course the company didn't like that, and it was kind of a sticky situation for me. So my boyfriend at the time was also working in the same detail as I was. And when the strike was over, which we got very little out of, of course, then it was payback time. It was payback time for the people who had taken part in the strike, and in particular the people who had organized the picketing, which was yours truly. Except that, for some reason, the bosses figured that I couldn't possibly have done that, so they blamed my boyfriend for having organized the picket line, and they got really on his case. So anyway, I was kind of flying high, and we were sort of having a tiff, trying to decide whether we're going to continue seeing each other or not. Anyway, so in the cafeteria during lunch break one evening, I had composed a song. And it was about the bosses who were supposed to control the teams of scabs that came in to clean the offices in the absence of the employees from the company. So I had made this song about this guy who was just a little guy, and I'll just sing you a little piece of it, and it goes like this. Y'en un ami boubedro, il était petit, il se pensait gros, inspecteur de toilette et de poubelle, il rôdait la nuit sous les étoiles. So anyway, our boss on our detail, who were working in that building, he laughed and he laughed and he laughed. But I guess that boss, who was the supervisor of the scabs, he heard about it, and I got moved to another building, because by the time they had figured out that it wasn't my boyfriend who had done the picket signs and had organized the pickets, it was me. So they said, okay, we're going to separate these two, and they kept my boyfriend at the PEPs, and they moved me to another building, which happened to be called the Pavillon de Caningue, which was a very famous building because it had all sorts of things going on in there. All sorts of really interesting work, interesting research, interesting all kinds of stuff. So anyway, I was thinking, gee, this is kind of a cool place. And in that place, it was the offices of the ethnology department. So in my off time, I would look at all the library and all of the research notes that were hanging around in this department, and they were just really, really interesting. So anyway, I said to my friend, this is a really cool place. And some of the other friends I had made on the outside, they said, you should finish a master's degree. You've already got 2 degrees. It would take you just a couple years, and then you would do 2 things. You would have access to the network of all of the people in the master's circuit. You would have access to all of the people in the ethnology circuit, and you could find a really good job because you can speak both English and French fluently. And I thought, oh, that sounds like a cool idea. So I started to do that. And one night while I was cleaning up my offices, my boss came to see me, and he said, there's been a complaint about you. And I said, why? And he said, there's a whole series of offices that they say you're not cleaning. So I said, well, I don't know. As far as I know, I'm cleaning all the offices that are in my section. And he said, well, let's go have a look. So he went with me, and he opened the door to the section where I was supposed to be cleaning these offices. And it was built sort of with a space in the middle and a whole bunch of offices around the edge. And I had cleaned all those offices, and it was everything was fine. But there was another door that I hadn't noticed. I thought it was just a door to a closet or something, but it led to a whole other section of that, whatever the research that was going on in that particular part of the building. And in that part of the building, it was a place where they made maps photographs of maps the size of a wall. So the photographic equipment that was in there was so big that it could shoot an image the size of the wall, and then they would make all these maps. So I thought, oh, that's really cool. So anyways, I started cleaning that office, and I didn't get anybody to get anybody to complain about me afterwards. And one night when I was in there, one of the pictures that was on the wall was a house. And it was a house that looked like an historic property. Now I want to go back to before I went to Quebec, because this is the part about the dream. I had, in this dream, before I went to Quebec, I was looking for an apartment. And somebody had said to me, you know, it's not an apartment, it's a house. And it's out in the countryside, and it's in a very beautiful place. And you take this road for a certain distance along this river, and you can't miss it because there's a mailbox, and the road ends, so you can't miss it. The road ends, there's a mailbox there, and you turn right at the mailbox, and you go in the yard, and there's this house that people wanting to rent. So in my dream, I said, oh, that sounds cool. I mean, a house, an apartment, what difference does it make? So in my dream, I drove out there. Sure enough, all along the road ends, there's a house with a mailbox. Turn right and go in the yard. And I went and did that. And I went to the house and I knocked on the door. And the people inside the house, and it was sort of towards evening, people inside the house opened the door, just a little crack. And they looked out and they said, what do you want? And I said, well, I heard that this house was for rent. And they shut the door just a little bit more. And they said, well, we have to have the right people to rent this house. And I looked at the house and I said to myself, holy crap, this is my house. How could I have forgotten that this is my house? So anyway, I gave myself a shake and I said, you know, I have to get these people out of that house because they're letting it go to wreck and ruin. So I want to take it in hand and make it as beautiful as it used to be. So anyway, the people slammed the door and I went back in the yard, and in the yard there were lots of outbuildings, and I went into the outbuildings, and in one of them there were a couple of people wearing what looked like wetsuits. And two of them were standing over the third guy. And the third guy, he wasn't looking good at all. And I said to the two guys, I said, I think he's cashed in that one. And they said, yes. But we were doing an experiment and it was worth it. And I thought, well, this is just too bizarre. So I went back outside and I woke up from that dream and I said, whoa, that's the most bizarre thing that I have ever seen. Now, the house that I saw in my dream was the one that I saw in that photograph on the wall in that part of the Pavillon de Canaque. And it was it. It was the one that I saw in my dream. So anyway, I was freaked out. I didn't know whether I was hallucinating or what was happening. So anyway, I was really freaked out. And the next time I saw my photographer friend, I said to her, I told her the story. And I told her about the dream that I had and how this house shows up in the photograph on the wall. And she says, oh yeah, I know where it is. And she said, one of these days we'll just drive out there. So I thought, okay, well, this is going to be interesting. So anyway, she and I packed a lunch one weekend, and we drove out to this place, and along the river, here we go. There's the road, and the road ends at the river, the St. Lawrence River. It looked like a big lake in my dream. And sure enough, there's the mailbox. Turn right to the mailbox, and you go inside the yard. And we tried to look inside, but the place was all boarded up, and it was in much worse shape than it had been in my dream. But anyway, we poked around, and when we went in the yard, and there were still some old outbuildings and stuff like that. And we said, we should find out what the history of this house is. You know, maybe it belonged to one of my ancestors, or my ancestors lived here or something or other. Couldn't find anything. So anyway, I sort of parked that house, and next time I went back to Saskatchewan, I was visiting with my mother. My mother was still alive at the time, and we were at my sister's house in Regina, and we were sitting in the living room visiting, and I told them about that house. And my mother said, "Oh yeah, I always hated that house." She was afraid of the upstairs. And my oldest sister, she said, "Oh yeah, that the summer kitchen in that place just creeped me out." And then my sister, whose house we were at, said, "Somebody drowned there." And I thought, "Oh, this is just getting too creepy." And my other sister, who was just next in age to the one whose house we were at, she didn't say anything. And I forgot about it. And many, many years later, only a couple of years later, I was talking to my brother, my brother who lives in Edmonton, and we've been talking about all sorts of things. And for some reason, we were talking about Japanese building, and ping, this image of this house showed up, and I told him the story about the house. And he said to me, "I know that place." I said, "Go on." And he said, "Yeah, I know that place. I used to go up to the top floor and look out the windows while the people downstairs were visiting." And I said to him, why did you go there?" And he says, "I don't know. I just went there, and I didn't really have anything to say about it, because these people sort of brought me there." So then, a number of years later, the sister who hadn't said anything about our talking about this house, she said to me, "I think I'm the one that drowned in that place." So I said, "Oh no, I really got to find out about the history of this house." And by the time I got into researching the history of the house had fallen down. It had been vandalized, and there was nothing left of it except the chimney, because the vandals had burned it. And so the government of Quebec decided to do archaeological digs on it. And it turned out that the archaeological digs showed that that place was a stopping point and a meeting place for Indigenous people for thousands of years. Not only was it a stopping place for Indigenous people for thousands of years, but in the parish right beside it, Métis people who had come from Quebec, gone to Manitoba, married, came back there to that parish to have their children baptized, and their wives, and all of their in-laws. And that was what had happened to some of my people. So, when we say that the ancestors never leave us, it's true. The ancestors never leave us. not only do they never leave us, we carry them with us in our DNA, in our knowledge of ways of doing things. And we carry them all our lives, and we transmit them to our descendants. Would you like to see a picture of that house? Would you like to see a picture of that house?
Sure.
Can I share screen?
Yep.
I'd love to.
There it is.
We have to see it. Yeah, beautiful.
The double image was created by my photographer friend, and
Beautiful.
And she used to laugh when she'd see that photograph, and she would say that was my dream house.
It is.
Jimmy, good.
Marcy Marie Louise Perrin. It's yeah. Yeah.
Jimmy Gwitch.
I hope. Yeah. Thank you. And well, we all want our dream house, huh? All right. So in the interim, old buffalo hunter has arrived. So I'm going to ask him, Roger Pelche, to go, and then we'll go with Taylor, and then Suzanne, and then Damon. So don't let me forget the order. I know we have Sheila and Deborah waiting, so we're not too far off the time. There's a gap of time from 5 to 6 that's pretty clear now, but then it'll be anyways, we'll get Errol to come back if he's hanging around. Sometimes
Josie will join me.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
Right on.
And you guys can hang around or come back, whatever. I meant, if you can last as long as I can, then you will be a warrior. I will call you up. All right, Roger, what do you got? You got some pemmican for these people or what?
Oh yeah, Bruce, I got the pemmican of stories. Stories and John, should I start now? Okay. Hi everyone. Hi Mary Louise.
Hi Roger.
Hi Errol Canistino. Scott Duffy. Hello.
Anche.
Mananto Kemaka. Anyway, I got a couple of short stories, Bruce, to start with. And one of them has to do with, I guess, the history of Lebret. And well, more like the Métis history of Lebret, which is in Capel Valley, and where I grew up, or I was born and grew up there. And I guess it's a part of the story is about the creation of our valley down there. It's a beautiful valley. It's in like 4 or 5 lakes around there. There's Catepa, Mission, Pascua, Echo. It all goes into like about 5 lakes around there, and it's beautiful down there. And sometimes you don't realize when you're growing up down there and you're growing up in that surrounding, what a beautiful place we had. And only sometimes when I go back there now as an adult, as an older person, and I realize and I appreciate the beauty of the surrounding valley around there. It is a beautiful valley. And so part of this, when I was growing up as a kid, we lived in a community. Was called Second Coulee, and there's first coulees right near town, and you go in that first coulee and you go up the hill was the Métis farm, which where we lived as well. for a number of years. And then we moved down to the second coulee, which was between Lebret and Belcaire, Saskatchewan. And it was a beautiful place. There was about 5 of us Métis families. There was me, my brothers and sisters, my mom and dad. There was my kokum. My kokum had a couple log shacks that she'd built there. They'd built there, and we lived in one. And my kokum and her son, my uncle, lived in another one. And then there was the Parisian family, a ways away from there. And then there was 2, 3 other families that lived in and within walking distance of all of this valley in this coulee. And up on the hill was the Robillards, Butchis Robillard. We said Robillard. And there was a lot of Robillard family members around there, because the 2 old ladies that used to live down there as well were Margaret Robillard and Doris. I think her name was Doris. I can't remember. Anyway, beautiful people, nice people. And I, as a kid, of course, would like to. And then there was another older person, and I mentioned this old man to Scott. His name was Jack Kleinwright, and he lived in one of the houses, and he only had one leg. Many stories as to why he only had one leg, but I don't know if anybody ever knew the truth, but unless you were there. But when I used to walk home from school, we walked home from school along the railroad tracks, and we had there was farmers. They were Ukrainian farmers. They were Derkiches, and on one side the tracks, and we would walk down the tracks coming home from school, and do all kinds of things. Stop at the creek, grab out suckerfish, and take them to people, these old people, and kill gophers, and get lessons on how to cook them and how to make them to eat. So I did that, and I always was taking my time when I walked home. It was about 2 miles, so I just dawdled along. You know how kids are, dawdling along. So I would cut through this, stop at the creek, grab a couple suckerfish out of the creek, and take them over to this old Jack Kleinwright, and walk across the creek through a little field and then to his house. Stop in and say hi to old Margaret Robillard, and hang around there, see if she had any candy, peppermints, or tea or whatever. Eh? They were really nice to us. Those people, even the Ukrainian people that we stopped in, they fed us. They would invite us over to watch TV because it was walking distance. They were really nice Ukrainian people, and they were both really old, and their kids had left home, so it was understandable why they still wanted to have kids around. So anyway, always take these fish to Jack Kleinwright, and him and his wife, his name was Jay Bird. I don't know if that was her real name, but Jay Bird, we called her Jay Bird. So would stop in there and visit them. And I must have been, I don't know, 7, 8 years old, maybe 9, 7, 8, 9 years old. Anyway, which in my mind to this day is too young to smoke. But anyhow, I would stop and I would give Jack these fish, because I knew he liked these fish. He'd always cook them up and make suckerhead soup. I never liked it, but he certainly did. So I'd always give them to him. And so he would sit down while he was cooking. They were cooking these fish, and a big pot of tea, a pound of tobacco in the cans. Those old round pounds of tobacco we used to buy. So he'd push that over to me with cigarette papers. And I thought, well, this is crazy. Does he allow me to smoke? And I thought, yeah, he is. So he would say, hey, my boy, you roll the smoke for you. So I would roll smokes, and I'd sit there probably a half an hour, 45 minutes, just visiting him and listening to him tell stories. He would tell me all the stories about Lebret and about the history, his version of the history, I suppose. So he was telling me. So I rolled smokes, and I was sometimes turning green, getting busy, sitting down, drinking tea, strong tea. And but nevertheless, I love listening to his stories. And he used to tell me all kinds of stories. And he said to me one day, he said, you know, my boy, he said, you know how this valley got here? You know how we lived, we came to live here, and what this valley is, what this valley means to us, and what it means to all the people that live here, all our neighbors around here, about 4, 5, 6 families around there. And I didn't understand really what he was talking about, but he was telling me about the history of the valley for how long he's been living there. So he tells me, he said, you know how this valley got here? And I didn't know. I wasn't, what kind of science could you be into at 7, 8 years old or whatever, right? So I didn't know about science or anything like that. So he told me, he said, you know, me and your mushroom Paulie, which was my mom's dad, he said, me and him, we got shovels and we dug out this valley. And when you're a kid, you don't know whether to believe him or not, you know. So I was believing Jack. I believed everything Jack told me. And he was telling me and your mushroom dug this valley out so we could live. He said those white people didn't want us to live in town. So they chased us out here. So we got our shovels and we dug this valley out. And I guess when you're a kid, you believe all kinds of things and you listen to things and you're not really quite sure whether they're true or not. And you don't question it because it's always coming from old people. So I never ever questioned old people. You know, we just didn't question them. You didn't ask them, well, how do you know that? Or I don't believe that or whatever. You know, you can't say that. You just listen to their stories. That's how we learned. That's how we learn things. And there's many stories in the stories when old people are telling you stories, there's many lessons and many things that they tell you. I'm not saying that they're always true, but nevertheless, it's always information. And it's interesting information. So anyway, so he always told me a lot of stories. Well, he told me somebody shot his leg off, but I don't know if that's true either. Because then I heard that he lost it in the war because he was old and he must have been in the First World War. And that could happen. You know, people get legs shot off and stuff like that in the war. When my dad lost a leg, but he not in the war. I mean, it might have been a result of the Second World War. But anyway, later in life, when he lost his leg, our son went to school and he was telling everybody at school that my dad got his leg shot off in the army in the war. And he was asking me how does Grandpa walk with one leg? I said, well, he uses a plunger, kind of like those old pirates. I said, he uses a plunger on his leg. So our son was trying to show me with this plunger, but he had, every time he stepped down, the mouth of the plunger would stick to the floor. And he said, well, how does he walk like this? He said, doesn't he have a hard time holding on his plunger? Does he strap it on somehow? I said, no, he puts it the other way and then he puts a rubber thing on the bottom so he doesn't slip. But anyway, that was their Remembrance Day stories that they got to tell at school. And he always told one about my dad. And anyway, so I go home from old Jack's. Oh, just the knowledge of information, dizzy from smoking, looking green and smoke my brains out. So I would go home and I'd think about these stories on the way, the rest of the way home, and I would go home and I would tell my dad. So I'd be doing something with my dad and then I'd be telling him, oh, is that right? That old our mushroom Paulie and Palsy and Jack Kleinwright dug out this valley. Jack was telling me that. He said, oh, for Christ's sakes, he said, you won't believe that old bugger. He tells all kinds of stories and half of them aren't true. Did he tell you he got his leg shot off in the war? Yeah, I said that. No, he didn't. He said he shot his own leg off. Anyway, so it just shows what you believe when what you believe when you're a kid and what influence old people have on you. particularly when you grow up around them. And because I don't know, I'm probably from 5 to 10 years old. I'd say most of my friends were probably over 60, over 70, some over 80. And those are all my friends. So I would stop all over and visit. And what's always interesting, because they're always ready to feed you and always ready to tell you stories. And like I said, it's always really interesting. And there was this other one he told me, he said, he was saying, he said, that a lot of, and how our Michif people are and our Métis people, there's a lot of them that can't, well, obviously they're Michif or Cree or French, Michif, whatever was their first language. So they don't, a lot of them weren't highly educated. So he was telling me about this, they had this, a theater in Belcaris. And in this theater, they would show movies, matinees and such on the weekends. And it was quite an old theater, but it was kind of like the Broadway theater here in Saskatoon. If you go in there and you can watch, you used to be the Broadway theater, you could watch movies there. And they had one in Lebret. I mean, in Belcaris, because I didn't go there, but I knew what it looked like because I had cousins and we used to go to Belcaris lots because it was close to us. And he was telling me that these old Michif people, they were my uncle, my dad and my uncle were walking down the street in Belcaris. And they looked up and they seen this great big lineup of people waiting to go into this theater in Belcaris. And they're all mostly Michif. Most of them were Michif and Indian people from the local reserves and so on that were in this lineup. So my dad and my uncle Henry walked over there. And my dad wasn't highly educated, but he could read and he could, write and things like that. My uncle too. So they were walking along and they said, "Oh, I wonder what the heck's going on here." So they saw this big sign in the marquee lights. It said, so they asked these people, "Well, what are you guys all doing here? Is there some kind of show?" Before they looked at the marquee lights, and they were asking these people who were standing there, because they were standing around smoking, waiting to go in. And they said, "We're looking," they said, my dad said to them in Michif and Cree, what are you guys all doing here? What's going on here? Oh, he says, "We come to watch," translated because we talked in Michif, said, "We come to watch Leo Patra playing the fiddle tonight." So Leo Patra is a famous fiddle player from around Lebret area. So they said, "We all come to watch him. What's going on tonight?" So my dad and my uncle looked up at that sign and they said back in Cree, Michif, "What the hell?" They said, that's not Cleopatra. That's Cleopatra." It says Cleopatra. So of course, well, who would know about that? What would these people know about that? So they thought it was Cleopatra. Anyway, so that was another story that this old Jack told me. And he always had a story. He was always very interesting old guy. Like I said, don't know how honest but we didn't ever question the old people. I like listening to their stories. That's how my dad used to, that's how my dad learned to play fiddle. He used to go into Lebret and sit amongst the old people that were sitting outside the bar or just sitting on a bench there and talking and visiting the old guys. And that's how my dad learned to play the fiddle. He got the fiddle from somebody and he would go down to the going town and he would sit there with these old guys and they would talk. And of course, my dad could understand him. But my dad couldn't say nothing since he was a kid. He could only go there and he could listen to them. And he got a fiddle and he taught himself how to play the fiddle there while he was listening to these old people telling stories. And next thing you know, he was playing the fiddle for these old people telling stories. And they really liked it. And of course, he couldn't he couldn't, again, he couldn't speak, or couldn't talk to them, but he could only listen to them. And he said their stories are so funny, and so much history, and so much, because again, that's why we have our oral history logged through stories, and that's how we learn about our people and who we are. And it doesn't say anywhere that these stories are true, but we have a lot of these people telling stories. And I always used to like that, because I like to hang around old people, and I like to listen to them talk. And that's where I learned a lot of my history. I learned a lot of manners, for sure. I mean, you sit and you listen. I was told more than one time, that's why you have one mouth and two ears. You sit and you listen, you don't talk. So I was told more than once from elders, and so I understood a lot from the elderly people. And they had a lot of fun stories. It wasn't doom and gloom, considering how poor everybody was, and what a tough life we had. It wasn't, their stories weren't doom and gloom, though. They were about creation. They were about everything, and about each other, and about family, about love, and about existence, and about how to get along, how to live amongst each other, how to trap, hunt, whatever, or how to live. So that's what was one of the things. I learned a lot of values and a lot of important lessons in my life through being around these old people, because they are really interesting. They've lived a number of years, so you understand that they most of the time know what they're talking about, and they're fun to listen to. So I think that part of that time was when I thought that, geez, when I grow up, and before you know it, here I am, and I want to be going to be an old person that tells stories, because it's such a relaxing time, and it's good for the mind, good for the soul, and it's good for the memory. Helps you remember, and it helps you recall things. And it's like when my the late stages of my mother's life, and she had dementia, and it was interesting, we would go see her where she was living at some care home in Regina, and it was so interesting how she would tell me that she saw my auntie there, she saw my Kokums there, and she saw people around her, our cousins, our relatives, and she remembered things from years and years and years ago. But for 5 minutes ago, she couldn't remember what she did, which is, I guess that's common with the dementia and those kinds of things, where people can recall a lot about the past, and they start seeing relatives during the time there to come and get them and greet them. I've heard that several times and read about that several times, about stories about people who are going to be passing on, how they're greeted by family. So they see family members around their bed, or family members in their building where they are. So it was interesting that my mother, so I was asking her one day, about this boyfriend she used to have, and we would all tease each other about whose stepfather he was, and and he was good for her. He was good for her. She went out dancing, did all kinds of things that she liked to do, and he was nice to us. And so I was asking her, I was kind of quizzing her about different people who had passed on that I knew about. And but one of the things she said to me and my brother was that she says, "Oh, where's your dad?" And my dad had passed 20 years ago. And she says, "Oh, where's your dad?" And my brother was going to say something, tell him where he was, when he said, "Well, no." He thought, "Well, no, I'll just let her, just go with it." And she said, "I suppose he's in the Brett looking for a job." And my brother said, yeah, that's where he is. He went to the bread look for a job. But she remembered those kinds of things. Anyway, so I was saying to her, well, what about this Mike? When did, how's he? Oh, he passed away a long time ago, she told me. So she knew about the, some immediate people and family and stuff that passed. But it was really interesting. So anyway, that's it for my this version of my stories and some of my stories, and just to think and appreciate the things we learn from people, and the old people particularly, and what they have to say is really important, and it's important for us to listen. And I was taught a lot of manners. Lost them all again when I was a teenager, but because we were pretty, when you're a teenager, you're pretty self-centered, you don't really care about it. But I tried to stay close to my family, and I did, and it was probably good for me. My Kokum lived with us, till the time she passed away, and it was probably good for me. But at the time when we were growing up as teenagers, we were still getting a slap in the mouth, slap in the head at the table, or all of us would get a licking with a switch till my dad got the right one. I imagine some of you grew up with that. Well, I'll give you all the licking so I'll get the right one. And you feel really bad, especially if you're the one, the culprit that did something. Eh? And another experience was about experience is when you have to go to the bush to cut out a willow to get a licking with it. Or else it's even worse when you got to go cut the willow to cut for your older brother to get a licking with it. Because then he gets one and you're going to get one in the bush afterwards. So yeah, it's a couple tough lessons like that anyway. So I guess that's it for now, Bruce. And
hi, Marcy, Roger took us for a ride. I'm just going to go outside and get some willows for somebody. Anyways, thank you so much for your patience. And Roger reminds us about the way that it was. And I went to a pipe ceremony at Wanuskewin yesterday, and it took a long time. And we're sitting there, and there's a lot of silence as the elder, the pipe carrier, goes through the prayers. And I think people aren't used to this. And here we are in how long is this? 13 hours of stories. So it's a good lesson for us. And some of us have been here for a long time. Yeah. So thank you for that.
It's a good way to practice patience, Bruce, And when you're around, if you're around old people a lot, they takes old people long to tell you things and stories and lessons and stories. And so, yeah, patience is, I think, something I learned.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go with Taylor.
Merci for inviting me, Bruce.
Well, don't go away. I'm not finished with you yet. If you have time to join us in a while and listen to some more. Anyways, Taylor, and then Suzanne, and then Deb and Sheila. Thanks for your patience, you guys. Are you ready, Taylor?
I am, yes. Sorry, my video won't turn on, so.
Okay.
But so hello, Entonce.
Yeah.
I'm Taylor. So my story, I had to think long and hard about which one I wanted to share. And I kind of went with the story that has been how I've been feeling lately. So my story is about my very first best friend and my most current best friend. Growing up, I was a very shy person. I didn't like to approach other people. And one day, as a big surprise, my adoptive dad brought home a fluffy little friend who we named Swiffer, because he looked like a Swiffer wet jet, like a mop. And I remember the absolute pure joy I got on my face when I got home from school and I saw this fluffy little dog in our house. And I remember asking my dad, I was like, is this ours? Can we keep him? Is he going to stay with us? And I was so incredibly happy. And he lived for a really long time. Well, for a dog, at least. He got up to about 12 and a half years. So he passed away just as I was graduating high school. And I remember when I got him, it was the happiest thing I've ever felt. And when I lost him, it was the saddest thing I had ever felt. And most recently, just back in July, I felt that exact same type of joy. And it was the happiest I've been in a while. I got engaged to my best friend. And just comparing those two moments of my life, I think that was the happiest that I've ever been. And the reason why I want to share this story is just because I am slowly leaving behind all of my childhood, and I'm moving on to a brand new chapter of my life. And it's a little scary and a little sad because I realize I'm having to say goodbye to a lot of the things that I have felt comfort in for the last 23 years. So I'm slowly saying goodbye to the comfort of being home and with childhood pets and with my family, and I get to start a new adventure of being an adult. So I've been thinking a lot about my dog lately and how I've had to say goodbye to him. And I hope that I can find more pure joy in life now, starting a new chapter that I felt when I first got my dog, because he was the biggest part of my life for the longest time. And we did so many adventures together. I remember I used to shove him in my backpack because I wanted to take him to school with me because I didn't want to leave him. Or the times that he would eat my chocolate cake that I left on our dining table. So for me, I've been feeling pressure, and remembering him reminds me that just because I'm saying goodbye to childhood memories doesn't mean I can't make more that make me still feel happy like a small child would. That being an adult isn't as scary as people say it is. So for me, he's so important to me that I have all of his memorabilia. I still have his collar. And I just hope that when I leave the comfort of my childhood home, I can find another best friend other than my fiance who brings both of us joy and can be a big part of our life, like how Swiffer was for me. And we can start a venture with that dog together and make new memories. And I realized too that I will go through that same pain probably within the next year as my other childhood dog, other best friend, is getting up there in age. But I shared a story in Bruce's class just a few weeks ago about my dog Braxton and how it makes me so incredibly happy when I get home. And even though he's an old boy, he still gets those big bursts of excitement, and he'll play with you for maybe 5-10 minutes. And it reminds me of the puppy stages when we first got him. And it reminds me that life is so precious that you have to embrace it, even though you know one day it comes to an end. You have to embrace all the good and all the bad, and just love every second that you get with your best friends, whether they're small or big, fluffy or not. But just thinking of old memories and stories really helps to alleviate the stress of starting new chapters in life. So just to remember to live in the moment and not dwell on the past, but to still remember those that you love and care about. But to remember that when you receive a new friend, it's because your old friends are sending them your way because they know that you're in need of love and care. So that's really all I have for my story, is just to remember to live in the moment and enjoy all the smallest things and enjoy your fluffy friends.
Oh, thank you, Taylor. We had to put down our doggy Miles in May, and it's just because they give us unconditional love. I see Damon there put on this picture, so I wouldn't forget about him. Okay, so Suzanne's next, and then we have scheduled Deb and Sheila. However, I'll ask Deb and Sheila if they're okay if Damon gets in there. He's been hanging around for a long time. So Suzanne, you can go and yeah.
Kwei.
Yeah, thank you.
Kwei. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Everything good?
Yeah.
Okay. Miigwech merci, and thank you, Bruce, for organizing this and for all of the participants. It's really a wonderful opportunity. I am a component of two. I am the product of two components, a mother and a father. I'm going to just change my screen here because I can't. Hold on. Oh, it's just weird. Anyhow. Okay, let me start again. I am the sum of two components, a mother and a father. My father's of pure Irish extraction, or so he says. There isn't a taint of any other blood running through his veins. My mother, on the other hand, cannot claim such pure lineage. There's an expression in Quebec, pure laine. It means those who are of pure French, untainted ancestry. My mother's paternal ancestor arrived in La Nouvelle-France in the 1700s. And within the first generation, they had intermingled, intermarried, and interbred with the local women. La Framboise was what the French called one of my maternal ancestors, for she would bring her freshly picked raspberries for trade at the fur trade post in Old Montreal, where she would eventually meet her future husband. But my mother's pure laine ancestor refused to attend the wedding of her son because his bride-to-be would taint his blood. So the young couple loaded up their canoe and they paddled towards the sunset, all along the St. Lawrence Seaway, cutting north up the Kitchissippi, otherwise renamed the Ottawa River, to a fur trade post that had been long established 100 years before in Fort Collonges in Western Quebec. And it is there that the young couple brought their raspberries and beaver pelts to trade for a bison hide blanket and a place to stay. And within the first generation, their offspring intermingled, intermarried, and interbred with the local people of Algonquin territory. My grandmother lived in a log cabin on the Kitchissippi, just a stone's throw away from that old trade post. And every summer she would load up her wheelbarrow with her favorite pots and pans and cutting boards and knives and wheel on down to her summer camp, which is where she would assume the household or the camp for the summer months. My cousin remembers helping her load her favorite rocking chair into her old rowboat, and then she would row just upriver slightly to install herself at what everyone referred to as the shack. It was built by her father, my great-grandfather, from the logs cut from the trees, cut and made into logs, and stuffed with moss in between them to keep them upright. And we came in from the city, and my mother would take over the winterized log cabin. And because we were many siblings, cousins upon cousins, aunts and uncles, grandparents and great grandparents, all residing, vacationing, or visiting along that stretch of the Kitchissippi. We slept in tents when we ran out of couches and pull-out cots and beds to share. And I remember every summer there were beans in the sand, meaning when a cauldron buried over a beach fire for days. There were bonfires at night and ghost stories and guitars and ukuleles and even the wooden spoons. I remember French songs and Irish songs, old songs and new, stories of the little people and La Chasse Galerie et le Loup-Garou. My grandmother played the harmonica and she rolled her own cigarettes and she used turtle shells as ashtrays from turtles that had been caught for turtle soup. I remember my brothers harvesting the wawaron, which is an Indian word that the French adopted, meaning bullfrog. They would chop and skin and strip those frogs' legs and bring them up to my grandmother, who would then fry them in butter in a black iron pan on her wood stove. We lived in our bathing suits. We were on the water, in the water, at the water's shore. And when it rained, we read comic books and told stories and jokes and entertained one another. We didn't have any TV. We didn't have a computer. And we certainly didn't have any handheld devices that would keep us from getting to know one another. In the winters, my cousins and brothers would snare rabbits. In the fall, of course, the men would go for deer and moose hunting, while the women went into the cranberry bog to harvest our winter fruit. In the summers, we picked berries and for my grandmother's wild berry pies. So one year after our summer vacation, and I was back at school on the first day, and a classmate of mine from the previous year had asked me how my summer went. And I said, great. How was your summer? And he said his summer was fantastic because he had read every Shakespearean play and sonnet ever written. Well, in that moment, I wondered, what was wrong with me? What was wrong with my mother and my mother's family? And why didn't they expect us to read Shakespeare during the summer holidays? Were we lesser than? Were we inferior? Were we poor? Were we stupid? I remember in that very moment, I felt so much shame. And I decided I would never, ever reveal what my maternal relatives were like and how we would spend our time together. So many years later, I had a chance to tell that boy who grew to be a man and a nationally renowned Shakespearean theater director that I had felt that shame in that moment, but that I didn't feel that shame anymore because I realized as an adult, we weren't inferior. He wasn't superior. Neither one of us was lesser or greater than. We were simply different from one another. He represented one extreme Canadian experience, and I represented another lived experience. I realized that I did not grow up like many Canadians or new Canadians here, because not every kid had a childhood like mine, because I happened to grow up with a mother whose family was what we referred to as moitié Indien, intergenerational mixed bloods, who summered in Western Quebec along the river where the old trading post had been in operation for over 200 years, where our mixed blood, or dare I say, Métis identity was born. where I now own riverfront property just downriver from where the old fort once stood, down from my siblings and nieces and nephews and cousins upon cousins for generations now. The Kitchissiperiiniweg, the people of the Great River, was what my Algonquin ancestors of very long ago were once known as, and where my maternal identity was born. Chimigwech, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Suzanne. And it's so nice seeing you again. Do you have to run or can you stick around?
I can stick around for a couple of more stories, I think. I'm booked to go elsewhere this evening. So anyway, I'm really glad to be here and to have heard the stories that I've heard. Thank you so much. It's so reaffirming.
Well, maybe you can come to the Dusk to Dawn right after this all night long. I'm just kidding. Okay, Damon, are you still there? All right, you're up, buddy. And then we're going to go to Deb and Sheila. Deborah and Sheila. You know you're unmuted, right?
Okay, there I unmuted.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, actually, my name is Damon. I guess I come from Long Plains, Manitoba. Long Plain. They always give me trouble when I add the S on there. So, basically, I don't know. I kind of wanted to make a story. I kind of made a story that's kind of like, it's kind of like half of my journey and half of like a make-believe story, I guess you can say. So basically, okay, how I started out with, when I was, so this is kind of a personal story, I guess. When I was young, when I was brought up, I was kind of brought up with a lot of Christianity. I was brought up with a lot of Catholic people in my house. Like one side of my family was really religious that way, and then the other half of my family was a lot of medicine people, were the bloodline. So I don't know. I guess when I was about I'll say 18 years old, I went home, and then I was very Christian at that time, and then my grandpa kept on saying to me, he would never talk in that direct way. He'd always say, he kept on saying to me, "Oh, I wish you can come tonight. There's going to be a shake tent ceremony. There's going to be a shake tent ceremony." I never said nothing because I was at that time I lived in Manitoba, and he kept on repeating this about 3-4 times just to speed it up a little bit. And then finally I said, "Okay, I'll go." At that time I didn't know nothing really about the shake tent ceremony. So I went there, and then at that time I didn't know anything. I was just kind of lost and stuff like that. But what ended up happening is I ended up asking for a spiritual name. And in the story, I kind of gave a name of this guy. He asked, so this guy, he asked his name, and he was told his name was Jumping Frog. So this guy was he's pretty proud of his name, although he didn't understand what his name was. So he just kept, but what started happening in his life is he because that frog, is my understanding, is about healing. You know, you change into different things as you go along through life. You find out who you are. So that's what happened to this young man. He kept on moving from city to city, place to place, over and over again, never truly finding himself. but all this time he was trying to find himself, and he went back to this medicine man later on in life, and then he asked, I've been traveling all over the place. I've been trying to find all I found out about my name is about jumping frog. Is I moved from city to city and I'm always changing, but I never truly find myself. So I guess the spiritual elder at that time, this is years later, he goes and he says, you have to find who you are. And then this is where a part comes into me, and I says, well, I know who I am. I basically grew up with First Nations people. This is going to be easy. So I kind of figured, yeah, I got this down pretty pat. So I kept on going to Ojibwe ceremonies and stuff like that, and then years later, even after that, like I'm 47 now, that started happening when I was 19. And then they said, you have to find who you are again in the ceremony. But this time what I found out is who I am is my mom is Ojibwe, my mom is Cree, my mom is Lakota. So okay. And then, so I went on a journey. I spent some more time with the Ojibways doing ceremony and stuff like that. I spent some time doing Lakota stuff. I spent a number of years doing Sundance and, participating in those types of ceremonies to find out who I was. But what I was forgetting about that whole time was that my dad is Scottish. My dad is Irish also. So then I said, oh, so my uncle pointed that out to me, because they're all healers from that side of the family. So I said, okay, another few more years, 4 or 5 more years. I went out and I discovered, oh, this is Scottish. This is the Scottish heritage. Like, I went and did such fun things, like going out, and I went to do the square dancing of the Scottish people. Oh, it was so fun. And then the Irish people, I didn't really find too much, but they're very similar, very similar. So I went and found out who the Ojibwe people. I found out who the Lakota people were. I found out who the Scottish people, and found out what the Scottish people, the Irish people were. And then, like, I didn't know why I was doing all this stuff. Like, even to this day, like, I'm 47 years old. And I'm still finding out who I am, because now I'm in the University of Saskatchewan, and a lot of the university there, they focus on Cree. So I'm starting to find out who I am as a Cree person. So I'm doing all this traveling around and asking these questions, finding out who I am and stuff like that. And so this is like from about 18 to 20 years old, where I started on this journey. And so, like, partway through that journey, my uncle told me, I said, why am I finding all these, I'm finding out who I am from all these nations of people. And he just made it very simple for me. He said, you're finding out who you are so you can be strong in who you are, so you know who you are. And so to this day, even that one ceremony, that one thing has led me up into this point. So yeah, that's kind of the story that, like, I just wanted to share, I guess, about that. It was like just finding out who I am. Like, a lot of people I see, they think they find one thing and it's them. This is who I am. But for me, I just like to say, like a lot of the stories had to do with patience and stuff like that. So yeah, that's basically me in a nutshell. That's my little story.
Oh, thank you, Damon, and thanks for your patience. And Damon is a pretty strong student in my class. He's well, he told you how old he was. He's just a little bit younger than me. But we work with well, teenagers really, and people in their young 20s. So it's a lot of variety. Anyways, thank you for that. And let's go over to Deborah, and then Sheila's next. And I see Xia Han and Kokum is Elizabeth is there. So we'll be going down to visit you right away. And yeah, and you guys, you know, if you need anything or something to that effect, just, you know, put something in the chat or whatever. And, you know, the whole thing, like I say this again and again, is it's in a way, for me, it's endurance, because I'm there from the beginning to the end. I thought I might have to have somebody co-host for me, but your stories are giving me a lot of energy, and it's sort of like being an air traffic controller, right? Anyways, I'm getting a little delirious, but let's go over to Deborah and cut her loose, Deborah.
Okay, Tanse Kakio. I'm Deborah Lee, Nahio Cree and Métis, originally from the St. Albert area of Treaty 6 territory and homeland of the Métis Nation, Region 4, near Amiskwachie, Waskahigan, or what is now known as Edmonton. I've been a librarian at the University of Saskatchewan for the last 16 years, and I'm very happy to participate in Bruce's Kakike acimowina Stories Forever event here today. I think it's just great that Bruce has offered this a whole day, 12 or 13 hours. It's not something that happens very often, and I really have to give him credit for his endurance, like he said. Anyway, so both my parents' first languages were not English. My dad's first language was Nahio-Waywin, or Cree, and my mom's first language was French. They were born and grew up in central Alberta, and both of them experienced discrimination as a result. But today I'd like to tell you a story about my family, mostly about my Kukum, or grandma. She was born in Lac St. Anne in 1890, just 5 years after the Northwest Resistance. So that gives you some context about the times that she lived in as a child. Anyway, her maiden name was LaRoque before she married my grandpa, John Lee. Anyway, she spoke Cree fluently and hardly spoke English. When she did speak English, it was with us kids, as we didn't understand Cree. She also spoke English very haltingly and bashfully. So mostly I remember her speaking in Cree, words like astam, or come, or mitsu, eat, or my favorite, wah, wah. Well, you probably have heard that before. Anyway, Kukum was always proud to have food for us to feast on when we went to visit, usually one Sunday afternoon a month, as we lived about a 40-minute drive away. She always had dried moose meat and butter there for us to help ourselves to. For dessert, we often had berries and cream. At Christmas, she always cooked a goose. It was the only place where I ever ate goose. So Kukum lived in what I thought was a large 1.5-story house when I was a kid, but as an adult, I found that house to be quite small. This house was located just outside the municipal limits of Onaway, which was a small town near Lac St. Anne, and it was very humble. My first memories of this house were that it did not have an indoor bathroom. We had to use an outside toilet until it was later renovated. Then we had an inside Catherine. It also had a wood stove in the kitchen that was used for both heating and cooking, so it was very rustic. This house was also on a quarter section, a farm, where she had chickens, pigs, and dairy cattle. She was very hardworking, maintaining this farm with the help of 2 grandchildren who lived with her, especially milking cows and making and selling butter and cream, until she had a stroke when she was 84 years old and left us for the spirit world. But before that, in her spare time, Cookham made a lot of clothing out of smoked moose or deer hide, either to sell or to give to family as gifts. She beaded them with floral patterns and were very beautiful. Some examples of the clothing that she made were moccasins, mucklucks, gloves, and jackets. One time she made me a pair of deer hide mucklucks. I cried when I opened them up. They were so beautiful. I think I was about 15 when I received them, when my feet had stopped growing. They made me feel really special. Anyway, in Cookham's spare time, she liked to play the harmonica. She was very musical and often whistled when she was beading. She had passed this gift down to my dad, who played accordion in a band as a young adult, and he never took a lesson in his life. It just came naturally to him. The other pastime that my Cookham loved was playing cards. Her favorite game was 7-Up. I don't know how to play it. I was never taught it, as it was only for grown-ups, because Cookham always played 7-Up for money, as she was very entrepreneurial. And she almost always won at that game. I remember many Sunday afternoons where I would play with my cousin while my dad and mom played 7-Up with Cookham, all the while doing kyokuin or visiting. But there was this one time when they were playing 7-Up with Cookham, and she did not win the game. She was so upset that she picked the cards up and threw them in the wood stove in the kitchen. Those cards had somehow picked up bad medicine and were no longer of any use to her. So the best thing to do was to burn them and then get a new deck of playing cards. This is one of the fond memories I have of my Cookham. Exit.
All right, we all love our Cookhams, don't we? There's a real reunion of people who worked in Ottawa and are still in Ottawa. So that's well, that's remarkable, just the way it worked out. Anyways, we're going to just keep rocking. One thing I have to say that the we're moving kind of along so fast, and and I'd like all the storytellers. You are giving us feedback in the chat, and that's great. But the whole thing about this is we're using our listening powers to a high degree, and that's pretty important. Listening is pretty underrated. So yeah, we're getting a big dose of this today, and again, the time we live in is not the easiest, and listening has not been a priority for a lot of people, but we're being gifted here over and over again. So anyways, over to you, Sheila, and Errol, is Errol still there? If maybe we could have a musical interlude, if that works for you. What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, when?
Okay, so right after Sheila, and I see again, I'll go over to you, Shai. I always have a hard time pronouncing your name. Where'd she go? Jia Han. And I also see Chai's here too, so we'll get to you guys, gals. as soon as possible. Okay. Thank you. Go, Sheila.
Okay, sounds good. Tanshe Kiawao. Hi everyone. My name is Sheila. And it's so fitting that I am going after Deborah because I would like to tell a story about my friend Deborah. Sorry. So I'm also one of the librarians, one of the Indigenous Studies librarians at USask. It's been a journey, and Deborah has certainly helped me along the way. So I just like to talk about all these times. I met Deborah first when she came to the University of Toronto to give a talk. I went to library school at U of T, and I just I couldn't really believe that there was some other Indigenous librarian out there who was working at USask and had done all this work to create the iPortal. I really remember when the iPortal came out. I was still in my undergrad, and I remember getting the announcement on pause. I'm oh, check out this new thing. And I was like, wow, what is this? This is amazing. And when I went to school, at grad school, people would kind of get me to help with everything Indigenous, because that's what you do, I guess, when you're the only one. And they're like, oh, have you ever heard about this iPortal out of USask? It's pretty good. And I was like, yeah, I know about it all, of course. And I remember very distinctly when Deborah's book, one of them, I guess, came out in 2014, because I put a hold on it right away at the library that was in our school. And I was like, I remember when I got the email about the hold, your hold came through, and the person working at the library had confirmed the title, Aboriginal and visible minority librarians in Canada. And I was like, yep, that's me. And it was just such a really affirming moment, because I didn't have very many of those in the classroom at library school. It's kind of interesting and problematic. I was allegedly Toronto is one of the most diverse cities in the world, but that's not reflected in these classroom in the faces. And I look around anyway, so that was just a bright sunshine moment. And when I finished my degree, and then I got my plans derailed because of the US election in 2016. Because at first, leading up to it, I was like, oh yes, I'm gonna finish this degree, and then Hillary's gonna be president, and then I'm gonna move to the States, and it's gonna be great. I'm probably gonna move to either Boston or Chicago, whatever. And then yeah, anyway, and then I moved to Edmonton. Anyway, life is funny. And I really remember I was helped by another librarian, another Indigenous librarian, Jessie Lawyer, who was doing her first keynote ever at the Willu conference at University of Alberta. And she had at one point other Indigenous librarians that you should know about and follow, and my Twitter handle was up on the screen behind her, and I was one of them. I was like, oh wow, okay, well I guess. And there was a job posting that was open still at U of A, and I was like, oh okay, I guess I should apply for that job. So I applied for that job that was at U of A, and I got it. And then I didn't know how to do it because it was such a big job. The whole job was being the head of the decolonizing description project. So how to make libraries less racist in our subject headings. in a year. And like it's a pretty big tall order. Spoiler alert, like we've made a lot of movement, but we haven't fixed the Library of Congress system just yet. So there's still work to be done in that area. But I remember like I called Deborah because I was like, Deborah, I have no idea how to do my job. Like, I don't know what to do here. And she was like, well, I guess you should get some people together and start talking to them and like maybe get like a symposium together. And I was like, okay, yeah, a symposium. I can do that. And I guess maybe you might want to be my opening keynote. And like, I'm just so grateful that she was. So there's been many times like throughout my career where like Deborah has really helped me. I think, well, in fact, I know because I was trying to leave libraries at one point, and then Deborah like called me again and was like, hey, like, what are you doing here? And I was like, oh, right, okay. Like you should like figure it out and like maybe think about like applying at USask. And then lo and behold, here I am now. So my parents, thank you for getting me to move home. And like I thank you for like every like help that you've given me along the way. So I only have 5 minutes to talk about how great Deborah is. That's not enough, but I just wanted to share that story.
Thanks, Sheila. And we can all, talk about the attributes of a lot of people today. And so that's great. So, Errol, I had to mute you because you didn't realize your thing was on. That's the way that, how do I do that? Ask to unmute. Anyways, so Errol, are you ready? Oh. Yeah, I know my microphone's on. Okay, Errol, I can't hear from you. I thought you were, are you ready?
Not quite, no.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we're probably right after the next person.
Okay, great. So let's go with I was going to go with somebody who vanished again. This happens a couple times, but
Bruce?
Yes.
It's me and Kathy here. She can't seem to log onto her phone because she's not allowed to download new apps onto her phone. So we're just both here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got your message, so we'll get to you right away.
Okay.
As soon as possible. Anyways,
Okay.
let's just go to Chai. Are you there, Chai? Yes, you are. I see you. Are you ready? Are you ready to share something?
It's pronounced chi. Yeah, for sure. Can you hear me okay?
And it's pronounced chi, and you've told me that, right? Okay.
Yeah. It's all good. Hi, everyone. My name is Chi. I am in my 3rd year of studies, and I'm also in Bruce's Drama 111 class. And part of the course involves delivering a monologue. I'm not sure if mine would qualify as a monologue. It's more of a story that I have, but I would like to share it. I'll start off by introducing myself, Tansei. Chi Nasikason, Takasin Nasikason, Vietnam Oche. That means hello, my name is Chi. My Cree name is Eve. That's like the rough translation. I think the real translation is like good evening. And I am from Vietnam. My monologue today is inspired by a recent interaction that I have with another Vietnamese student that I met on campus last week. And as stated in my introduction, I'm from Vietnam. I was born there, but I moved to Canada when I was 9 years old, so in grade 4. And one of my acquaintances who just moved here from Vietnam a year ago asked me why or how I liked living here. And it was kind of we were trying to do homework together, but I don't work very well with other. We just end up veering off into conversation, and it kind of took me aback because that's one of the first times that someone has really asked me that. And I feel like having lived here for over a decade, I just kind of stopped questioning my environment, as opposed to when I first arrived. Everything was novel, everything was new. The weather, the people, the language was a big shock, and just like the overall culture. So yeah, that's what I told him. I told him that when I first moved here, everything was new to me and exciting, but also nerve-wracking, and just a bunch of other emotions. But as time progressed, I started to learn the language. I made new friends and gotten to know the people. And slowly, I started to adopt the culture. And now I have, I guess, like Canadian, I call it habits, like apologizing too often, or saying sorry or thank you or excuse me every couple seconds. But it's kind of nice talking to someone from my country and exchanging our experiences. Like one of the key moments I remember was seeing snow for the first time. Before I moved here, I was super duper excited. And my cousin, my cousin, he's somewhat of a jokester. So when I came here, I told him, Jack, I'm so excited to see snow. I came here in October, and I think here usually it snows in November. And he's like, oh my gosh, you don't even have to wait until November. Just open the fridge and look at the ice in there. That's basically snow. But then I told him, no, it's not the same. I wanted to see it falling from the sky, and I want it to be like in the movies. That's what I want, Jack. And he just shook his head, and he he laughed at me. But I remember being super excited, seeing it for the first time, and when I would breathe out, I would see the fog, and it was just so cool to me. Now I cannot say the same. I can't wait until the snow melts and the sun shines, and I can go outside again. But that's one of the key moments. And then going back to my conversation with my friend, we spoke about the culture, the traditions. I think Christmas here is a way bigger celebration compared to Vietnam, but not so much New Year's. So in Vietnam, New Year's is called Tết, and it happens according to the lunar calendar. So around February, the end of February. And I just love the energy of New Year's in Vietnam, how everyone gets together to celebrate. And I guess it's the same, it's analogous to the Christmas spirit here, but you would get new clothes, you would maybe change up your look, get a new haircut, and I'm not sure what the translation is, but when you're young, you can get, I'll just say it in Vietnam, it's lì xì, and it's like money, like in red envelopes from your grandparents, your aunts. That's always so nice. I really, really enjoy that in Vietnam. And we spoke about that, and it felt really good. And then we moved on to the language. So I told him that I'm not the greatest at Vietnamese. I would try to speak it as much as I can, but not try hard enough, I don't think. At home, my parents would speak Vietnamese to me, and I would understand everything. Like, I would say my listening skills are the best. Speaking, not so much. I would respond in Vietnamese, and we would just go back and forth in two languages, but it's perfectly normal now. That's just how we converse. But I told him that I really want to get better and speak it more, because I think it's not just the language that you're practicing, it's also the culture and everything that's tied to language that you're reconnecting with. And he was very nice. He said, oh no, like your pronunciation is excellent. I said, nah, you're just being nice. Like, I know I'm terrible. And he said, no, gee, I think you're actually really good. If you want, we can practice together sometime and we can chat. And I jokingly said, no, I would never do that. You would make fun of me. You would make fun of my accents. I'm terrible. And then he says, well, you don't make fun of my accent. Like, I know I have an accent when I speak English. I said, well, no, of course not, because that wouldn't make sense. It would be very discouraging as someone who's learning a new language. And then we both just kind of paused for a second, and then I realized, oh, okay, that's what you're trying to say about about me. So then I accepted his offer, and a couple days later, when I was trying to think of ideas on what to make my monologue of for this class, I realized the connection between me learning, or I guess relearning, Vietnamese and learning Cree. So for this course, it happens on Monday and Wednesday. Wednesday is where I come to class in person, and Bruce would be there and everyone else, and we do activities in person. But Mondays, we have online class sessions led by Jason, and he would teach us words in Cree and pair them in little sentences, very simple sentences. He says whenever he teaches, he says, oh, just so you know, the stuff I'm teaching you, we don't speak like that in real life. It's like, I walk to school, I eat at a restaurant. So it's very, very simple, too simple, but he just wants us to get a simple introduction to Cree. And the trickiest part I find in the course is the pronunciation of all the words. I don't know why, but I cannot wrap my head around it. I feel like as soon as it is more than 5 or 7 characters, my brain is just completely blank. And then I would try to annotate my notes before every online class session. I would whip out my notes, have pages of of all the class lessons, and I would write the word in Cree, the proper spelling, but then underneath I would annotate with the pronunciation. But even then, sometimes I have trouble. And I remember during our last session, he put down a phrase and he said, okay, now who is brave enough to attempt to pronounce it? And I, of course, stayed muted and don't pick me, don't pick me. And someone else, I think, I forgot her name, but she was very brave. She said, oh, I will attempt to pronounce it. And she actually did a pretty good job. Like, she was very close. And Jason, our teacher, was so encouraging. He said, yeah, you were really close. And then he taught us the correct pronunciation. And then I said it quietly to myself, still muted, but I would say it quietly to myself to attempt it. And it wasn't so bad. And I guess my little encounter and connection back to the course is that learning, when you're learning and learning anything new, it can be really daunting. It can feel daunting to try to, I don't know, like learn a new language, learn the pronunciation. And there's that fear of coming off as ignorant or mispronouncing something and risking offending people. But you have to realize that those who are more knowledgeable, who are there to teach you, don't see it that way. They understand that you're still learning, and part of learning is making mistakes. And those mistakes are not just not a result of your weakness or your ignorance, but they're a result of your effort, and that you're making an effort to try and learn something, and that's good. So yeah, I guess that's my little takeaway from my long conversation with my friend and connecting it back to my experience in class.
Okay, G. Thank you so much. You're you're a breath of fresh air. Not that the rest of us are stale or anything.
You mean like Jason Zorba at all, or is that like a different Jason?
I think his last name starts with CH something.
Kamikis.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like thinking of a whole different professor. They sound alike.
Oh, really?
He'll always be like, he's like, don't write this down, and then he'll go on to say something, and it'll be important. And then
I write everything down, but he's like, he would sometimes joke and say like, oh, I can hear you guys flipping through your notes. And I would actually be frantically flipping through my notes to try to find it. But yeah, he's not the type to write anything down. He just writes the words into the chat so we have it. But
yeah,
I live and breathe my notes. Like I would try to jot everything.
I understand. Same here.
Yeah.
I was just wondering because they sounded the same. Anyway, I'll mute again.
Okay, thanks a lot again. So I'd like to go to Elizabeth, but I just want to know whether or not Errol's ready. I also want to...
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, all right. So we're going to have a musical interlude, and then we'll go with Kateri and Gracelyn. And first Kokum, Elizabeth, and then Kateri and Gracelyn after Errol. Errol just helps us out with and Josie. Okay, so where you go, and then you're after this, Kokum, Elizabeth. Enjoy the music.
Trying to squeeze both of us in here.
Yeah, we can see us. We can see
Okay,
it.
good.
Yeah.
Sorry. Kokum's Cadillac is a song about my mom roundaboutly. My mother grew up on the Chapways First Nation, went to residential school in Brandon, and she got her a car from the Common Experience Payment, CEP. And when I rode up to Chapways Reserve to visit her, I saw a white car in front of her house that said Pontiac. And I thought it was a policeman. I thought it was Simogonus. And it wasn't. She said, I got this car from Jim Gauthier on credit because they know I'm going to get some money from going to Brandon Residential School. And they drove a car out here with the promise I would pay. And it inspired the song. She had a painting in the house that she bought with some of her money about her homestead on the Chapways First Nation. It's like an Alan Sapp painting, like a Michael Lonechild painting of a log house. And we never saw that house really, but we know where the foundation is. And it's right in a place called Lonesome Prairie Road. And Lonesome Prairie Road was because they was named that because the kids that would go to residential school down in Maryville and up to Round Lake knew they were going to get dumped there for a while, and they would start crying and they'd be lonesome as they were taking their kids to the school. And so that's kind of what inspired the song. It's called Kokum's Cadillac, and Josie will help me. And we'd like to play a little video of another song that she did a video of a while back too, called Text Me If You Must, but this one's Kokum's Cadillac. Do you want to ride Kokum's Cadillac? Do you want to drive Kokum's Cadillac? She came a long way from the Red River cart, the horse in the buggy with their Indian heart. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, hey. Kokum's Cadillac, hey, hey. Kokum's Cadillac, do you want to ride Kokum's Cadillac? Do you want to drive Kokum's Cadillac? Geronimo asked her, hey, where'd you get those wheels? And Big Bear's in the back, trying to grab the wheel of Kokum's Cadillac.
Okay. Okay, everybody up and dance.
Sing along.
Move it.
Do you want to ride Rosebud Cadillac? Do you want to drive Rosebud Cadillac? Came a long way on Chapman's Lonesome Prairie. Bushel oxen and his Model T. Cadillac, hey, Cadillac, hey, Cadillac. Sing along. Hey, 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 Cadillac. Pontiac, Pontiac. Poor old Nietzsche thinks it's a Cadillac. We have one more song. Text you if you must. We're going to send this one in a video. Josie's a videographer, and she did this one a while back in Saskatoon, and it has a beaver in it. A beaver stole the show, and it's a song written for the by Greg Campo, but video done by Josie and starring her daughter Angie Linka. So here we go. We'll send it to you. Oh, you can't do it on there?
I don't.
Oh, you can't send it. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Sorry. We'll link it up with you, and we'll send it on the electronics later in the show. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. An example of our work. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. But we'll get back to you. Josie will queue up that thing on my phone. It's about 3 minutes long.
No problem. We'll love
Okay.
it. And speaking of Kokum Elizabeth has now got a Cadillac after that last little thing. So go ahead, Elizabeth. You've got the audience waiting for you. And Kateri and Gracelyn, you're next, right? Yeah. Okay. Go for it, Elizabeth.
Okay. Thank you. My story is going to be a little different. It's called My Healing Journey. And the first part is the beginning. I have to share my background information in order to provide some form of understanding how healing utilizing the traditional method can work for whoever chooses that route. I was born many years ago at the Fort Capel Sanatorium because my mother was afflicted with tuberculosis. I was then immediately placed in a foster home in Saskatoon. My maternal grandparents rescued me. Their only mode of transportation was a horse-drawn wagon, but by some miracle, they managed to take me home with them to raise me on the Little Pine Reserve. My mushroom was a pipe and a Sundance keeper, while my kokum was a medicine healer. My grandparents spoke Cree and Soto. I learned to speak Soto, but I understood the Cree language. They communicated in their respective languages to each other. I was very fortunate to be raised learning the cultural practices. I learned by listening and observing the teachings by attending different ceremonies. I remember having to travel to a remote area to attend the ceremony such as a Sundance because of the law of 1876 that was passed prohibiting us from practicing our ceremonies. In 1951, my mushroom held a Sundance at the original Sundance grounds in celebration of the law being uplifted. I got to dance. I got to participate by dancing. I was 5 years old. I remember the pride I felt. Somewhere along this period, I became an angry child because of a friend of my mushroom sexually exploited me. I also was not able to understand why I was not able to live with my mom, dad, and my brothers and 10 siblings. I felt hurt, anger, and abandonment and loneliness. When I started school, I was not able to speak Cree, and it was a Cree-speaking community, so I had to learn both Cree and English to communicate. The boys would tease me because I would mix up the languages. This was the perfect opportunity to fight the boys. I became a bully, but only targeted the boys. When I fought to win, and I earned myself a reputation. When I was nine years old, I went to live with my parents and my 10 siblings in Atakakoop. We attended the Anglican church. In later years, I was introduced to alcohol, which was a negative turning point in my life. When I had my first drink, I experienced a high that was so incredible. I ran down this path and I was floating. My feet were barely touching the ground. I felt weightless. I laughed and laughed. I was exhilarated. I kept running and running till I was exhausted. Unknown to me, I had become an alcoholic with my first drink. My brain was wired to drink. As a result, I totally left the red road to travel the dark road. I abandoned all my traditional and Christian teachings, thus abandoning all my support systems. My attendance at residential school reinforced my negative behavior. I had always worked even as a teenager. Later, when I became a parent, I struggled to balance my career, my parenting, and my addiction. Unfortunately, my addiction became priority. I wasn't the best in my career or parenting either. During this period, I also role modeled for my children, my 2 children, that alcohol and drugs were acceptable. I openly shared my alcohol addiction with them. I wanted them more as friends than as a parent. My awakening. In later years, I was forced to seek treatment as I was jeopardizing my job because of my alcohol addiction. But I was in total denial I was ill and that I required help for my illness. I was under the false impression I was in control of everything in my life. My having to admit I was powerless over alcohol and that I wasn't in control of it was one of the most difficult tasks I ever had to endure. I felt fear, anxiety, and an overwhelming desire to run from this humiliating discovery. I wasted many, many years walking in a fog. When we consume alcohol, our vision is much like looking through a glass full of alcohol. It is a very distorted view. Only when you give up that alcohol does your distorted vision clear. During this period, I did so many things I'm not proud of, and also there were many things that happened to me I'm also not proud of. I was a very wounded person. Healing my woundedness. When I decided To heal my wounds, I joined AA. I became a very selfish person because I did not like to share, but because I still choked when I admitted I was an alcoholic. I did not like sharing. I did not want to air out my huge pile of dirty laundry. I was too embarrassed. However, the selfish me really enjoyed other people's shares. It wasn't until years later that I learned you're healing when you're sharing, and you're also possibly helping others, and that we are not alone, and that the higher power or creator is always with us. I did not work the program because the old thinking prevailed. I'm in control here. I can quit drinking anytime I want. I can be a social drinker if I want. I went back out and back to the bar scene. Oh, yes, I could drink one rye and ginger or one beer, then I'd leave. This was successful for a short period. Then, bam, oh, what the heck, I'm going to drink to get drunk. So I drank and I got drunk. All this was inevitable because I did not commit myself honestly to the AA program. Getting sober and working the 12 steps is much like cleaning your house from corner to corner to corner to corner and from up down to the floor. And then till all the dirt is gone, you breathe a sigh of relief and you feel so good. However, this is not the end. You wake up the next morning and you start the whole process all over again. My recovery. In the year of 1992, my daughter informed me I was going to be a kokum. Those words to me were the most beautiful words I needed to hear that would change my life forever. I was still an active alcoholic, but when she told me that, I said to my partner, I'm going to be a kokum. So this is it. I'm going to quit drinking because I want to be a better kokum than I was a mom. That statement was made 32 years ago. I quit that day I said those words. I will always wear the title of kokum with such pride. The healing. This is a period in my life when I reverted back to the gifts of the traditional teachings I had been taught by my kokum and mushroom and utilized them with my healing. Today, my primary goal is to share basic traditional protocol with the intention of opening a path on a red road to healing in recovery. I work with youth. I work part-time at the EDP high school, and then I work with the Gordon Tatusis Nikawan Theater Circle of Voices Youth. And this is what I do. In closing, I would like to share with you a poem I wrote for the grade 12 graduates, my nosimak, my grandchildren, from the EDP high school. To my precious grandchildren, nosimak, my heart is filled with love. You are my sweetest grandchildren. I want to take each and every one of you into my arms and hang on so tight. I want to keep you free from alcohol, drugs, pain, and sorrow forever. I wish I could do that, but I can't. But what kokum can do is share with you traditional knowledge to help keep you on the red road. The knowledge I have shared with you is your shield. Please continue to pray and to believe in the Creator and your guardian angels. With love always, Kokum Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank
I just
you.
about made myself cry.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I worked with Holcomb on a play called Spirit World, and she was in it, and we had such a good time. And that was right in the throes of COVID. We were masked all the time. We could only have a few people actually see the play, and we did ceremony without we did it in a way so that we followed the protocols to get the message across. So she was so helpful. So thank you again, Kokum, and stick around. The sun is going down, and so we got about an hour and something left. So let's go with there's two sisters from the same reserve. I think they're going to do their thing together. Gracelyn and Kateri, are you there?
That's Red Sisters here.
Can we see you too? Everybody wants to see you.
Yeah, we're just in the vehicle. Just a minute. Let me just okay, I just need to go to my settings here real fast and approve.
Okay, no problem. So are you guys going to do a story together? Or the Red Sisters, they said. We have a lot of Red Sisters happening in this Dawn to Dusk thing. And there's, well, anyways, we're all brothers and sisters, really. But there's some.
Bruce.
Yeah. Yes.
We sent a link to you on text me if you must.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
Yep.
Okay, good. Right. That's all. Over now.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, are you girls ready? Ding dong. There we go.
We're back. I don't know what happened.
Are you going to let us see you, or?
Yeah. Let me see. How do I? You just push on that. Oh yeah. Okay, we got it.
Okay. All right. You're going to do your stories together?
Yep. My brother
right.
in the background. He's gonna join us.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Okay. My story is about a scary event that happened to me back in the past then. So I was probably about, how old, Malcolm, were we? Like 13, 14?
Just put your camera down a little bit, because you only see the top of your head. Okay.
Okay. I think I was about, I want to say 12, and we were helping my auntie and them move some stuff to her place. And it was already nighttime, and the area where she lives in, it's like known for a lot of stuff, like people seeing stuff in the bushes and like where little people live and everything. And we were in the back of the truck, and we had like a bunch of stuff. And our mom told us not to sit back there, but so anyways, on our way, and then we heard something taking footsteps in the bushes, and then my mom stopped because we were banging on the hood of the vehicle. I was in the back with you guys. Were you? Yeah. Oh, okay. We're banging on the hood of the vehicle because we heard something, like we can hear it running from the bushes, and we're getting real scared. So we started banging as hard as we could on top of the hood, and then my mom stopped. She pushed the brakes on that thing, like we could see it real close up. It was just gonna come running, just about to jump on the truck. We couldn't make it out what it was. It looked like probably like a Sasquatch or something real big. And then we were telling her, go, go. We were just banging real hard, and then she just flew. And then we can just see that thing following us in the bushes like this, like back and forth into the bushes. But it doesn't ever seem to pass like onto the main road. It doesn't ever seem to pass that area. And another time is when we were sitting on top of the house, me and a couple of my siblings, and we're just watching like the dog walk down the road, because it's like a real long, narrow road. And it's up way up north, kind of close to my auntie's place there. And we can see this dog, it's walking, and it kind of goes behind a bush, then it comes back out, and out of nowhere, it's like a little person holding a pail like this, and it has 2 water pails on both sides. So I think that's a shapeshift too. And then another time, we have a lot of scary stories. Another time is when it was winter time, and we were, I don't know where we're going. I think we were coming back from sliding, and it was kind of getting dark. And then we look to the T road and we see something cross the road. It just takes 2 steps like this, and it was already crossed. Remember, Mel? It's like a big white thing. It just took 2 steps just like this, and it was already into the bushes from this bush line to this bush line, 2 steps. And that's pretty scary. And we can see that in the winter sometimes where we could never make it out. And the same place where we'd always go sliding, there was like this, it's kind of like a sculpture or something of somebody sitting on a branch, like real far away, you can see a figure. And then after we stopped sliding there, like if we were to go there to this day, it's just that branch and there's no figure on that branch anymore. So it looks like it was just like Jeepers Creepers there watching us. That's me and Katteri's story. I guess you can't tell her because she's driving. But we used to experience a lot of stuff when we were younger, but we just didn't think of anything because it was like all normal to us until like a lot of people who didn't experience like the res life told us about, like it was scary. we didn't even.
No, you have to say, you know how they tell us.
You know how they tell us those stories, like you need to clean your dishes, you need to put all your food away, nothing left out when you're going to bed. All that, we never used to listen to that until we experienced all these little tales that they tell us about. So listen to your cookums and mushums. Do your dishes, eat that food. Don't leave any food out. Make sure all the dishes are done. If they're not done, cover them with a cloth. And always cover your windows. Sam, hi.
Oh, okay, that's it. You got it. You don't have another story? You're pretty entertaining.
Let me think of one here. This one time, like my late Uncle Howard, he always used to play tricks on us, and he was our little Wisaki Chak, always playing tricks on us. But we just moved into this house, so we were like all sitting in the living room, and there was like a curtain. There's no curtain beside the window and the door. Like there's a door right here, and then the window's right here. And then we see like a figure standing there, and we make it out, and it's a bear. And then we're looking at it, and we all run into the living room, and then we left my little brother there in the living room, and the door was open. And then we were thinking that it was my uncle who was like holding a bear head or something. And then how did we figure out? Oh, we seen it. We went and looked at the side window there, and it was just an actual bear. So that bear could have just came inside and just, because the door was open and my little brother was just in the living room. Yeah, just real tiny. Yeah. Yeah, and it just ran. Yep, we have lots more, but I think our time is up here.
Well, it's good that you have your brother helping you as you're cruising down the road. Where are you guys going?
We're heading off to bingo here.
No, really?
We actually are. Academy wanted to go play bingo since 12.
Okay. Yes. Well, you guys are lots of fun. All right. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks for having us.
Do a monologue in class, I will.
You bet you will.
All right.
Okay. Thanks
Okay.
a lot. You guys can keep listening if you want. You can listen to us. We got about an hour of stories left. So
okay. My phone is only at 5% here. I'll listen till it dies.
Okay, got you. So we'll go with Jennifer, Dawn, and Grace, the other Grace. Where's Roger? I want Roger to come back. He'll come back at some point. And then let me see. Well, and the rest of you guys, I have to really honor Rain. Did you want to say something?
Oh, I have to go.
Oh, okay. So do you want to tell another story after Grace and Jennifer?
I might be able to stay for that long.
Okay. And I just want to acknowledge respect for, there's some people here that were just doing a real good job listening. Pierce and Dee and Marlene and Louise and Rain, and that's just, it's so nice, because that's why we tell the stories, so people can hear it. Anyways, Jennifer, Dawn, are you ready? And then Grace, you're next. I have 3 Graces in my classroom, so I have to always ask which is which when I'm yeah. Okay, Jennifer, you're on.
All right. Well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I guess what my story is about is a little bit of the process. I'm a playwright by trade, and one of the stories that I wrote and that luckily made it to the stage last year was called Shadows Among the Prairies, which was a piece actually based on a family tragedy, but also a need to honor my family's memory. Back in 2012, my auntie had moved to Toronto, and she had a little bit of a different, like, she was a bit of a rebel growing up. My grandfather had a lot of mental health issues and didn't help with residential school upbringings and things like that. But after she had received a beating from essentially her mom, because the father was so unstable that he had like threatened to kill her if his wife didn't do the punishment. So she had, and after my auntie had mostly recovered, she had actually went traveling. She found her way out to Vancouver, and she had a bit of a nickname out there. Actually, they referred to her as Dusty from the Prairies, and everyone knew who she was. And she was, she built a little bit of a life out there for herself, but also running into good people, not so good people, and she ended up having a bit of a binge, and she got dared actually to shoot one of her own friends. They were both heavily intoxicated, but she did a few years for that, but she was severely guilty. She felt because such guilt from that, because they were essentially just best friends. So at some point, my auntie had kind of like cleaned up her life. She got married, she had some kids, and had settled down in a life in Toronto. And we'd hear from her now and then. But sadly, tragedy had followed her there shortly after, and she had also lost her husband to a terrible accident, and she ended up being on her own again. She did get a settlement, but she wanted to have some family with her. And I remember her distinctly calling my dad, and I'm like in my barely early teens. So I remember her wanting to bring me or one of my sisters out there just to stay with her, but my parents didn't want that responsibility on their young kids, very protective of us. Then sometime later, my dad was just sitting at home with my mom, and it was just late at night. They were just both watching TV. None of the kids were around, just out and about. And just out of nowhere, my dad looks to my mom and he says, I haven't talked to my sister Leah in a long time. And there was nothing that brought that on. It was just sudden, out of the blue. My dad has a lot of siblings. He's actually got about 10 other siblings. So it was just strange out of this particular time that's what he brought up. And then actually the next day we had gotten a call, and we had found out that my auntie had passed. And the time of her passing was right at the time my dad had looked over to my mom to share that with her. So it didn't matter how, how far of a distance it was. My dad just knew something was missing, something was wrong with his sister. And I took that pretty hard at that time. I don't know why. I think for myself, I felt the guilt and just a need to do something, but I didn't know what that was yet. So after some time had passed, I think it was about in 2017, I was literally laying in my bed, and all of a sudden I was kind of just starting to think about my auntie again. It wasn't around any particular date. It was just me and my insomnia just keeping me up, but thoughts of her and my dad and that connection and things were just kind of circling in my head. And then I could start picturing these characters and these lines, and I had this utter compulsion to pull out my, instead of trying to sleep, to pull out my laptop and just start writing with nothing in particular. I just pulled out the laptop and I just couldn't stop writing. And I did that for 3 days straight. I would just wake up, start writing, go back to sleep at some point, and then get up again, write until I just needed to get to the end. So I had completed a first, but also a very, very badly written first draft of Shadows Among the Prairies. And that, and I don't know why. I just felt this compulsion to write until it was finally like kind of like out of my head and onto the paper. And it felt like it was the only way I could just kind of separate from those thoughts. And that's what I did for 3 days. I had written a first draft and I had just let it sit there and rest, knowing that I needed to come back at it, but not in a sense of a rush after initially getting it all on paper, that need to like hurry up, get the words out before it's too late. I knew it just needed to sit there and breathe and envelope its own life. So another, yeah, like a few years later, middle of the pandemic, of course, when we're all on lockdown, I started to think more about the story and wanting to get some more work done on it. So I took it to some festivals and I stuck with it. And what meant, I don't know what if it was just like familiar bonds or just there was just something about it, not more than just my auntie when I was creating these other two characters, another character that didn't really have anything to do with my auntie, but came out in an emotional tirade that it was a lot of things from my mom's side and how kind of like she was like a bit of an outcast from her siblings. So parts of my mother's side started to weave its way into the story, but still very much keeping it centered on this character that I based off of my auntie, calling her a different name, of course, but keeping her nickname of like Dusty from the Prairies, and her waking up in essentially limbo and not having any memories of who she was, and just like waking up in this realm full of like shadows, voices, but also finding other souls in there as well. So having to rely on two people from different time eras, like one's from the 1930s, another that was actually a reference from her friend in the past that I ended up weaving into the story, because I feel like he never had a complete story in my history and finding out things. So I spent also time giving life to this individual that I never met, never knew much about, and just taking care with these characters and what's really keeping them going in this realm that just feels hopeless, helpless, and haunting. But at the same time, also finding that there is a light at the end of the tunnel and feeling like, our journey never ends
in death, and that we continue to move forward somewhere in any space or time. And I'd like to think that's the same for myself if I eventually go. And finding these characters' journeys through that story, it felt good. It felt it was a nice, necessary, like, healing journey, not just for myself, but like for my dad, because we never got to really say goodbye. We never got to go there and honor her memory. So I felt like this was what I was supposed to do. And because of how close it was to me, that I knew it was going to take time to create this story, and that it was never going to be a rush job, and that I felt good about that. I felt complete. But I'm always hoping that I will continue to add to that story, always honoring her in our own family's ways. And there's always things that tied into the family that always stuck with me. And I don't know if it's just because, like, out of all the siblings, my auntie and my dad were both survivors of the Maryville school, residential school, the one that had 750 kids. And, that also brought me back full circle, thinking, like I would not be here if he didn't make it out of that school, or what my auntie's legacy would have been if she hadn't made it out of school. Just like the two very different pathways they took, but yet there was always some sort of connection, and that led back to just bringing it all back into the story. So it was such a weird and interesting, haunting, but beautiful process in writing this particular piece. And I'll always be grateful for everyone along the way that really helped structure them as well. Yeah, I would definitely say, out of all my writing pieces, that this was the one that I also kind of like took a different lens of like what you do as a writer and that process. And sometimes I'd be just working on this piece at night, because that's sometimes where I do all my writing, and that's where I seem to have flourished the most. And even just during the day, I would just turn the curtains, close them, whatever, and just be focused on hearing these voices in the dark, and how much light and brightness it can be in a place that feels like there is no hope. Yeah, that's just a little bit of the interesting process I went through creating Shadows Among the Prairies. Probably a long, drawn out journey, but very much worth it. It was a healing journey that I think myself and my family needed. Thank you for listening.
Jennifer, Dawn, can we see you?
Actually, I cannot, because the internet is very unstable. If I turn on the camera, I'm going to lose my voice and everything else.
Well, okay. Well, because you were talking about shadows on the prairie, so I thought you were doing it in the dark.
Not intentional. There's actually a nice sun still lightly shining through my room. It's just bad internet connection.
Yeah, no, I was fine. Like I was saying, there's some folks didn't have their camera on, and it adds the element of listening. Anyways, thank you so much for that. Okay, and Jennifer is the artistic director of Gordon Tatusis Naganowan Theater. So she's immersed in that art form, and it was really nice for you to talk about your process, the life of an artist. And there's lots of us on this journey, the storytelling journey, but also lots of others from, we're all storytellers. What can you say? Mm-hmm. Are you ready, Grace?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Are we going to see you?
Oh, sure. My room might be a little messy, but it's okay.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Okay. I don't necessarily have like one story I will share, but I have some poems that I wrote a little while ago, and just like things I've written that I will share. It might not equal out to about 5 minutes, but we're just going to share them anyway. So this first one is entitled Snow. I never knew the cold could hurt that much. My ears and cheeks sting a bright red as a shiver courses through my veins. You make me furious and angry, but somehow I could never live without you, because some mornings you're beautiful. You sparkle in the sunlight, making me want to collect as much of your loveliness as possible. Your icy ways and slippery gaze makes it almost impossible to go any distance without falling back to you. You make me feel cold with every fiber of my being. Every time you leave, I'm excited to see you go, even though I want you to stick around for a little while longer. You may feel as though I don't appreciate you, but I wouldn't want it any other way because I know you'll always come back earlier and colder than I expect. So that was Snow. That one could kind of come up. I don't know. I find that snow in Saskatchewan, especially, is one of those things that it's like a bad relationship. I love it, but I hate it at the same time. So that's where that one kind of came from. Another one I have also in relationship to just my space and being in Saskatchewan is a love letter to the never-ending sky. I love the never-ending sky. You can see where it's raining on a cloudy day from miles away. The big white clouds tumble across the sky like someone had spilt a giant cotton balls that rose up and hung in the air. The sunrise shines beams of light through the clouds, making one wonder what's up there. The sunset paints the sky with dark hues of the rainbow. The colors stretch from orange to pink to purple, and then the darkest black you've ever seen. It's spotted with stars, wearing more diamonds than the queen. When you wish upon each one, you feel as though you will achieve every dream. So keep your head up and look at the sky, even when you feel you're ripping at the seams. Something about looking up and out at the sky can make one feel they are part of something bigger, more meaningful. So look up, give it a try, feel hopeful and inspired by the never-ending sky. I like the clouds, what can I say? So there's that one as well. Another one I have is just about living in small town Saskatchewan and what that's like been like for me growing up. And it's just called My Town. Sometimes growing up in small town Saskatchewan isn't that bad. I loved how by the age of 5, I was trusted to walk to my friend's house by myself as long as I called my mom when I got there. I loved how I knew who all of my neighbors were just by someone mentioning their last names. I loved how a trip to the city was just as fun as the car ride there, passing at least 5 farms. I loved how there was only one grocery store and no street lights, and how the dollar store was the best place to buy last-minute gifts. I loved how I was taught to say, "Excuse me, let me just sneak right past you there," when someone is in my way at the corner store. I loved how the best thing to do before a sleepover was to run to Silver Screen and rent a bunch of movies. I loved how my mom watched me walk to the end of the block on my first day of school. I loved watching all of the kids down my street learn to walk, ride a bike, and write their names in chalk on the sidewalk. Sometimes growing up in small town Saskatchewan isn't that bad. I know I'm happy I did. And my last one is something I just wrote about growing and learning as a university student and becoming an adult, which is hard, but we're all doing it. This one's just a short one. We don't like to be wrong, and we definitely don't like it when we don't know something. There is power in admitting we're wrong and that we don't know, because in that space of unknowing is where we're able to learn and grow. We can't learn anything by knowing everything or pretending that we do. Ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is opportunity. Opportunity to educate oneself and make connections and gain experience. We can't always be comfortable. Life won't allow it. We must accept the discomfort of the unknowing. Which is just to say that, sometimes we don't know everything and it can be really intimidating, and learning new information like the stories everybody's telling here or just in general can be stressful. And so sometimes we just have to accept that we don't know everything, and that's okay, and that new information coming to us is just new experiences and new ways of learning. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Grace. I appreciate that. It's nice because well, Grace is in our drama class, but she chose poetry tonight, and so that's poetry is always nice. We have it all. We have it all in this session. So thank you again. We might as well go straight over to your classmate, Gillian, if you're ready to go. I know that you had left and now you're back, so we might as well just throw you into the fire with, now that you see Grace has got through it. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, well, give it to us. And thank you. And we can see you too, right?
You can. I do just kind of have dim lighting. That's fine. I'm gonna say it's fine. Oh, I don't have poetry. I wish I loved poetry. My brain just doesn't work like that. But no, the story that I had prepared was one that just keeps coming up in my mind, because to this day, I don't know if it's real or not. And it kind of bothers me, but it also doesn't, because it kind of leaves it as a mystery. But I was out in Fairmont one day. That's a little place over in BC, because my family has a house out there. So when I was younger, I'd often go out there with my cousin and my aunt and uncle, because they lived in Calgary and were closer. So when I would visit her, we'd drive up there for like a week. And I remember one day my uncle had this hike planned out for us at this place. I wish I remembered the name. I should have looked it up, but it was like the Three Sisters Mountains, because they all look the same. They're all lined up and they all look like they're crumbling down slowly. So I think they got the nickname of like the Three Sister Mountains. And so we went there for a hike, and it was good on the way up. Saw a dog. His name was Rudy. It was nice. It was a clear sky. It was warm. It was beautiful. And we made our way to the top, and the view there, that was real. And that was breathtaking, because you could see all of what Fairmont was, and all the little houses and people walking around living their life while taking in the other mountains that you can see. And it was just, that was surreal, because even though I am very happy I live in Saskatoon, I would love to live in BC, because I'm a mountain person. I love to hike. But that was everything we did there. We just, hiked up, saw some views, and then we decided to turn back, and we could have gone down the path that we took up, like everybody else who was there was doing, to go back down. But my uncle noticed this little side path into the forest, and he was like, oh, we should take this way down. That looks fun and exciting. So we went down there, and it was just like a little hike through the forest, or what we thought was going to be a little hike through the forest. Lo and behold, we got lost, and we're out there for like a good 5 hours until the dark, just wandering around the forest. And my cousin and I were young then. I think we were like 10. So he kept trying to say like, it's all good, we're fine, I know what I'm doing. But like, looking at it now, I'm like, he was so lost. We were out there for so long. He had no clue where he was going. But the part that I to this day can't remember is fake or not was we came to this little open place in the mountains, and we were just taking a break, and there was this tree there. And I don't know the name of this kind of tree, but it was really big, and it was like the tree that went up and then had all the branches come down with like these flowing leaves that were like bluey and white. I don't know if that's a willow tree. I might be wrong, but it was that. And it was huge, and you could like go in and like move the flowers, and it was just this like giant open space under the tree that like blocked out all the sounds around you. And while everyone else, my cousin was with her dad, my aunt was yelling because she knew we were lost and they were kind of having an argument, I walked over to this tree, because it's not like any other tree I was looking at. It wasn't a pine tree. It wasn't just a regular tree. It was this beautiful glowing blue tree. And so I walked over into it and went into it and just sat in the silence. And this is going to get cheesy, but like it honestly was such a surreal moment because I didn't know if it was real or not, or maybe I was just tired because we were lost on this hike and walking for 3 hours. But it was this place that just let me sit with my thoughts. And I'm 10, so I my thoughts are all crazy and all over the place, but it like brought a sense of calm and connection to where I was. And even though I was kind of getting scared because it was dark and we were still in the forest, it like took the fear away. And like I could brush up against the leaves and watch them all like fall and fly away because it was like these little flower type thingies that would brush in the wind. And it was just such a beautiful moment. And I'm glad I didn't have a phone back then too, because I think as much as I would have loved to have a picture of it to either prove it was real or just remember it in that way, it would have ruined it. Because I just was happy I got to live in that moment and experience just that stillness and calmness that it brought me. And then I was called out by my uncle, so I left and we made our way to a highway where he proceeded to lightly pick up my cousin, put her over the fence, lightly take my aunt and put her over the fence. And then he just kind of grabbed me by the back and hucked me onto the highway. And then we hiked up the highway and made it back to the car, and it was dark and it was night and we were tired. And I couldn't stop thinking about that tree. And I asked my cousin, I was like, did you see the blue tree? And she was like, no, I saw pine trees. And like I asked my uncle and my aunt, and I was like, you saw this giant blue tree, right? And they were like, no. And so I'm like, still to this day, even back then, I guess I dropped it because I was 10. I was like, all right, whatever. But like thinking back to it, because when I was thinking about what I should share for this, I was like, what about that? Because that was just such a moment in nature, because nobody else saw it, but I would swear on my life that I saw this giant, beautiful blue tree that just was like magical with what it brought to my body and my mind in that moment. And yeah, that's my story about the big, beautiful blue tree that I'm not sure is real, but I'm going to say it is because that was just an amazing time out there. And that's my story.
All right, and you got that blue light to tell the blue tree story. There you go. Wow. Well, thank you so much for coming back. And just stick around. We've got, if you can, we got about 40 minutes left. It's been a long, incredible day. It looks like you got some applause there, so that's great. Okay, so we have well, we're just going to be able to have juicy stories right to the end, and that's great. So I'm going to ask Catherine and Ariana to go, and also Kevin Lewis is here. So basically, that's the order that we'll go. And thanks for hanging around. I got my Buffalo Hunter on hold, but you know, we want to hear you again, and Kevin as well. Always has some things to, lots of good things to say. He's a good buddy of mine. Okay, so who are we going to start with? What did I say? Okay, I said Catherine, right?
Hi, Bruce. Nice to meet you.
You too.
And thank you. It was Joseph who forwarded this email this morning, and I was like, yes, why not? This sounds wonderful. So what a great container that you've made here. I'm going to read stories, and it's one poem and two short little memories. But I took your email seriously, and you're going to see an image and sound and poetry. So I'm going to get it set up. And I'm going to get the sound going, and then I'll read my story. Oops, maybe that doesn't work. Maybe I should get my sound going first and then that.
Looks like an intriguing picture, that's for sure.
Yes, you're going to learn about Lug here. I think the sound is probably coming now.
Right on, Kathleen. Thank you for chiming in.
Yeah, hi Joseph. Great to hear your voice. Okay, so this should be just about 5 minutes. The first image I see is trembling hands, hands that are manifesting the potency of the moment. The second image I have is of a glance, a sweeping and momentary look behind, drinking in a last image and wanting to preserve it, departing and arriving, moving forward and leaving so much behind, a trajectory into present weighted with a memory. There's sadness, loss, longing for what can and never will be. There is a density in the environment, the air is acrid, the surface is mottled, and the noise is industrial, and yet for a fleeting moment, there is a silent suspension. The suitcase is lifted, the feet are moving, the present engulfs and suffocates the life that we know. All that is familiar is lost. All the threads that weave the value and meaning of self and place dissolve in a short breath. The suitcase is heavy, although it's holding very little. The hinges and latches are rusted and unreliable, and so there's a leather belt that is wrapped around the base and through the handle. The suitcase is placed with the others, and the feet move forward to the next arrival, which will become home for a while. This is Lug. I'm a dance theater performer working with improvisation and allowing the stories of others to move through my body, my soul, my spirit. These stories that may have never seen the light of day become alive and are heard in the telling through Lug. So here's a little bit of the ancestry of this character. About 10 years ago. It was my final project for my first graduate seminar. I had donned my overcoat and hat for the inaugural performance of what later became the Lug series. I was clutching my leather suitcase with one hand, and with the other I was gathering the letters I had asked my classmates to write, a greeting or farewell from or to a loved one. I sat in the stall of the washroom down the hall, reading through each of them, hoping one would be the obvious choice for my improvisation. Unfortunately, they were all good. And then I found the letter, a small note of forgiveness from a late father to his gay son. I tucked it into my suitcase and returned to the class. It became the source of my improvisation as I moved through kinesthetic, dramatic metaphors of estrangement, isolation, longing, compassion, regret, and finally, atonement. At one point in the improvisation, I read the letter silently as a flood of emotions entered my body. When I had finished the performance, a room full of emotional students all claimed they were absolutely sure I had read their letter. 20 years earlier, I arrive at a dance studio in Copenhagen at the age of 28 to meet my long-standing friend, soon to forge through a very difficult journey that forever shaped my directions as an artist, scholar, and educator. His exotic Colombian imagination soon found a complement in my seemingly unusual ways of seeing the world, and we began to collaborate all the time. Portable cassette player under arm, we imposed our kinesthetic machinations on the general public anywhere, anytime. We built a repertoire of performances for just the two of us and large groups, both in theaters, rough studios, back alleys, on busy streets, and rooftops. Now I was called to be at his side during his last years suffering from AIDS. He was one of the first generations to die of AIDS with only rudimentary drugs in place to prolong the imminent outcome. I was there as an extension of his body, a conduit for his wild imagination, an amplifier to his dancers who eagerly waited the completion of a show he had already started before becoming very ill. We undoubtedly had intermingling souls, and thus his expressions and invitations to movement were easily caught by me like a delicate net catching exotic butterflies. I transformed these butterflies into movement, which in turn were interpreted and transformed yet again by the dancers who eagerly poised before me. For 18 months of my life, I became the creative and kinesthetic channel for my friend with AIDS. While he was dying, I was living fervently double time, and in doing this, my world of dance radically shifted.
as my body became purely the access point for him. The vitality in this crisis, where imagination lacked the complement of a body, using my body as a vehicle for his voice, was profoundly transformational. This radically shifted my position as dancer, artist, to a focus of uncovering stories of others through movement, and allowing this in turn to be a catalyst for shared empathy within a community. This is luck.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Intriguing image, to say the least. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Where are you living?
I live in Regina, and I
see.
teach at the University of Regina.
Oh, okay, great. Well, thank you, Joseph, for letting Catherine know what's going on. We've met a lot of people tonight.
Yeah, it's
and
wonderful what you're doing.
Of course, they've met us, so that's great. All right. So,
Chris, I have to go soon.
okay. So, did you want to share something?
Yeah, I can share something real quick.
Okay, and Ariana, you'll be next. All right.
And see me this time, since my babies are actually quiet.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I heard a story earlier. I can't remember the name of the person, but she's in Suntep, and it reminded me of how I am also like, I'm how do I say this? Well, I'm not mixed in any way. I am full Indian by blood, but I don't know any of my family on either side. And so it was interesting when my father was in town a week or two ago. You know, we were driving around the outskirts of town, and we had my brother in the truck with us. And I finally got like the tiniest bits of information about like my family on his side. My dad was in residential school, so he never really opened up. He was an alcoholic, and the same with my cookum. She no longer drinks, and I can't say much about him. He still does, but from the stories he told me, I heard that my old cookum Esther, she was actually not I'm gonna butcher my own last name. She was not a Mahangan. From the story that my dad told me, my cookum Esther was a strong arm originally. And she was set up by her own mother to be married to, I don't know who he is. I just know it's Mahangan with an A. And so they were together for a year afterwards, and they were married. He was abusive to her, and she eventually decided to run away. And that's where she met my mushroom, whose name I don't know because I haven't been told, but I was told about their love story and how my mushroom, he is a Pelche, and he was a really good medicine man. And apparently so was my cookamester. And so instead of changing her name after she got divorced and she got married to him, she just scribbled out the A in our last name and put an E there real quickly. And it was really nice hearing this piece of information. And my dad apparently has my mushroom's rattle. It's nice hearing about these bits and pieces of my own background, but it's still really confusing because I still don't know who my family is. You know, I don't know names. All I know is the bits and pieces that I'm given to try and put together on my own. And so on both sides of the family, there is so many stories and so many puzzle pieces that you know, it's really, I tried to get back into my own culture in a way, and I was actually given a Lakota name because my mom's side is Lakota. And I won't say my name because I will butcher that too. Ironically enough, my name means good medicine woman. And so I just think it's really interesting that that was the name given to me when I knew nothing about my mushroom or my old Kukum Esther, from my mushroom being a well-known medicine man, and the same going with my Kukum Esther. So I don't know who they are, but because of my own name, I feel connected to them in a way. And I was lucky enough to have my Kukum Esther present for a bit of my childhood. And I couldn't really speak English well, and my Kukum couldn't speak English at all. So we spoke Cree to each other, and I would translate what she was saying to my dad, and I'd be speaking to my dad through my Kukum, and it was just an amazing experience. But unfortunately, through public education, I lost the ability to speak Cree because I was not allowed to use it when I was in school. And so that's the story. That's all I have. I'm still figuring out who I am, and I still want to find out more about each side of, like, from my Kukum and my mushum. But all I have is the bits given to me. And honestly, I am very okay with that because it's at least pieces of where I am from and who I was and who they were. And that's my story.
Thank you. Thank you, Rain. And this is a student who wanted to come back, so we can't say no. Ariana, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have my camera on right now. Is that all right?
Well, what can we do?
Okay. All right.
We want to see you, but it's up to you.
Okay, wait, let me just try and use the other one.
Okay.
Give me like a minute or so.
Okay. And Kevin, you're still there, buddy? On that basis?
Oh, can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. So I can begin if you're ready.
We're ready.
Okay. All right. So say hello, Ariana Nasi cousin. My name is Ariana. And this evening I am to do a monologue. I have been doing monologues even before this, even so before I existed. I only had to talk to myself, entertain myself, and speak to myself. Until the die, I will never cease to do monologues, even if I wish to. Isn't it easier to do so though? Like, you can understand, and if it comes to worse, only you can understand. So sometimes the monologues get so loud, you can't hear yourself speak. So how can others? And so I'm afraid that I'll be doing monologues, just monologues. So yeah, these monologues talk more than me, but these monologues let me know that I'm in control. It's where my fears come from, the fears that others have monologues about me, and monologues that want to hurt me. So the fears of the past and the future. But then I remember they are just monologues. Children I have birthed from my simple human mind. And I have monologues of my fears. But since I have monologues of my fears, I can also have monologues of how to conquer my fears. So yeah, Ninote misan, I want to eat. Ninote ni pan, I want to sleep. Ninote do this and do that. And if I wanted to, I could have just created a monologue about these things. My wants, my needs, my experiences, or even just something more interesting. Instead, my monologues decided to be selfish. They've become narcissistic enough to believe that they are good enough to spend the 5 minutes of your time on. And all right, oh hey, my monologues have finally stopped talking. They were getting a little too lengthy and dramatic. It was honestly starting to annoy me. My ears were starting to ring a little, you know? So, as I was saying, my name is Ariana. I am 21 years old and I like talking to myself. I do it a lot. So, yes, I'm going to now start telling my story. People I don't know tell me to do it a lot. They watch me and pay me to do it. People I don't know tell me to do it a lot. They watch and pay me to do it a lot, as I did mention. And, that's something like live streaming on the internet. I accidentally catch myself doing it in public. So, to save myself from the shame, I pull up my phone and pretend I'm talking to a friend or arguing with a lover, which is difficult because I've never had a lover. Maybe in my monologues, though. So then I have to force myself to fake a conversation and a goodbye, or even how I had to end the call because I was having phone issues. Yeah, right. And so I talk to myself a lot at home. Maybe that's why half of my house plants have wilted. And yeah, moral of the story is I hate houseplants. That's totally what the story is all about. So that is all. I said it a bit fast, but thank you for listening to my story. Yeah.
Oh, very creative. Thank you so much. And you've got some fans back there. Lonnie's son liked your stuff too. All right. We're getting down to the basics, to the end of the circle of the sun. Kevin, are you by?
Yes, I am. Yeah, that's a.
No, moinato kiama ga miwasin.
Moinato, yeah.
Tapoi mistä hei atchimo mauin anuts. Are you ready? You want to share something with us?
Sure, I can share a story. Yeah.
Yeah. And so Kevin is one of my one of his names is Ayaputs. I'll let him tell you what that means. And I see my other friend Randy's there. So that's great. The guys are all showing up as the sun goes down. So better late than never. Anyways, I'll just let you have where are you right now?
Ministiquin.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Do your thing, buddy.
Okay. All right. Thank you for, hosting a story session like this. And of course, winter time is the perfect time where we tell these stories. And then I also see your sister Marlene there. I haven't seen her for a while, but it's nice to see her. We stayed in the Nashkumaka. And one of the stories, or a lot of the stories that are given to us are told to us by elders, a lot of elders. And one particular story that I can think of locally, and I know this one isn't written anywhere, but it was like shared because it's from a location that's near here. And a lot of these stories, we call them atayukana, which are told in the wintertime. But they give us the place names, there's like hills, lakes, rivers, and all these stories that we have, they're events that had happened in these special places. And one place in particular, they call this Utsunpi Sagegan, which is Tulabi Lake. And I'm coming in from Ministiquin Lake Cree Nation, which is northwest Saskatchewan. I love Saskatchewan because it's so beautiful. We've got Mamahtausipi, which is the Churchill River, and that's the traditional name and the original name of the Churchill River, which runs up in the Canadian Shield. And then we have Kasaskituasipi, which is the fast-flowing river, which is the North Saskatchewan River. And we've got lots of stories about that. So again, I think we're in a place right now in Saskatchewan and in Canada where we're starting to tell these stories finally, because I think we're afraid of having them disappear. And then if they disappear, we lose out, as people from this island, and Canadians or people from Saskatchewan, we lose out on the richness of our landscapes and our homes, right? So again, with respect and remembering an old guy. His name was Kapiawasiwin was his name. That's what we called him, Numusumpan. And this is just to remember him and all the things that he had shared with us. It's kind of like a celebration, dusk to dawn. I like the or a dawn to dusk, I guess it would be, right? Or what is the theme here? Are we going all night, or are we just starting? Or just kidding.
Right after this is Dusk to Dawn for all the all the raunchy stories, and that's why.
Yes, okay. I'm gonna log off, and I'll be back for that one then, because I've got
That's
a
why
few
Roger's going to start us off to out.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the funny ones, and they're the good ones. And then again, so this one here, and I don't want to take up too much time because I know there's probably some other ones that want to speak, but I was driving this old guy, and this was the time where nobody was looking at their phones. Nobody was. Right now we're so engaged with our phones, and everybody's looking at these tablets, but it was before that, just before that. So I'm driving this old guy, and he says, "All right, I got a story for this hill right here. You see this lake right here, this hill? I got a story for you," he says. And he's telling this all in but he's telling this story, and he goes, there was two young guys that had wounded a deer just down below here, he says, and but they were told never go into this hill, this hilly area, and because that's where the thunderbirds reside, right? That's where the thunderbird nest is, and they respected that area, he said. And the old guy, his name was Harry Blackbird. That was his English name, but Piasiwin was what we called him, Musumpan, my late grandfather. And so he's telling me that these two young men, they ended up convincing each other, but they were on horseback. They tied their horses onto a tree below, and then one of them was a little more afraid of the elders, what they were told. Don't go up there. That's the place of the thunder beings. And then the other guy says, I know I hit him good, like it's just probably just the deer's probably right there. Let's just go and run out. Nobody will ever know that we're in there. So they tie up the horses, they walk in there. And then before they were kind of, when you're hunting, you're kind of scanning. You're scanning for any trails, any hoof marks, even a little drop of blood on a leaf. That's how skilled these hunters are. So they're scanning, and then they were really engaged, but they were trying to do this quickly. But before it was too late, something sat right on top of both of them. And when you're scouting, you're kind of you don't scout right beside each other or right in front of each other. You're trying to cover as much space as possible, right? So there was a little distance between them, and they're scouting, trying to figure out where this deer went. And then before too long, that there was something that was big that sat right on top of them both and squished them to the ground. And then so they were looking at each other, and they didn't want to move, but they felt something, and it was very similar, but it was like feathers, and the color of the feathers were a little darker. And then they knew, oh shoot, we're in a realm of the thunderbirds, we're not going to make. So they didn't want to make a noise, they didn't want to move, but they just stayed still. Didn't want to, just barely even breathing, they didn't want to make one noise because they knew this was somewhere they weren't supposed to be. And so they sat there, laid there, and then all of a sudden this big being flies off, right? And then this other, before they could they were looking at it, looking at this big, being flying off, and then they could see another one coming towards them. So they laid still, and then another one came and sat in this, and I think they were they assumed, they could only assume at that time, we're in this thunderbird nest. Okay. So they're sitting there, laying there, not wanting to move an inch. And then it was a little lighter. This other thunder being was a little lighter. And then again, just like it was starting to baksamok, meaning the sun is just going down, right? Here's the link to the story. Another thunder being came and sat at that time when baksamok, And then just as soon as it was starting to get dark out, that third one flew off. And then there was a little bit of time there where they could kind of crawl closer together, but not enough time to get right side by side of each other, right? They're laying down and kind of rolling towards each other a little bit. So a real big, darker one comes into the nest and sat there, possibly slept there, rested there, or whatever. But that one was there all night. All night that one sat there. And so they couldn't move, you know. And then finally, they must have fell asleep a little bit, but they got woken up, and this thunderbird took off just before night. The day was starting to, you know, crack. And then and that original one, the one that was sitting in there, the one that came into the nest when they walked in there, that one came back. So there was 4 that were using this nest, right?